Hello, friends, amigos, amigas, compadres, comrades, conquistadors, fellow others, human beings, viewers, attendees, sequestered personnel, and those serving in our armed forces overseas. Welcome to Eric here on an Armed Forces Radio Network. Not the Armed Forces Radio Network, just an Armed Forces Radio Network. So, actually, in fact, I make no special efforts to make my media accessible to people serving in our armed forces overseas, but the reality is I don't need to because they already have YouTube. Oh, the world is about to end. That's what I thought. That explains a lot of stuff. That explains why my former sister-in-law named her child Jameson. I mean, yes, I named Delilah. Well, my first wife went along with this anyway. Mostly I named Delilah. Delilah, specifically as a means of naming her after the drink of the Delilah, which is kind of like a lemon drop. But that's a much more smart thing to do because it takes the particulars where it belongs. Good afternoon to you too, Siegfried. Good afternoon to you, Rachel. As always, my beloved darling, you are a special, special lady. Anyway, encountering Jack. I got some bad news. I have yet to encounter him. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that with a question mark. Encountering Jack? It's been a tumultuous week or so. Very tumultuous week. And the reason is because we're basically moving while we're staying in the same place. We're taking everything out of here, rearranging everything, using them in a different location. This is a better use of space, and we've got these nice chairs, which are just like, oh, I can lean back finally. And my head's not taller than the back of the chair. I hate that when that happens, If your head is taller than the back of the chair, then your chair has failed utterly to do its job. It's supposed to be a place that's comfortable to sit, right? You got to account for the whole of your body, not just your back. You're going to account for being a good sitting device, It doesn't make any sense to, you'll be comfortable with your butt and your legs, but not your head. Why not? Can't you make a chair that goes all the way up to the top? Why do you have to make it like a half chair or whatever? It's like, when did chairs become like mini skirts, Contraindicative of their purpose. The purpose of a skirt is to cover your body. Not to reveal it. But now they've come up with a great invention. I'm pretty excited about it. I think whoever came up with this idea was a good idea person. It's a shirt that chicks wear. It's purposely way too short on them, so you can see the bottom of their boobs. Like, okay, it's opposite cleavage, I guess, is the concept, I like it. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a winning proposition. But I haven't yet really seen very many girls wearing it. I think it's still a little racy for a lot of women to actually don that outfit. They say, I like the idea of it conceptually, showing my underboob, but, ooh, am I really that bold? And most of them apparently conclude, no, they're not really that old. Or else we'd see a lot more underboobs. Alright. That's just going to have to do as far as the lighting goes. I know it's not perfect, but 6'6", you're even taller than me. I'm 6'4". This one, I mean, it's got a couple inches still. You could get into this one. It's a pretty tall chair. I've got it lowered down as much as possible too now, because the TV is not quite high enough. So I have to lower the chair a little lower than it should be. What is going down in Chinatown? Peking duck, Shanghai duck, Beijing duck, and just regular duck. The 4 major kinds of Chinese ducks. Beijing, Peking, Shanghai, and regular. You know, I seen Chloe showing the other day. Peking duck's cruel because they pull like a foie gras thing with the ducks. You know they do that with foie gras. They quote unquote force feed the geese. First of all, that's really a loaded way to put it. I mean, yes, they're force feeding the geese. That's true. But the geese, I've watched this process be done, and I gotta tell you, it doesn't look like the geese are minded that much. I don't think they really care. They're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I got a lot more food in my bones. Yes, it makes their liver whatever, but you're gonna kill them anyway to eat it, so it's not like, oh, geez, you're giving that goose long-term health problems. Don't worry, he's not going to survive to encounter his long-term health problems. It's very silly to complain about, really. Why are we complaining about force-feeding geese to make their livers more delicious? If we're going to farm them at all, that kind of shit's going to happen, you know? As long as they're not incredibly cruel and suffering-inducing, which it absolutely does not appear to be. Having watched the process myself, they just take a funnel and basically pour some food down their throat, you know? A little bit extra every day. It hardly seems like torture. Yeah, this is why I've been kind of absent for a few days. Like, when Boba Fett busted my chops the other day, and it was like, been 2 days since there's been any streamage. This is very disruptive, this whole, like, change up your whole setup, because it always feels like a super big decision. Like, okay, well, whatever we end up deciding to do with this, I'm stuck with it for a long-ass time, because it's a big hassle to do all this shit. I need to make sure I make the right decisions. I ended up taking the legs off this super cool old, like, Mad Men era desk that my parents brought back from Europe in the 60s. From Scandinavia, that was... The thing is, it was an absolutely gorgeous desk originally, but it was not well designed. So, the entirety of the fucking desk was supported by these 2 legs. And look, they slide right out of this thing. So it's like, yeah, it's super rad. Yeah, okay. You can just, when it works properly, you could just slide this out to move it. Because this would go like, not sure, like this. Oh, like this, yeah. Goes like this. This is like the leg, one of the legs, right? And then the other leg was like this, but bigger. And the desk itself, as you can see, it's got a weird shape to it. It's skinny over here, And then it's fat over here, see? It's fat in the back, like that. Oh, it's such a fucking fantastic, like, classy, super rad, like, Euro 1960 fucking 5 desk. It's incredible, but my dad ruined it. But it's not even his fault. It's just, it was never meant to handle, like, putting heavy things on it. You know, it existed in the days when the only thing that went on a desk was a typewriter, if that, because usually your secretary would type things for you. You know, but the thing is, this whole mechanism of this shit just slides in like that, so that you can take off the legs, I guess. And I don't know. But anyway, these were not big enough. These were not strong enough to support it. It broke. My dad repaired it and did a shitty job, and it was still wobbly. I was just kind of like, okay, well, maybe we should just not use this desk at all. Then it occurred to me, why don't you just take the legs off? And it's almost tall enough. Here's the other piece of this other leg thing, so you can see how it fit together. This is my dad's repair job. Look at this shit. Look at my dad's incredibly shitty repair job. Ow! Instant karma. What the fuck? Talk about critical parent. The world of physical objects is here to punish me for talking shit about my dad's TE. Yeah, it's really neat. Look inside. Look at these drawers. Look at these rad drawers. So, it's got this top little part that slides out like this, you know. Pow, pow, it slides. Pen. Like they all have to go in the right spot. And then on the back here, it's got this. I don't know if you can see it here in the dark very well, but it's got this little cubby hole, and it's got a little locked door here. I got stuff in there. And it's got even a little mirror in the back. Or maybe it's just mirrored paper. I'm not sure. But I think it's mirrored, right, wallpaper maybe. So yeah, it was an incredibly rad desk when my parents bought it. But whoever designed it traded off too much functionality for form, you know? In order to make it that sleek and beautiful, they made it, you know, you have to have a very light desk load and a very jostle-free world to survive with this desk and have it not fall over or whatever. You have to be an old lady, basically. If you had this in like a business environment, somebody would bump into it and it was just like, it tries to put too much weight on and disperse it into too few points. Well, I feel maybe somewhat better than I did earlier today. Well, the other reason why you haven't seen much of me of late is because I really don't like this particular bottle of Adderall. Like, I know intellectually that generics are compositionally identical to the things that they are copying, right? That in fact, you get exactly the same drug if it's generic than if it's brand name. And if it is generic, well, there might be 4 companies that make it, You get exactly the same thing no matter who makes it. But that is not my experience. And I'm really struggling here to determine if this is just like something in my head or if I should trust my experience. This speed doesn't seem as clean, you know? It seems more gacky. So I got some Mexican meat on the barbecue. That's what I got up to go do is turn it around a little bit. You know, move it around. Mexican meat on the barbecue is more of a challenging than like cooking steaks or burgers because the Mexicans, they ignored common sense and they said, no, we are going to cook our small pieces of meat on the barbecue, but we're going to mush it all together with a bunch of sauce. So it's like, okay, well, this shouldn't work because it should fall through, but it doesn't. So it does work. And I've seen you Mexicans do it before, but that's not how you're supposed to use a barbecue. That's not how you're supposed to be barbecuing. Nevertheless, I'm barbecuing it, you know. It's like, I forget, posada or something like that. Steak posada. Excellent for steak posada, it said. We also have carne asada in there, but posada and asada are different things. And this particular stuff, I don't think I really had it before my dad brought it the last time, recently we went to the store. It tastes really alcoholic in its marinade. Like, even when you've cooked it a long time, it tastes super like alcohol, which is fine. I don't mind that because it doesn't have any actual alcohol in it because it's burned off. But the flavor of it is not a problem for me. I don't mind the flavor of it. I kind of like it, you know. I remember one time I think my grapefruit juice was starting to get a little alcoholic. And, or we just gotten like two, was it grapefruit juice? Some other kind of juice, actually. We just gotten 2 bottles of it. One of them tasted normal, one of them tasted a little alcoholic. And, but I said, well, I mean, I just bought it. I just opened it. There's no reason for it to be alcoholic. It's just in my head. I just drank it all, you know. But I think it was alcoholic. Even though we just bought it. But it's like I can't be expected to know that enough to stop myself from drinking a brand new bottle of juice unless it's really obvious. So even if I fucked up and drank alcohol, it doesn't count in my mind because I didn't have a good enough reason to know I was drinking alcohol, for sure. And I've always heard that any kind of juice has a little bit of alcohol in it, like maybe, unless it's incredibly freshly squozen, maybe. Because it does indeed, fruit juice does indeed ferment over time, as the alcohol-producing yeasts of the world say, hey, I want some of that juice, and I'll give you some alcohol in exchange for it. But I don't want any alcohol, you might say. Well, too bad. You shouldn't have left your juice out here, then. So I kind of got a lot of going on in my system right now. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty not so gacky. But I did kind of just say, well, My dad's out of town. Maybe I should just. So earlier, I was feeling like just absolute garbage shit, right? I'll tell you about the end of the world in a second, okay? Because yes, maybe, maybe not. Hard to say. But I was feeling like shit earlier. I was like, okay, I need an SI reset. Ate some food, ate some cake too after we ate lunch, and had some coffee and stuff, and then took a bath and had sexual intercourse. And I felt better. You know, I was like, well, okay, well, that was a lot of SI there. And so, but I still felt kind of yucky. So I'm like, Rachel, can I take out a Clonny? And then I did. She said, yes, I did. And then, but there was already like 2 halves in there, and I cut another one, so then there was like 4 halves. So I said, well, I should just take another half. So I took another half. So I ended up taking a full Clonny. I thought, well, that's just going to knock me out. So I better take another Adderall. So I took another Adderall. And I said, well, that's just going to make me feel gacky. Well, that's what the Clonny is supposed to knock out, is the gackiness. Okay, well, it's still kind of a complicated equation here. Maybe you should eat some mushrooms. So then, I said, okay, I'm just going to eat half of this amount of mushrooms we have left, Rachel. Is that cool with you? Because she probably didn't want it. I could tell she probably didn't want it tonight, you know? And, I will divulge the information. Look, which is to say, the answer is simply this. I don't know, but it sure seems like it, okay? Hi, Winston's mom. I had a fun time playing around with this little car thing you sent me today. Tiffany's going to ask some comments about it. Tiffany found it. You know how she applied the rule of finders keepers. And I was like, hey, Tiffany, I'm going to put that away right now. I can't put that away. Oh, my. I found it. I'm like, okay, well. I said, well, look at that. It doesn't even work right. Is this just like a fan that sits like a car? It's supposed to blow the car, right? But this thing is designed so terribly that there is zero chance, even with the no friction wheel kind of approach it has, that fan is ever going to blow that car and make it move. Even on the slickest surface, even if you had it downhill, the fan wouldn't even add any momentum to it. It's that much is too weak to do its job. And that's what they sold to you, is this car that supposedly blows itself along. But it doesn't work for shit. So I finally did get around to playing with it today. I thought, because at first I thought, this thing goes in the water. I don't want something that goes in the water. And I realized it's got wheels on the bottom. Oh, it must not go in the water. But anyway, Tiffany somehow got it into that house she found. I don't know how she got it through the door, but anyway, she's basically gonna complain about it to Mindy. And Mindy will say, "Oh, why did you bring it inside?" And she's like, "Why? Yes, tell you. Why is it the door sorry? The door is sorry." She doesn't know why she brought it inside. Somebody never knows the answer to those kind of questions. Those are difficult questions to answer in general. Now I'm feeling because of course, so I did this like with 3 different, no, just 2 of the 3 drugs tonight. First I took Havaclonny, and I said I was going to take Havaclonny, and I thought I was just going to take Havaclonny, and then I came back and took the other half. And then I was just going to eat half of that mushroom, and then I came back and ate the other half. It's like, did I know somehow ahead of time that I was going to do that? I don't think so. I think I was genuinely fooling myself there. Fooling myself into taking the right amount by pretending I'm going to take half to begin with. But except I wasn't pretending. I really believed myself. That's my problem, I guess. I'm so gullible when it comes to me. I'm such a sweet-talking guy. Ugh. What? Seems like the tripping's coming on kind of fast, you know? A little faster and harder than I expected, because I just ate something like 2 days ago, so normally that modulates the ability of the mushroom to impact you, but I just barely ate any the other, like 2 days ago, and I probably ate like 3 times that much today. Or maybe 4 times that much, who knows. Anyhow, is the world going to end? Well, I mean, it does feel as though the narrative landscape has been abandoned by any sense of allies and axis, and it's just a wasteland of wrongness. It's like nobody's even capable of recognizing they're part of the U.S. Army anymore. They're too busy squabbling between Platoon 4 and Platoon 5. Yeah, it's beyond disheartening. Because everything you hear, everything, look, remember, 99.9% of everything that any of us hear, we don't actually hear, and we don't actually encounter it at all in our life. It's just being reported to us as text and or at best video, you know. But for me, since I mostly, the kind of things that I'm talking about are things that I'm likely to read as quotations rather than see the video even. It's even more distant for me. It's like, you can really easily assess the state of the narrative landscape of the world because that's what the internet is. You know, it's like, it's a mess. But now I'm starting to trip, and I'm feeling like this is a hard topic. I had a lot to say about it earlier, but I'm also starting to feel like I'm going to puke. That's what it is. I'm getting the pukies. Alright. I kind of thought to myself, do I really want to go through that? Once again, I lied to myself. Maybe it won't happen this time, I said. It's going to happen this time, Eric. You're already feeling kind of gacky. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I want to explain this very clearly. I am 100,000,000% in total agreement with China regarding the China One China policy, okay? There should only be one China. And my point is, because I really am a caring person who really loves China and cares so much about it, I think the smart Chinese people should be in charge instead of the stupid ones. So, yeah, China, of course. You should be one China, ruled by one Taiwan. You don't have to rename yourself Taiwan. You can rename, at that point, once Taiwanese government officials take over the actual day-to-day ruling operations of the PRC, well, then you can name the whole thing China. That's fine. No, that'd be, you can't have all, you can't, that would be a disaster. I don't scale up, okay? You can't mass produce, Eric, and if you could, it would not work. It would be a disaster. You don't want everybody to be like me at all, because just think about it. If everybody were like me, to be me, I'd have to be so fucking outrageously awful at caring about myself that I'd long since be dead. I mean, that's the thing I keep trying to tell people. You don't want to be like me. Who wants to be like me? If you actually think about it, Well, I'm an ENTP. You don't want to be like me. You're nothing like me, obviously. The reason you made those good choices is not because you're a better ENTP than me. It's because being an ENTP is incredibly shitty. And you've gotten that salient point wrong. Like when Michelle Way asked this incredibly anti-polar observation question, I guess, earlier, which is like, why don't you show more ESTX typings? I don't choose who hires me, and I don't choose who says go ahead and publish. Like, I have no say over who I show in typing sessions. Obviously, if you aren't NI-polar, that's going to be incredibly obvious to you, even if your NI is shitty, I think. It's so salient the point, I have no control over at all who I publish the typing sessions over. None. And even if I were to say, well, you could publish the typing sessions of people who don't want to be published. If I were to say that, it still wouldn't include many ESTJs because ESTJs don't pay money to people to type them to tell them about themselves. Usually. After all, how's anybody else going to know about what I am if I, with my own experience of me, can't tell what I am? How's everybody else going to know? Obviously, you can't know anything except for through experience. That's not true, Dad. You can't know things without experiencing them. No. Okay. Have you ever experienced being blown up by a nuclear bomb? Well, no. Well, how do you know it kills you then? That's not the point, Eric. Actually, it is the point, Dad. Actually, that is the point. When ESTJs talk about the point, they don't even know what that means. They use it idiomatically as an expression, but they don't even know what it means. It's funny. They'll say things like, that's not the point, about exactly the point. Isn't that funny? Even though they're going to go about it by undesirable means and in a sort of suppression of autonomy for anyone who disagrees. Who's they? Right, that's not the point equals I've been proven wrong. Yes, that's true. The other way they say I've been proven wrong is, that's not the way the world works. That's another favorite of theirs. Well, that's just not the way the world works, son. Okay, but if you don't, I guess you don't remember, or something, you must remember, you're just too anti-polar, I guess, to know what I'm saying here, but actually, Dad, the reason we were having this conversation in the first place was not because I was curious about how the world worked. And we were never talking about how the world worked. So that's not how the world works is not relevant to this conversation, even though you seem to think it is. I don't care how the world works. I care a great deal, at least abstractly, at least in theory. Okay, at least in theory, or on all the official paperwork, okay, I care a lot about certain things. how the world works is not one of those things I care about so much. I care about things like how the world should talk about how the world works, or why your wrongness expresses as caring too much about how the world works. That'd be a fine subject of conversation. I'm going to frame everything through that frame of reference. Here's why your wrongness expresses is what you're saying. What an annoying thing to do to people. It's so like, it's gotta be so annoying to be on the receiving end of that. Here's why the wrongness you're expressing to me expresses the way it does for you, who, is limited in your ability to see various things. But it's true, for fuck's sake. What are you going to do about it? It's not my fault that you're anti-polar. Like, what do you think I left a comment to Michelle Way? I was like, I don't decide who hires me. And I also don't decide who publishes. So maybe you should be blaming somebody else. Who else am I going to blame for you not publishing enough ESTJ video typing sessions? Besides you, Eric. Yourself, your own types, or I don't know, but you don't blame me. I don't choose the types that people are. I just report the news. Like, she's the kind of woman who write in an angry letter to the local Channel 7. Dear Channel 7, I am sick and tired of all this rainy weather. You tell that weatherman to make some sunny forecast the next couple of weeks, or I'm going to change channels. Now, you've got it wrong, Michelle Way. The weatherman doesn't decide what the weather is going to be. He merely reports what it's going to be, or is, He predicts what it's going to be, or reports what it is. Yeah, well, I wasn't going to, but then I did. I was only going to eat the half of it, and then I ate the other half too. So, it just happens. These things happen, okay? And the problem is, I said things like, I'm not going to eat the other half, or... See, normally I'm good about saying what I'm not going to do, but not with drugs, really. I'm like, I don't want to eat that many mushrooms. But I also thought, I hate this Adderall. It's too gacky. I took half a Kalani. That should solve the problem. But now there's 3 halves of a Kalani in the cutter thing. Should never be more than 1/2 of a Kalani, because it means you unnecessarily cut another one, right? It's like you should only have to cut one when you're out of halves. So for some reason, though, my taking one more half didn't solve that problem, but it made it seem a little bit better. Is Fly Guy a sex addict? He's a sex addict like ATTICT. He's a place where you store sex things in cardboard boxes. Otto von Bismarckgraphy. Autobahn Fast and Free. Okay, I want to suggest to you guys that we come up with an operational usage. I guess, like, I'm going to give you an example of using this term the way I want it to be used. To feather or dot something is to resolve an ambiguity in language. It actually exists because one word means two different things. But to resolve it in an NI satisfying way. And my example of feather or dotting something is the word mate. Mate in America means the person you're like married to, kind of. But you're not necessarily officially married. But you're definitely more than a girlfriend. But in England, it's like your male friends are your mates, right? So, as a demonstration here, I'm going to feather or dot the word mate. And to feather or dot is to say, when you use the word mate, somebody else uses it and you're confused, you should say bloke or poke, right? Do you mean mate like your bloke or mate like the person you poke? Right, they say mate when they mean bro or Holmes or whatever. Like on the West Coast, there's more Holmes. There used to be more Holmes. It seems like Holmes has disappeared. My body doesn't treat it like a poison. My body treats it like an opportunity to involve my esophagus in both directions with food. To double its time enjoying its purpose of food passing through it, except the opposite direction. That's why mushrooms make you puke. The reality is, my body has nothing to do with mushrooms making me puke. The mushroom gods decide if you're going to puke, and it depends on how much sin you have. If you've got a lot of ontological ickiness been carrying around, like, I started recognizing how I carry around a lot of dread / anxiety for no reason at all. It's like I keep expecting somebody to get me in trouble. Nobody's gonna get me in trouble. I'm not doing anything wrong. Yeah, but you're just being too arrogant, I think. And you gotta keep a check on that. And when you're too arrogant, it makes you feel this increasing sense of dread. So maybe the dread is just telling you, stop being so arrogant. Or maybe you should just stop feeling dread about being so arrogant. But it's not clear which of those two paths is the correct one. You know? So I can't dismiss the anxiety / dread as inherently a bad thing. It could be a healthy way of indicating to me that I need to change my behavior. But I can't conclude that it's a good thing. That is a healthy way of encouraging me to change my behavior, because I have no way of distinguishing between which of those two paths it is. So it's a bit of a conundrum. But, you know, they always say, when you run afoul of dread, expect his constant companion conundrum to be at the party too. You know, that's like dread never goes anywhere without that guy. Conundrum. You know, a funny story. He thought it was actually a kind of drum until he realized, no, it's a confusing riddle of a puzzle of a pickle of a situation. Not like a drum at all. I'll tell you what is a lot like a drum. Something I was playing with earlier today that I haven't played with really, because the day after I got this, maybe the same day I got this in the mail, this wonderful gift right from Wisdom's Palm, I pulled an Eric move. Okay? Classic Eric move. I know it's a good idea. Classic Eric move. I know it's a good idea. I'll store the drum in one place, and I'll store these things in a different place. I couldn't find these things for fucking ever. So I never played this thing. It was like every time I looked at it, it would just be annoying me that I don't have these things. Yes, you can play with other sticks, but every stroke with another stick is just a reminder that I did that stupid Eric move again, where I decided for some reason to put two parts of things of the same thing in separate locations. I said, oh, what goes on in my mind when I'm doing that? It's like this horrible, horrible thing I did this morning. Oh, it makes me want to just, oh. So, my thing is, I already know this. So how could it possibly be? How could it possibly be this? But, like, when I make a beat in LMMS, okay, let me finish telling you this incredibly important story as and then I'll get to your question. It's like when I make a beat in LMS, it's got an export feature. You can export. So you set it up in the song thing where it's like you make each beat just one instrument, basically. And then you use the song thing to say which beats drop in, which instruments drop in and drop out and stuff like that. I could show you, but it sounds like a lot of TES-y stuff. I'm feeling very melty right now. I'm way too melty to do things. Anyway, you can just push export all these. Once you get it set up like I was doing, I was listening to it and playing around with it or whatever. And then said, okay, well now I kind of want to do vocals maybe. But I don't record anything in this LMS app. So, like, in the LMS, maybe I will show you, actually. Might as well. It's easier than explaining it. Yeah. Explaining is like, right now. The only time I have trouble explaining things is when I'm on mushrooms. Then it's just like, I don't know if I can explain these things at all. Normally I'm very good at explaining things, but right now so much. I think maybe I'm not that good at explaining things. Maybe I'm shitty at explaining things. Who knows? What does it even mean to be good at explaining things? How would you know? Is there some sort of explaining things judge out there giving out grades? You get an A at explaining things there. Woo! Anyway, right now I don't really get an A at explaining things. Is the point. I get a mercy C at best, probably. I guess if you're comparing me against everybody else, I'd probably still get an A, but if you're comparing me against me, then I'm not doing a very good job of explaining this right now. You know, in fact, I don't think I've explained a single thing at all in this whole talking bit right here. I might have accidentally explained something. That'll happen sometimes when you accidentally explain something. I can't prevent myself from accidentally explaining something. But I mean, when I'm trying to purposefully explain things, it's difficult to do sometimes. More difficult when I'm on mushrooms than when I'm not on mushrooms, I think. I have a little bit of a tendency to forget where it was going and stuff. Well, I haven't really had a lot of sleep lately. I'm feeling super tore up. Like I said, I don't like this new Adderall. It's like jaw clench, gack fest, irritation party. Here, you want to take this? It'll make you clench your jaw, feel gacky, and be irritable. Ooh, yeah, I want to take that. That's for sure. I love that. I love those things. Uh, you know. You don't get explanations in real life. You just get moments that are absolutely, utterly, and inexplicably odd. Well, I mean, if you don't get explanations in real life, you're not hanging out with me. That's for sure. If you were hanging out with me, you'd get a lot of explanations in real life. I promise you that. No matter what's going on, I'll explain it in some way or another. You know. For example, I'll explain why you say that thing, even though that's not. Here's why your wrongness looks the way it does. You know. Here's why your wrongness looks the way it does. This is the drum, not an explanation. This is much better to hit now that I found these things again. I should never have stored these things in a different location than the main part. That was dumb. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Because I am an idiot. The same reason why I tried to export a bunch of tracks without exporting tracks using Windows WASP. What was that? It's like I'm like 30 minutes into struggling this fucking super primitive way of importing all these LMS tracks into Audacity. I'm like, why am I doing this? Why? Why am I trying to do this and having so much trouble? And then I try to figure it out, like, okay, I get. See, the problem is this, right? The basic problem is, now that I have this thing, I can explain it to you. How is that German chick in ISTJ? Yeah, the thing is, ASTFasta, this reminds me. You can't hide your original comment from me by editing it. I get a notification email on the original comment. So I read the original email, the original comment, before you edited it, you motherfucker. I just forgot about it until right now. No! No. I had a sassy comeback for your comment, and then when I got there, you changed it. What's up with that? But you ruined my sass back. You totally ruined my sass back. I was gonna sass the fuck out of you. I couldn't sass what you had changed it into. You changed it into some sort of tame boringness. Yeah, whatever. Here's your heart. I love this so much. And now he's happy. Or whatever. I love your blandness. Thanks for your efforts. That's what you should be required to say when you push that heart. Oh, I love your blandness. Thanks for your efforts. Because that's what really I love. I love the fact that you're not challenging me. You're not challenging me with bullshit. If you were correct, you see, that's the thing. You can't challenge me at all. Because if you're challenging me with correctness, then you're just correcting me. And if you're challenging me, then you're just giving me bullshit, probably. Because I can be corrected, sure. You might be correct, sure. You don't even have to be particularly good at being correct or being smart to be correct and correct me. Those things are all true. But not in this case. Not in this case, you're totally full of shit. Now, she might not be an ISTJ, right? But affect and whatever the other thing you said in the original comment are not good reasons to conclude that she's not an ISTJ. So there, I'm glad you finally got the sass back you deserved, mister. You've been waiting for that sass back for a long time. You earned it, and I'm sorry that it took so long for me to mail it to you. Oh yeah, you know other ISTJs and act very different. Well, you're probably wrong about the people you think are ISTJs. First of all, second of all, how somebody acts in normal circumstances is going to be somewhat different than how they act under a intensive interview of them, right? That's not a normal circumstance for people. You're asking them to perform as responders to questions, which is one possible frame of reference out of a myriad of different frames. Let me show you this other thing. No, I never. See, this is why I'm a bad explainer on mushrooms. I never explained why it was so dumb the way I was trying to do this thing this morning, even though I already knew that how to do it smart. It's like I'm trying to avoid a reality that I didn't even avoid if I had done it the way I had done it. I still wouldn't have avoided that reality. So it was really, really dumb. That's just backslot TE, I guess. It's because I don't like the way it looks. And I don't, well, it's not just the way it looks. It makes it cumbersome when you're dealing with the percussion of a song. And it's like, well, for fuck's sake, do you need to take up like 15 tracks all by yourself or whatever? Just be the drums. You don't need to be that many different tracks, you know? But they do need to be that different. They kind of do, you know? That's the problem. They kind of do need to be that many different tracks. So then you end up with this shit. Then you end up with this shit that I'm going to show you now. And boy, I tell you, it's like, this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. In fact, I hate art. That's what this is titled. I hate art. What I saved this file as. I hate art. I hate it. I hate everything about it. Look at it. Look at how ugly and awful it is. So many things. Oh. Ew. Ew. Look at that. But look at this. This is a little bit better. Oh, you can't see it now because I changed the thing. Never mind. You're not getting what I'm saying. Eric, shh. Shh. Just stop. You're being too Eric-y. This is what I keep telling myself. You need to stop being too Eric-y. I'm not really convinced I do need to stop being too Eric-y. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. How does one determine the answer to a question like that? Well, first you'd have to know what too Eric-y meant. You know, I know what too Eric-y means. I have my own, mushy definition of it. Or, it's being too Eric-y. You know, Eric, you don't need anything more clear than that. But if I'm going to try to say these things and get explanations from other people, then obviously I have to present it a different way. But I'm not trying to do that, so I'm just explaining. I'm just making noise, okay? Just like this song I'm working on, it says. I just express myself that way instead. It's a special kind, a special delight that fills your heart with heavenly light. An affirmation of this wondrous thing we call living. This gift, this blessing of life that just keeps on goddamn giving. That's what I'm talking about. And this, my new hit single, Life is Wonderful, Everything's Fantastic. The only problem I have is that you motherfuckers will fuck off! But life is wonderful, everything's fantastic. My only problem is all of you motherfuckers. That's my new message. That's my guru's message. My guru's, that's what you call a guru's delight. I call you into my office, and I begin by saying, "Hey, Tommy, welcome to my guru office. I got some news for you. You were right. I'm a guru. I don't have any problems. The world's a wonderful place. Fantastic. It's just great, okay? And I have a special guru's message for you. The only problem I have is you. And everybody like you. So fuck off." It's called the Guru Special. You go home and whack off to it. Enjoy that shit. You don't give it out to just anybody. You should be paying me like shit tons of money for these important truths. I'm telling you, but you know, that's why you're not. That's why I'm telling you to fuck off, I guess. I should have told you that a long time ago. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it the time you caught yourself there. You're about to. You're about to try to push the button on the screen where it's not really there. Where it's just representing it. That's not the speaker you're supposed to come out of. Don't you know anything? Why would I even be playing it in this awful place now? Oh, Eric, don't play it here. That's dumb. You're being dumb again. Big dummy. Why are you being a big dummy all the time? You know. Just tell it, you know, because he keeps asking me what title I want to title it. You know, I don't know. Whatever. Play it here. That makes a lot more sense. You're finally making sense again after too long. Just think about all the years you've spent making no sense at all. Maybe you should have tried making sense before now. What was the catalyst for you to decide to start making sense right this second? Well, I guess it was finding this magical drum. But Eric, you already knew where the drum was. That's true. Then wasn't really finding the sticks? Listen, the sticks, the drum, we're all one, okay? Once you get this truth, then you'll understand we're all one. When I said I couldn't find the drum, that means I couldn't find the sticks. No, you meant that, Eric, but that doesn't mean that. Yes, it does. We're all one. That means you, me, the sticks, the drums, we're all one. Whenever it comes to me being wrong, we're all one. Whenever it comes to you being wrong, fuck off. Is that clear? Okay, good. Now get out of my guru's office. Well, you called me in here. I know, I needed to tell you that. Now get out. Thank you for listening. Fucking tard, this is the problem. You see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why you are my problem. Because you're retarded. If you weren't so retarded, then I wouldn't have a problem. Obviously. You're a terrible guru, Eric. Well, but I am a real one. See, that's the thing. You can find lots of good gurus, but there's counterfeit gurus. If you want to find a good guru, then you're going to have to expect the fact that they're not going to be a real guru. Now, if you want a real guru, you have to accept the fact that they're not going to be a good guru. They don't care about you and your stupid shit. I mean, why would they? They're enlightened. They don't have time for your stupid shit. Okay, yeah, tell me about your mother beating you. No, don't tell me that, fucktard. That's why you're all fucked up and I'm not. I don't want to hear about it. Obviously. That's the thing. It's like, that's why, being a guru, it was a terrible career choice. A terrible career path for me. I should never have undertaken that career path in the first place. Because what I should have gone with is Pretend Guru. Pretend Guru pays a lot better. It's incredibly easy work. You just have to come up with NI aphorisms that mean nothing. And really a lot more popular than being an actual guru. In which case, you just tell people jokes, or you tell them how dumb they are, or you make jokes about how dumb they are, and nobody pays attention to you. So it's much better to be a fake guru. They make a lot more money. But they don't make this cool song. I keep getting sidetracked by things. You're doing it to me, Peter Dentici. It's your fault. I know it is. I used to think sometimes things weren't Peter Dentici's fault. But recently, I've come to question that misconception of mine. And now I realize that everything's always Peter Dentici's fault. And it doesn't even matter if I want it to be or not. It's like... why are these headphones uncomfortable? I don't want it to be that Peter Dentici made them this way on purpose to get me, but that's the truth of the matter. He's an awful, awful person who deserves to constantly be shit on me in every conceivable way. I think that's very clear. There's one thing that's not too much of an overreach. It's that everything's always Peter Dentici's fault. And he's just constantly spending all the time laying traps for me. Like, he convinced my daughter to buy me these headphones, knowing they're not that comfortable, really. They're pretty comfortable without that. See, he's smart like that. If you convinced her to get really uncomfortable headphones, then I wouldn't wear them at all. He's got a long, slow torture game that he's trying to do here, and he's nefarious beyond all reckoning, let me tell you. It's like, you're not going to outplan this guy. He's got his moves ready for January 2037 already. That's how far ahead of the game he is. Am I finally going to sing this silly song that I'm making? I keep forgetting what I'm doing for a second. But then I keep remembering what I'm doing. So, this is not the document I wanted to look at, though. This says notes for football example, function explanation. Ooh, explanation. And it turns into an explanation of why I was doing it. It turns out I've been doing nitrous wrong this whole time. I could explain that too. That sounds like too much TI hard work. I don't like things that are hard. Hard things. Sometimes they just make me just shake my head or put my... Oh. Why? Why be so hard? Don't do that to me. Just be easier. You know, it's like my dad fucking... Oh my God, this incredibly shitty repair job he's doing. I can't believe I'm still not singing this song yet. It's called I Hate Art. I fucking hate everything I do. I hate the society where I spend all of my time and energy. I hate everything about everything I do and am. That's what the song is about. Because it's so annoying being so Eric-y all the time. Just stop being so fucking Eric-y for 1 second. Sing song? No way. Make noise. You go away. You lyric-loving losers. You like words. Words aren't fun, you dumb-ass nerds. You can't make me make melody, but Tracy, she's the one to see. Make salad me. I messed that part up. That's what happens when I'm trying to read what I wrote before instead of just making it up like a boat floating on the sea, and it goes as it ought to go. And eventually, you don't have have to know. You gotta just see and I react, I guess, faster as the fact. In fact, if you don't, you'll crash. Anyway, but if I'm writing things down, then you gotta get it right or you sound like a clown. You sound like a failure. You sound like a failure. Failure's no fun. Failure is very rarely fun. Sometimes failure can be fun. Failure is absolutely a lot of fun. Failure is the most fantastically fun thing in the world. And if I didn't have it constantly, I think I just lose my will to live. Yes, I love failing constantly. Look at me, I fail constantly. The only thing that makes me different from free is that I fail constantly. Oh yeah. That's not the words I wrote down at all. That's not the song I wanted to say to you. It's not even a song, right? It has the lyrics though. Sing song? No way. Make noise. You go away. You lyric-loving losers. You like words. Words aren't fun. You don't ask nerds. You can't make me make melody, but Tracy, she's the one to see. Makes out of me, fucking fucked it up again, you fucking failure. When will it end this fucking not a failure? It never is gonna end. It's who you are. You live to fail and you fail to live. I don't fail to live. I am alive. That's not what I mean, Eric. See, this is why you fail so much. Sing song, no way. Make a lot of noise until you go away. You're lyric-loving losers and you like words, but words aren't fun and you're dumbass nerds. You can't make me make melody, but Tracy, she's the one to see. Make sell at me, make yell at me, forsake Bill Bellamy, and Bell Biv devotes the sort of devilry that all rivalry has got to go. Demasiado dread, too much news. Muy more free, but mucho less true. Too much fear, too much stress, too much gear to wear that dress out here in the wilderness. I guess, my dear, it's for the best. It's really for the best. I hate art. It's so ass. It's so smart. It's this class. It's virtue twisting shifty parts and everyone's aghast. Because, singing is for hippies, rapping's not for men. Mysticism's trippy, you think that it's a sin. Don't name your daughter Misty, don't call her brother Jen. Virtue's gotten shifty as the world begins to end. Flipper wasn't flippy, the doctor wasn't in. Gentle Ben ain't Skippy, he would've ate your skin. Except for Kip and Pippi, a sturdy cardigan. But sturdy's getting dirty as the world's about to end. Now it's getting nippy, winter settles in. Your beverages are whippy and you're cozy in the den. So why your nose so drippy? Are you hiding drugs within? Virtue's getting shifty as the world's about to end. There, that's the message I wanted to send as a guru. It's my guru message to you. Why are you caring so much? Can't you tell? The world's about to end. I think, maybe. I wouldn't call it a prediction so much as a speculative murmur. I don't predict the future. I engage in speculative murmurations. How would I know it's going to happen? It hasn't happened yet, You can't predict the future because it hasn't happened yet. Well, I guess you can't predict it. But what you can't do is foretell it, okay? You don't know that for sure. You like to say you know for sure what's going to happen in the future. I see a vision. There's a city burning. And some shit's going down. Nostradamus. That's not predicting the future. That's just you fucking stroking your FINE with a long-handled spoon. These are the best strokes with long-handled spoons I've found. The short-handled spoons are You just can't stroke shit with a short-handled spoon. Just put it that way. You can't stroke shit with a short-handled spoon would be a great lyric and a great way to start an album, you know. You can't stroke shit with a short-handled spoon. Fucking Buster come up in here with a short-handled spoon. Say, I'm gonna stroke your dick with this. You can't stroke anything with a short-handled spoon. And then just drop in your music after that. I have no explanation. Ideally, you find authentic people authentically having that conversation and then just record it. Rather than trying to put it together yourself. That's the tricky part. You gotta really look around a lot to find people authentically having that conversation and then just recording it. But it's much funnier if it's that way than if you make it up yourself. It's like, well, you're just joking. I don't want to just be joking. I want that hilarious reality to exist and for me to laugh at it. Isn't that better? It's better than joking. Then it's just being funny all by itself. I don't even have to do anything. What's better than joking? Things just being funny by themselves. Why are you making me do all the work? You know? Oh, yeah. You're a real comedian with your jokes. You know, I call that enabling funny shit to not do its own work. You know? You think you're doing them a favor, all you're doing is getting addicted to the government dime. You can't get funny shit addicted to government programs. You're basically condemning them to a lifetime of poverty. Equines don't possess such advanced cognition, Clint. They don't. Equines are nature's way of saying, here, ride this. I wouldn't want to walk either. Equines are nature's way of saying, no, I get it, walking sucks. And nature's right about that. Walking does suck. It's a slow way to get places, just tiring, you gotta use your legs. Other people walk even way, way slower than me, it seems like. And I'm not a particularly fast walker. I'm not like, hey, let's see who can walk the fastest. I don't really care how fast we're walking. It doesn't really matter, because if I was trying to get somewhere fast, I wouldn't be walking there, obviously. That's not a fast way to get someplace. That's a slow way to get someplace. I'd be riding a horse if I really want to get someplace fast, I ride my horse. I don't walk. That's what equines are for. They're nature's answer to the question, why do I have to walk? And nature responds, you don't! Isn't that great? All you have to do is enslave these other creatures. Oh, wow, that's easy. I'm a lot smarter than those horses. So you're telling me all I gotta do is enslave these horses and I don't have to walk anymore? Yeah. Oh my God. Well, I mean, it's gonna take a little time. It's gonna take some violence, sure. I have no doubt, with my superior human intellect, that at some point, with enough effort and failed attempts and stuff, I will successfully enslave those horses. I mean, I'm not like I'm an African or something. They totally failed with those zebras over there. They're like, fuck it. We're never gonna ride these things. I guarantee you, if zebras were in Europe, they'd be properly enslaved like the regular horses. Bunch of quitters. Continent of Africa. All of you people. Everybody in your whole continent is the same. Okay? You are all scared of zebras. You don't get... Everybody in Africa, you've got two main problems. One, don't let flies land on you. Why are you guys always letting flies land on you? You're supposed to shoo them away. Don't just let them land on you and sit there. Who does that? Only dead people do that, right? Normally, if somebody's letting a fly just sit on them, you can pretty well conclude they're dead. But not you guys. You just let them sit there indefinitely. Why? I don't know. Maybe you have a special deal you made with them or something. Oh, I know what it is. You must have thought that those are those kind of fish that come and clean your teeth. No. It doesn't work that way with flies. It's a reasonable, intuitive leap to make. Like, okay, well, there's a little fish that go around, and those are good, and flies eat stuff that I don't really want on me. So maybe if a fly lands on me, they're eating that stuff. But it turns out that's not why the flies are there. Flies don't land on you because they're trying to eat stuff off of you. They land on you because they're tired and they want somewhere to sit down. You can't let them just sit on your face. That's just insane. Like, shoo them away. You know? Why are you doing that? Why are you just letting a fly sit on your face? Ew. Anyway, that's one thing that everybody in Africa does wrong. It's a weird belief that if they let flies sit on their face, the flies are groom them like those little fishes in the sea. Everybody in Africa does wrong. Is they don't get how to, you don't know how to enslave shit. You gotta enslave your horses. You can't just let them run around like, oh, we're a big herd of striped horses. But what are you for? What are you doing? Well, we're just running around doing whatever. You can't just run around and do whatever. You are perfectly rideable looking things. And you'll notice here, I'm walking, number one. I don't want to walk, number two. And I'm probably capable of enslaving you. So what the fuck is wrong with me? Why am I walking when all you zebras are running right past me? I need to enslave you all to do my walking for me. Because I am smarter than you dumb horses. And that's why you have to be my slave. That's the sure sign of intelligence, is a compulsion to enslave everything. It's like, for some reason, it seemed like the dumb people didn't like to enslave people. Like, you don't really hear about, like, the Inuits enslaving each other. You just hear about, we didn't like the fact that those other kind of Inuits called us Eskimos. Well, then you should never have named your pies that. Like, listen, Inuits, if you don't want to be called Eskimos, don't fucking name your pies Eskimo pies. Well, we named them that, but that's actually what those other Inuits were calling us because they were racist. Okay, if that's your biggest problem, you're not doing nearly enough enslaving of things. You know, intelligent, civilized cultures put a lot of energy into enslaving everything around them. I'm not very civilized because my cats, I'm like their slave. A proper civilized, intelligent European, what I should have is these cats locked inside 24/7 and declawed so they don't damage my furniture. And that's proper slavery for a cat. Instead, Rachel can't go to sleep until something naturally occurring makes trouble leave the room, because if she kicks out the cat, then she'll feel bad about it. I saw her struggling the other night with this cat, trying to talk to him, and I'm like, no trouble, you've got to go. I was like, oh, what the fuck is this woman doing? I grabbed a broom because I'm also scared of the cat. I walked out of the trouble, get the fuck out of here. Like scare him a little bit. Not hit him, but just scare him a little bit. He ran right out. As soon as I walked in, he knew I was there to make him listen to Rachel. And he knew very well Rachel was telling him. He was just ignoring the living fuck out of her because she's an INFJ. And anytime that she has to assert herself in a way that actually gets outcomes for somebody who's ignoring their cues, I mean, he's not gonna take her very seriously. That's the bottom line. He knows what she was saying. He knew that she didn't want him in there. He doesn't respect her, right? He also doesn't respect me, okay? But he does respect the broom. He doesn't respect me because when he came up to me very, like, meow, meow, so good to see you, Eric, and I reached down to try to pet his head, he scratched the living fuck out of me last night. I bled so much, it was ridiculous. And what did I do? I said, you fucker! Ow, 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 ow! Why are you so fucking awful? I went and washed my finger in the sink and when I got a piece of... But we are clearly the slaves here, right? That is our master. So I identify with the rest of Africans. I, too, for inexplicable reasons, this is why I talk so much shit about it, because it just happens to me, too. I like to let flies sit on my face. That's the secret truth of the matter. And I totally get it. For people who don't let flies sit on their face, you are missing out. It is absolutely spectacular. It's like you get a little face massage with their little legs walking around. It's amazing. And I, too, don't like to enslave the animals. So much so that I will literally become their slave before I will enslave them. So, I get it. It's like, okay. Look, everybody. These European cunts are here with their guns and stuff, and they're cornering us here and putting us in a weird position. It's like we either gotta become murderers or slaves. You might say, well, it's not murder because we're defending ourselves, but I mean, we're a little bit more enlightened than these savages who are trying to enslave us, so we try to be above and beyond reproach, not just meaning the letter of the law, so to speak, but be proactive in valuing the upholding of preservation of life, even when we have legitimate cause to take a life or use deadly force. We're hesitant to use those kind of arguments. So, among the most enlightened of us here, we're essentially being given a choice to become a murderer or a slave. And because we're so goddamn enlightened, I'd rather be enslaved by you than murder you. I'm not that enlightened, but I would definitely rather murder you than be enslaved by you. If you're going to try to enslave me, I will have no problem just shooting you right in the face. Well, why did you shoot me in the face? Because you have me shackled, like to a thing, like I'm an ox or something. Like, where'd you guys even come up with this crazy idea? Who came up with this idea? Like, hey, I know. Hey, buddy, come over. Bring all of our friends over. Todd, Steve, Joe, Bob, everybody. Bring them all over here. Alright, so I don't know if you guys have heard, but there were reports when some explorers come back from Africa, right? Apparently the people there, they like don't have any technology or anything. It's like they never learned how important it is to constantly be stressing out over shit, you know? So they don't even have like roads or real houses. Like, they don't even have guns. They got like bows and arrows. They're a bunch of savage cavemen. So anyway, what I've got is a cool idea. You know what we could do to these people? It's like, first of all, there's like no cops down there, okay? There's like no cops at all. And second of all, it's like there's not even any government or anything. We could do whatever the fuck we want. Because third of all, they don't even have any guns. We got guns. So, hey, guys, come on. Let's all go to Africa and enslave these people. Like, can you imagine the meeting in which this idea was proposed? Surely somebody stood up and said, okay, this is why idiots should never be able to host meetings. You invited us all here, telling us you had a phenomenally good idea that you wanted us to hear. But that's not a phenomenally good idea. That's the worst idea I've ever heard in my life. That sounds like a whole lot of work to take on the burden of someone who very much does not want to do what you say. Of forcing them to continue doing what you say. Oh, God, what a nightmare. Because it's like if you ever stop with your application of force for a second, they're likely to fucking take whatever's nearby and crush your skull in it. You know? You gotta constantly be looking out for, am one of these people I've enslaved gonna murder me? Because they've all got plenty of good reasons to murder you. After all, you whip them when they won't do what you say. What kind of lunatic is this who came up with this idea? That's not a good way to relate to other people or get things from them. It's like, look, you thought, oh, it's fine, we'll get some slaves. You didn't really think, like, but maybe they won't always be slaves. maybe later on, other people will be like, hey, don't make them be slaves. It's a lack of imagination, right? To just not even think like, oh, it'll be fine. No, this is gonna work out fine. We'll just, it'd be fine because you can always tell them apart. Look at this. Look at this civilized color. See this? This is called civilization. You can always tell apart the ones you want to enslave. They're a lot darker than that. Okay? They're the color of savagery. It's a lot. You can't see things when it's savage because it's too dark. And that's also why we can enslave them, because they're too dark. If they were medium dark, well, you could argue that they were just there to set the mood. But they're too dark. They're very, very dark, some of them. I mean, there's a whole range of colors really over there. But the point is, we're reducing the whole continent to one thing to make it easier to understand. Because who wants to learn a bunch of shit? Nobody. It's easier to just pretend. So yes, that's why it's fine to enslave all those people. Okay? Well, you didn't answer any of my objections. You go away. Who invited you to my slavery meeting, Eric? Get out of here. But I really think this is a terrible idea. No, you are not invited to my slavery meeting, Eric. You get out. Whoever presented the idea of slavery at a meeting has a very Tiffany-esque quality to them. I'm fine, that's mine. Tiffany was, in a previous life, she was a slave keeper, and her justification was always the same. I found you. I got to kill you. One time one of her slaves said, but didn't I also find you? She said, shut up! You're a slave, you can't find things. And she whipped him. Because they're only idiots. That's the thing. Success does not link to intelligence or wisdom at all. Or especially not wisdom. Success links very strongly to stupidity. You gotta be stupid to be successful. Like skunks. Oh, of course, I go here. I'm a skunk. Well, I don't know if you've looked around, skunk, but all the other wild animals are like run away when they see me. But you just look at me like, hey, what's up? Oh, of course I know. I'm a skunk. I'm special. I go wherever I want to. You seem kind of look like a prey animal, you know. Well, let's go ahead and try to eat me. I'll make you smell bad. Turns out, stupidity is way more successful than any kind of intelligent approach to the problem, right? Like if you were presented the idea, hey, listen, you're going to be a species that's basically prey species. You know, it's like you're not a carnivore. You're not eating other animals, and you're getting fat off plants. And you know, we need you to have a defense so that you're not just you can survive and persist and stuff. Like the smart animals chose like run away fast, like rabbits, or climb up a tree, like squirrels, or you know, have a bunch of spines on you, like a porcupine. Those are all sensible solutions. Only Tiffany goes, oh, well, if you try to eat me, I'll be raw stunker. And yet, that works way better than any of those other solutions. The only other thing that works almost as well is equally stupid. Possums, though, they're not entitled. They don't act entitled, they don't seem entitled. They're just more entitled than they realize because they're so gross. So it's like grossness is their strategy. Just like, I'm a raw stunker. Is a skunk strategy. Like, you don't want to eat me, I'm disgusting. It's a possum strategy. And he doesn't even know that. Possums are constantly startling even themselves. They're like, I'm a possum. Oh, God. Where am I? You know, when a skunk crosses the street, right, that's an act of entitlement. Your cars can't help me. Or if you're hurry, I'll a bar stunker. Cars don't give a fuck. They can just run you over anyway, skunk. But nevertheless, you know, your approach works for other predators besides cars. With possums, I was like, I'm on the middle of the street. I'm a possum. Oh, thank God I got hit by a car. That was an awful life. It was short and awful life. I just felt like I was constantly being startled by everything, mostly by the fact that I was a possum. So thank God something finally killed me. That's how possums are. They're constantly getting run over by cars. You think, okay, well, they're slow. No, they're suicidal. They're possums. I kind of envy skunks, you know? Skunks have the cosmos' greatest power at their disposal, stupidity. But the possum is just burdened by nature's cruelest reality, grossness, individual grossness. Sorry, possum. Even the cute ones like Mary Kate and Ashley that we give names to. And I would never touch one of those things. Not just like, ew! Stop being a marsupial already. Fucking pick a category. Are you a mammal? Are you a gross thing? Or what? Marsupials are like, you know, in all the animal kingdom, and all the animal phylums and other categorization things, you just know. Marsupials are the ones going on, respect my pronoun. No, fucktard, just stop being marsupials. I will not respect your marsupial pronouns. I already call you it. What else do you want me to call you? You're gross marsupials. Yeah, I get it. Your poster child's a kangaroo is not particularly gross seeming. And, naturally, of course, they box things. So they have some use. You always box a kangaroo. You can't box a possum. That possums are terrible. Unlike kangaroo cousins in the marsupial kingdom, you cannot box a possum. I mean, you can. But it's very difficult to get the possum to adhere to Queensberry rules. It's just... There's too many animals around. It's like, get away from me, animals. Just get... You guys are fucking... You guys are just... You see a man lying here wounded in the street, and instead of trying to help him, you animals, you just come and pick his pockets and cut off his legs to sell them to his relatives. Why would you cut off a man's leg just so you can sell that leg to the man's relatives? Especially when you're animals and you don't even want the money. It's just pure spite. This is what these animals know. They know that if they complain, I'll just feed them so they shut up. And they just get me that same way every time. All of them. And it's like they must be talking to each other. The thing is, you wouldn't expect, hey, Pete, I'm giving you some food. Let's just keep it between us, right? Apparently, he's talking to the marsupials as well, which is just like, okay, I thought I knew you, Peter Peacock, but did I catch you last night making out with a possum? My dad informed me that Peter's gay because he was trying to chase down an adolescent male peacock down the street and show him his feathers and hump him. He came to tell me that the other day that Peter's gay. I said, Peter's not gay, dude. Peter's just fucking. Peacocks will fucking anything, you know. It's like a male peacock. I've seen them show their feathers to like a car, to a mailbox. Their dad fucks that mailbox if it bends over in front of them. They'll fuck the hell out of it. I don't care what it is. It only takes them like a second. Occasionally you hear this sound. I just the other day realized, oh, That's the sound of, like, it's a particular kind of, oh no, I'm alarmed by what's happening to me, squawk that girl peacocks make when they get mounted for 3 seconds. It's like they're doing this whole Japanese girl thing, these lady peacocks. There's a very particular sound I hear occasionally. It goes like this. Ah! I realize, oh, that the only reason you only hear that occasionally, and it's because that's the sound of the chick when she pretends like she dropped her keys, right? She pretends like she dropped her keys. So she bends over in front of the male peacock, and he jumps on her and humps her real quick, and she pretends to be surprised by it, like, eh! That's that sound I hear occasionally, but not very frequently. It's different than the other ones. I've been really attentive to this thing lately of, like, oh my God, I really am incredibly retarded about certain things, about a lot of things. Just like, how could I be so dumb? Like, I've been doing nitrous wrong this whole time. I've been trying to figure out. Every time we do, for a year now, probably, I've been periodically starting notes that look like these notes that I have. I'll show you here, and then still going, no, I haven't figured it out yet. But I will show you. This is very important stuff. What's it called? It's called Notes for a Football Example. That's what it's called. That's not what you'd think it would be called. But that is what it's called. Because the part I added about nitrous was just something that occurred to me while I was doing nitrous that was unrelated to my original thing, but it's on the same document. That's why. Okay? Because this, I'm talking about nitrous, is not notes for football example, but it is in that document. Okay. I will show it to you. It's not really a document, it's just a notepad file. I mean, there's low-graded documents you can get, really. It's not even a Word doc, which is pretty shitty. I'm not sure if it's like, where are the slums? Are they .doc or are they .odf? It's hard to say. They're both pretty slummy. One's the slums, one's the barrio. Alright, so here are the notes for this thing I was making. But as you see down here, all of a sudden, aha, wait, I think I just realized something. This is what I've been getting wrong about it. So it's like, you need to figure out, okay, well, whatever variable to the frame of what you need normally. So I need a minimum amount of breath normally to get enough oxygen, right? And I would say I'm capable of breathing a lot more than that. Okay. So then there's the next factor is, now here's the amount of X, which is in this case the amount of the need to the feeling like you need to breathe. Okay, feeling short of breath. So the amount of X, the amount of feeling short of breath that happens when you're agitated. So it's like, how much oxygen do I need when I'm running is different than how much oxygen I need when I'm just sitting here. But here's what I was missing out on. You also need to consider shortness of breath when you what you would need what you need when you're not agitated, but it's also not normal. So, in other words, when you're doing whippets, that's different. It's not like I'm short of breath because I've been exercising. It's I'm short of breath because I'm holding in my whippets like bong reps for no reason. And I've been spending a year trying to figure this out. Oh, this is so much better if I just hit it, blow it out. You got the next one, hit it, blow it out. It has the same exact impact. Holding it in does nothing. And it just make me feel like I'm gasping for air, which is what's probably been giving me a headache, not so much the nitrous. This is how retarded I am. You know, it's like, what's clearly a quarter of mushrooms. I just say to Rachel, well, this quarter of mushrooms is in this bag with an additional bag. We purchased a quarter of mushrooms. There are 2 bags within this bag. So each of these bags must be an eighth of mushrooms. So let's just split this eighth of mushrooms. But it wasn't an eighth of mushrooms. It was what was obvious to me with my eyes. It's a fat quarter. But my mapping ways said, oh, no. My eyes can't be trusted. Sensing reality can't be trusted. What can be trusted is what is this. I bought a quarter of mushrooms. This is a bag of mushrooms. There's another bag here that I can't see inside. This must be half the quarter of mushrooms, and that must be half the quarter of mushrooms. Even though it wasn't. It was just a bag of weed. We thought he had lost it, left it in there. I think he was just saying, hey, I sell weed too. Because then the next time I bought mushroom from him, I bought an ounce of weed too. So it was good at getting me to buy his weed. Well, Gandhi drank his own pee. Yeah. And this is the example of, it's a good thing you bring this up, Fly Guy. He had some incredibly dumb reasoning for this. You know, it's like, he had a variety of things that were going on in his head that explained this. But if anybody were to hear that explanation, they should not think that it's a good explanation. There's not any good reason to drink your own pee. Unless you're, you know, literally dying of thirst. And even then you should try to filter out as much of the pee quality as possible, you know? Like, okay, I get you're going to drink that bucket of pee, but can't we at least, like, filter through some cloth a couple of times or something? No, we cannot. What did I do with my bucket of pee? Oh, that's right. I think I left it over there. What do you think that I've come here to see? I'm not certain, but it's my bucket of pee. Oh, I get by with my bucket of pee. Yes, I get high with my bucket of pee. Ooh, I'm gonna try with my bucket of pee. Do you need anybody? I just need bucket of pee. Could it be anybody? No, it has to be bucket of pee. Okay, so basically, anybody who tells you to do some weird dietary thing is stupid. They're inherently dumb because they don't get that. Well, they're having such a childlike frame problem, right? It's like they're trying to be universalist by something that's particularized. It's as simple as that. They don't get they're making a category error. So much so that they never will learn what a category error is. In fact, they will probably dispute that such a thing exists. If they're especially bright, they'll dispute that such a thing exists. It must be weird going through the world like an animal, you know? You know what you want, you know how to get it. You don't give a fuck about anything else. It's just like the cats, you know? Like, I don't know what I want or how to get it. I mean, how to get it's a moot point. You have to know what you want before the question of how to get it even becomes activated. Oh shit, I had steak. I borrowed barbecuing. Those meats are charred to shit now, I'm sure. I totally forgot about those. I should have remembered I was cooking something. That's a good thing about cooking outside. If you don't remember, well, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to eat this food, but I've given myself an appropriate scolding. I'm premature in saying there's no way you're going to eat this. I can't even see it. It's dark. So I did look at it before I concluded that there's no way I'm going to be able to eat it. It might be perfectly fine. Alright, eyes never, very rarely give you any useful information. In this case, it's pretty clear, guys. Alright. Eyes, you did a pretty good job of resolving the matter for me right now. This thing I'm doing, like, oh, see what I mean by being retarded? You see what I mean? Like, look, this is the floor, right? This is this big brown thing that's right here. But here's the door. So every time I come in and out, I gotta walk around this thing and I'm constantly bumping into it. That's not a good design. Let me just show you this meat. Mmm. You want some of that? You want some of this burnt shit? Mmm. You can't eat that. It's not even remotely salvageable. I was right in my first instinct. It turned out I didn't need my eyes to look at it. They just did the job of confirming what I already knew. You're not going to be able to eat that. You forgot about that for too long. You can only forget about things for so long before you come back and they're dead. It's like, all right. We do have cats. I should have thought about that before this sudden 2-week departure. I wonder what they're up to. I guess they'll find their own food, you know. No, they're dead when you get back. If you do it that way, they're just dead when you get back. Or gone someplace where food's more easy to get, I guess. Like, hey, there's no food here. Even cats probably do. Say, well, I guess we have no choice but to sit down and starve to death. There appears to be no food in this location right here. Well, I'm all out of ideas. I guess there's nothing left to do but starve to death. Well, see, the thing is, I wasn't really planning on tripping tonight. But you know, sometimes your plans and what happens are different things. In fact, almost every single time, without any exception, my plans and what happens are always different. And for so long, I didn't even know that. How did I not notice this? It's like, why was I spending at least 30 minutes trying to use fucking Windows WASP to record the stereo bus that was playing through the speakers as a means of importing tracks from LMS. What a stupid, dumb, stupid, horrible, dumb, stupid way of doing things. Especially since I already know full well LMS has an export all tracks, and Audacity has an import all tracks function that worked just fine. So why was I trying to do it that way? I have no answer for this. And why was I trying to do it like that for seriously, probably close to 45 minutes before I realized, oh my God, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? And the reason I said this is because my solution, which I thought, you know what, it's not going to be as much of a hassle as it seems. Again, I'm not comparing it against the good idea. I'm comparing it against my other, even worse idea. Hey, you know what? It's a lot better than that other idea I had. It was really terrible. Yeah, but Eric, you're ignoring this issue of salience, okay? It doesn't matter if your new idea is less terrible than your old idea. It's still a bad idea. You should just do it the easy way, and the obvious way, and the way that it's intended to work. Why are you trying to do it this way? There's nothing in it for you at all, except you're just, for some vague sense, you're like, yeah, but there's something I don't like about that. I forget what it is. Something I don't like about it. About using that. I forget what it is I don't like. But that's enough to make me attempt several different ways of using WASP to record the stereo bus through the speakers. Oh, God. It's like, Eric, you don't even know why you don't like the thing you're not using. Turns out I don't like it, but it's just because I don't like the drums taking up that many tracks. It's like, just be on one track or two tracks. It's like, of course, it's the annoying thing with drums. It's like, okay, I was just about to record some vocals. So what do I think to myself? Oh, well, if I'm going to record some vocals, I guess it's time to move into Audacity. Again, instead of doing a perfectly sensible, effective, and much preferable thing of simply playing the beat in LMS, recording the vocals in Audacity, and worrying about the handshake later. I can always line up the vocals properly at some point, I insist, okay, well, so I'm going to record these vocals now. I need to get everything in Audacity. So, even with my successful, even when I finally realized, I'm being profoundly retarded, that only got me up to a level of very retarded, because I'm still missing the fucking point, right? Which is, you gotta treat the drums separately. They're gonna require their own mixing, their own shit, and then you mix them down to a stereo track, and you're never gonna be happy with this process, because there is no perfect combination of things. You either have maximal authority or capacity to impact how the individual drums mix against each other and everything else, and in which case it's going to be more cumbersome because you got more tracks. Or you're going to have fewer tracks, in which case you're stuck with that mix of the drums. And if you don't like the fact that the hi-hats are too loud, then you can't do anything about it. Except, you can, but there's a fucking half-assed way of doing something about it, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't both have it be compact and concise, and clear and easy to deal with, and also give you all that capacity to do things. You can't have it both ways. It's impossible. It's what people don't get. It's concision's fantastic if you don't want to actually understand things. If you just want to feel like you understand things, concision's fantastic. My concise little NIBIs are wonderful. If the only thing that matters is you feeling like you understand things, then that's great. And the only thing that matters, I don't care if you understand things, so you're liking it and saying, you did a good job, Eric. Well, that's fantastic too. I did do a good job of explaining nothing and making you feel like you understood. But the problem I have is I end up going, I really shouldn't do that, though. I should tell them the truth. You don't understand shit. You're stupid. But they don't want to hear that. You don't understand shit. You probably never will. You're probably constitutionally incapable of understanding it. At least in any way that I would consider to be understanding. But you nevertheless are very much attached to the idea that you do understand. Probably better than me. For some reason, you're very attached to this idea, even though any kind of objective analysis of your own understanding by yourself would reveal that, in fact, oh, hey, I've got a wildly inflated perception of my own understanding, capacity there. And it's probably because I make dinner and shit rather than do this. I don't burn the shit out of all my food and then just take bites out of a big block of cheese. So I don't understand things because if to understand things, you have to do stupid shit like this. You have to be this fucking stupid. Well, I guess it's cheese for dinner again. Why? We don't have enough food. I don't know. I just throw a bunch of food away because my dad even though it was never the arrangement, okay? It was never supposed to be this way. He just, he buys food for us constantly. It's like, every day there's like enough food for a family of 5 added to our fridge. And it's all like steaks and shit. He's customized to what we want to eat. We don't eat vegetables really. But now I'm like, okay, Dad, can you please take a break for a second? Because I went through the freezer and I did something that I do not like doing. I used the space well. I took everything out, threw out all the old stuff, packaged it really, really well, smartly, you know. And I'm telling you, Dad, we cannot fit any more meat in that freezer. And Rachel and I can't actually eat like 2 full fucking tri-tip roasts a day between the 2 of us. We're never gonna eat that much food. Plus, no matter how easy you make it for us, no matter how little effort it requires for me to cook, as you can see, I'm 50% chance gonna totally fuck it up. We'll end up going to McDonald's or doing this, you know? So, my dad apparently thinks I have many more basic competencies than I do. Clearly, I have almost no basic competencies. Like, I can't take care of myself. I can't even cook dinner right, you know? I can't even explain to you why I was doing such a shitty job of trying to import those tracks very well. And that's what really my expertise is, explaining things. So, you know, I'm a real handful. I'm a real handful of self-reinforcing lies, deeply embedded sense of entitlement, actually being superior, and totally incompetent in taking care of himself. It's a real handful of a cluster of things you get going on here. You know who's a real saint? A person I will never understand. It's impossible to understand. She's got claim to the greatest mystery of all. How does Rachel stand it? How in the world can Rachel stand this? How can Rachel tolerate? Okay, I don't care how good of an actress she is. And she's a good actress. There's no doubt about that. And she can fake me out and shit. That's true. But she is not running a years-long campaign, propaganda campaign, of just complete lies, trying to convince me that she loves me this much. She actually does love me this much. But it makes no sense. Who would love this? Nobody would love this. It's like, okay, you might like to watch it or something. Ah, it's fun. There's fun, you know. You don't want to go out with this. Look at this. Who would go out with this? Nobody wants to go out with this. Oh. What I was saying about the mate thing, right? I'm the bloke kind of mate, not the poke kind of mate, okay? Nobody wants me the poke kind of mate. They want me the bloke kind of mate. Rachel seems to genuinely feel like, hey, I scored here. Rachel, you do realize you're with me, right? But has that escaped your notice yet? I thought you had good intuition. This doesn't make any sense. You're very dateable. By any standard. You do very little that's offensive in any regard, so it's always easy to be easier to be dateable when you're bland, you know. You have your pick of guys, more or less. Especially when you were picking, like, now you're fat and satisfied, which is how you should be, you know. You're with me. You've been fucking been in this lifelong prison sentence for 2.5 years now. And, you know, getting you fat is the absolute least I could do for you. But you know, everyone I've ever been with always told me the same thing except for Rachel. I always say the same thing. Eric, you gotta remember, you're incredibly difficult to be with. And it never really even occurred to me to dispute it. I said, well, okay, well, I'm really easy to be with because I'm doing the fighting right. But I got what they were saying. I didn't make that argument really because I got what they were saying. They were saying, if what you have to offer is fighting well, then we better fight a lot so I can take advantage of that. You know, I get why that's not a thing to offer, you know. But I think the reason why Rachel seems to be the exception to this rule, it doesn't seem to think that I'm impossible to do that. Well, I think it's because she's got an even more wildly wrong concept of her own worth than I do. About my own worth. And it was like, if she realized, oh, I don't have it good. Eric's doing a shitty job of being my boyfriend. And, like, he needs to make more money. What would I say? I said, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. You know, I am a shitty boyfriend. In that regard, it's like, oh, there's always enough money for me to get what I want, right? There's enough money for me to get cigarettes. There's enough money for, oh Jesus, we need weed. But Rachel, dear Lord, why did you buy this toothpaste? We don't need toothpaste. That's these kind of frivolous expenses. I am done with your wild spending ways. We do not need to be wasting money on toothpaste. Now we can't afford whippets. Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't hate me? Anybody would. Any sensible person would absolutely hate me. But she doesn't ever voice that. I guess that's really the thing. She's probably just lying. You know, she's probably just lying to me because, you know, she knows I don't want to hear how awful I am very much. I'm already painfully aware of it. I don't really know what to do about it. That's what this dread and anxiety stuff. It's like, Eric, you're being too Eric-y is a statement I say to myself a lot. And yet I'm in an epistemological quandary over it. I have no way of verifying whether it's true or not. Why? Well, because it's a subjective matter. You can't. Even the whole idea of trying to verify such a thing is insane. What makes it subjective is that it's not subject to verification like that. So, how do you decide anything if you have to rely on subjective shit like that? I've always assumed you get to decide how you feel about whatever, as is useful for your argument. I never thought it referred to anything real. It was just like, oh, this is a part of argument I get to arbitrarily assign however I want. But it's supposed to actually represent something that exists independent of your argumentational purpose for it. Namely, your feelings. How you feel about it. Of course, the problem with this is how you feel about it is not relevant. So, why would we care whether the part that you get to assign arbitrarily links to some irrelevant shit when you don't need to justify it because you get to assign it arbitrarily? It's all just like, okay, I can't figure this out. There's no way to know. You just can't know which of these things is the correct interpretation. So, I guess I just continue going around with dread about it. But that's not a solution. Basically, the question is this. Am I right that I'm too arrogant, goddammit, and somebody needs to stop coddling that shit? That's gotta be me to stop. I need to scold that Eric. Or is it right? Like, no, dude, no. That Eric needs to scold you because you've internalized some lies, bro. You gotta tune in, drop out, and be a hippie. I don't know which one is true, and it's impossible to tell. There is no way to articulate a criterion of evaluation that's meaningful because all the data is subjective. So what the fuck are you supposed to do with that? How can you decide anything? I don't understand how FI people ever decide anything. You can't. It's like FI for a deliberation function is such a fucking nightmare. Because deliberation is supposed to be a process by which you decide things. You can't decide anything with FI. It's always like, well, a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of mushy that. And nothing contradicts anything else, so, it's a fucking free-for-all of nonsense. Welcome to my free-for-all of nonsense. Anything goes, could be an impact, it could also be your justification. It doesn't matter. What do you mean, is that your warrant? It's my warrant, it's my claim, it's my impact, and it's my reason why you should shut the fuck up. It can't be all of those things concurrently, can it? I'm pretty sure it can't. I should know, because I'm making my business to state things in an authoritative fashion. You know I'm right, because I said it with authority, goddammit. I didn't sound like I was. So you should just trust your heuristics, okay? Here's the thing about the world of idiocy is that the world of idiocy, as I define it as idiocy, is really just a world of people choosing to live their lives rather than explain their lives. It's nothing idiotic about choosing to live your life. It just means you're going to be wrong about all the shit that I'm talking about. Because you've chosen to live your life instead of explain things. Living your life's a good decision. And that means you don't have time to figure out this stupid nonsense that I'm talking about. You got important shit to worry about. You put in overtime because you're saving up for that jet ski and shit. That jet ski. The thing is, here's the difference between you and me. That jet ski is gonna make you happy. It's actually gonna make you happy. You're gonna be like, fuck yeah, this jet ski's awesome. I love being on it. It's so fun riding around because you're like an animal. You're very much like an animal. You like experiences and jostling and things like that. Animals love being jostled around. That's why they're always moving. They're just sitting still. You ever just see animals just sitting still for no reason? They're always moving. Every animal is like a shark. And that every animal dies as soon as it stops moving. Except people. That's our superpower. We're able to move without dying. I mean, the opposite. We're able to not move without dying. Unlike the animals, they have to constantly move or they die. The real question is, and this is constantly the debate that happens among animals, well, how much do I have to move to prevent death? Do I have to move a lot? Can I just sit here but, like lift this one paw a bunch of times? Is that going to preclude death? Or, I'm not clear. I get the mechanism for sharks. If they stop swimming, they die. Well, obviously, because swimming is also how they breathe. But I'm not sure why I, as a squirrel, for example, have to have this rule generalized onto me. I've lived my entire life. I've never had any problem of dying as a consequence of sitting still. But you tell me that, well, it's a new rule. It's like, well, why? I don't want to have to constantly move. And if I do stop, it's like, at least be sure you're going to kill me. I have a feeling if I stop moving, it'll probably be sometime when you're not even looking. You're going to forget to kill me. And it's just going to be this thing I got to think about all the time. It's like, there's that murdery guy out there who wants to kill me if I stop moving. And you watch fucking Speed with Keanu Reeves too many times. Okay, you are what I call a movement fetishist. You ever worry too much about things that don't matter? Like whether or not I move. Yeah, those are the kind of things that get washed out in the mix. You need to really worry about. If you're worrying about how much a given squirrel moved today, you really are doing a poor job of managing your frames of significance. That shouldn't be the focus of your attention. If you want to care about things that have more significance. If you don't care about significance at all, then go ahead and do that. That's the thing. People don't care about significance because significance links to what matters, not to what's important. And the reason why this is so confusing to people is because as always, the school system never did the thing they need to do first before they do all their stupid shit that's pointless because they didn't do this thing first, right? It's like, can you imagine me as a fireman, okay? I go to a house, it's not on fire. But I don't do that thing I'm supposed to do first check to see if the house is on fire. And then I just execute all my protocols just like I'm supposed to. I squirt water all over the house, squirt some foam on the house, I put a ladder against the house, I climb in to look to see if there's anything to rescue, all that stuff I do as a fireman. And then we get in a truck, we turn on the sirens, and we go, it's a big thing, look. But you forgot step one. You're supposed to only do that if the house is on fire. You didn't check to see if this house is on fire, so all you did was ruin this perfectly okay house with your waters and your foams and everything, right? And your axes and your ladders and your hoopla and your red lights and your look at me, I'm important shit. Go back to the fire station and polish your fucking poles. You guys, go back to the fire station and just get off on sliding down that pole. Because you're a bunch of fucking animals who care about stupid shit, okay? And you forgot to check to see if the house was on fire. Well, this is every teacher, pretty much ever, and all of the school system completely. So what they should say to people is, here's what this thing is that we're doing right now. Here's why I'm standing here, what my expectations are, and what it tells you about me as a person. I'm limited in the following ways. I think that you shouldn't be here, and I shouldn't be here. In fact, to get me to be here, these idiots have to pay me like $60,000 just to tolerate your fucking company. Because I don't want to be here. The last thing I want to do is tell a bunch of children who also don't want to be here what they should be doing here, since none of us know what we should be doing here because we shouldn't be here. So, it's like if you forget that first step, right? Hey, should we be here? And then you just skip past that part. And then you spend all your time talking about what we should be doing here. And you never asked whether we should be here at all. Then that's why you're a stupid school teacher. And completely representative of every single one of you fucks. Except me, of course. But even I was sucked into it for a bit until I stopped being a classroom teacher and was just a debate coach and stuff. And what really opened my eyes was becoming the director of a school and being the authority guy, right? I had always been a teacher who was reporting to vice principals or whatever. And I was always carrying all this dread and fear, like, oh God, I'm doing such a shitty job. Oh, I'm going to get in trouble. Like, you're a grown man, dude. Why are you worried about getting in trouble? I was worried about getting in trouble this morning. I wasn't even doing anything. It's like, I was worried about getting in trouble this morning because I parked at the gas pump knowing I was just going into the store to buy cigarettes and iced tea. But, I always do this, but I looked around to see, like, how busy is it, and because I worry, like, well, if somebody could say, hey, a lot of us here are trying to buy gas, could you please park someplace not blocking a gas pump? If you're just going in there to buy cigarettes and a drink? This is insane. Nobody has any business questioning where the fuck I park. Right? It's like I'm only there for a few minutes. I just walk into the store and get it. It's insane. So then I started thinking about, like, why are you like this? Why are you worried about getting in trouble? Who's going to get you in trouble? The only person that could possibly get you in trouble is your dad. And of late, he seems all in on convincing me that he no longer is allowed to get me in trouble. It's remarkable. I think, it's like the move, not move thing broke something that existed between the two of us that was bad. In other words, I don't think he thinks he's so much smarter than me anymore. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just something that just occurred to me right now, but what did I teach? I taught English, and then I coached debate. I taught logic. I taught AP psychology. All those classes. Critical thinking is for middle school. Logic for high school. AP psychology was high school. Debate, I coached the middle school team. But I did have some high schoolers as well. And I also taught 5th grade English. That was kind of fun, Reaching bridge to Terabithia. Boy, let me tell you something. If your lesson plan includes you reading out loud the end of Bridge to Terabithia, you have assigned yourself a terribly daunting challenge. It is almost impossible to read the end of that book aloud without crying. It's like I'm trying to read it aloud and be a good storyteller, right? And blah, 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 blah. But, it's like you're really ruining the listener's experience if you're not a neutral narrator of it because your emotions kept getting in the way. That book made me cry. The Giver made me cry in a much better way. Like, when The Giver tried to teach its very important, significant lessons that matter a lot, and they give good sort of concise kind of support to it, I'd feel it would make me tear up because it's like somebody's right and telling the children the right things instead of the wrong things. Because the worst thing that ever happened to this country was the institution from coast to coast, public schools. Terrible fucking thing to happen. It's like, talk about a deal with the devil. The thing to remember is, anytime you get the government to do anything, they don't, unlike, say, a business, have clients. They have constituents. That's very fucking different. Right? There is no failure. There is no definition of failure in government work. You can't fail in government work. To get fired as a teacher because it's government work, if you're working for a public school, you literally have to either punch a kid in the face or molest them. That's the only way you're getting fired. Reuben would fire me. Anybody would fire me. Any sensible boss would immediately fire me. I mean, that's just goes without saying. Because I'm not meant to be an employee, and anybody who's meant to be a boss can see that. I don't take orders from people. I don't give orders either. I'm not into orders, Orders are for gaiety. Orders are for animals. I am the sovereign. I wait for no man. Waiting for subjects. I am the sovereign. I wait with angels. They are not subjects. We are the sovereign. We wait for no man. Right? We don't. You gotta have the right frame of reference. I might have to wait sometimes, and I'm not really the sovereign. But you got two choices. You either act like that, or you act like a bitch, you know? There's no middle ground. You gotta have something as a frame, and you understand that your actual behavior is not always gonna uphold under that frame. And it's only gonna uphold some of that frame. But the frame itself needs to be binary and clear. And then the particularist can naturally deviate from that in the ways it's supposed to. But people get this fucking backwards all the time. It's so fucking annoying. You can't have your frame be mushy and then your particulars be... It's like, oh, no, morons, no! You're supposed to know why you have forced these children into the room to listen to you before you start to do it. Yes, a school teacher, if you ask any fucking school teacher, I shit you not, absolutely anyone, from a brand new one to a veteran, why do you think that what you have to say justifies forcing these children to listen to you? None of them have any answer or have ever even considered the fact that that's what they're doing. When I say people are stupid, this is what I mean. People can spend their entire career forcing people who don't want to be there to listen to their nonsense that doesn't mean anything and never even notice that's what they're doing. How crazy is that? Like my mom, she spent fucking her entire life doing completely pointless garbage and thinking it was very important. She's a wonderful woman because she was living her life, not being right. You know, when you live your life, it doesn't matter whether it's actually good stuff you're doing, just whether you think it is. And you know, when you have that frame of reference, it's such a, you know, problems and things are so, they're so localized in particular that you have no chance ever of getting into the realm of whatever. Like for my mom, there were these good kids who were delightful, and they were wonderful people. And then there were bad kids who were bad because they weren't delightful, and they were just a real pill, you know. At no point did it occur to her, maybe the problem isn't them, but us forcing them to be here. It never occurred to her. Even though she's a wonderful woman, I love her very much and all that stuff, she's a complete moron, right? In my mind, that is pure, like, profound level retardation. That you can spend your entire career and never have asked or answered the question, why the fuck am I doing this? Only animals do that. Only animals act like that. They can spend their entire lives eating flies or whatever, and they never say to themselves, why am I eating these flies? Flies are gross. I should find something better to eat. They never think those things. They just go about their business doing their thing. Oh, yeah, that's wonderful. Boy, you did a great job today. Oh, what'd you do, honey? I found an entire family of rabbits. Slaughtered the fuck out of them and brought their carcasses home for you to eat. That was a beautiful, bloody massacre of a mess, I tell you. The squealing of the anguished baby cries were delightful to my animal ears, and I thought, hey, the cruelty with which I dispatch these is really going to add flavor to the meat when I take it home to my Wolverine wife and my Wolverine pups. That's what they think. It's just an animal thing. They think whatever they're doing is just fucking fantastic. I need to think about this. Rabbits are there for me to slaughter and bring back to my family. There's no other question, no questioning about things. There's no wondering about why I'm here. Maybe what the rabbits think about it. None of that stuff, right? Most people are like animals in that regard. They just go about their business. They don't think about whys of things at all. If you think about the whys, you just go, oh, the answer is so depressing though. It's always the same. The reason the world's going to end is very simple. Because the stupid people always end up in charge. It's unavoidable. You have to be stupid to end up in charge because you have to do a bunch of stupid shit that no smart person would do to get that position. And to really want it that bad, you're already wrong. It's like, I would accept the job. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I want it because it's very obvious that nobody else can do it, but and I'm a good patriot or whatever, but I don't really want to be in charge of people and boss people around. If you want to be in charge of people and boss people around, you're a fucking retard and you have no business ever having any power over anybody. That's as simple as that. If you accept that sometimes as a leader you're going to have to boss people around, and that you want to deal with people that you can attain agreement with without having to use authority as a lever, it's like, okay, if you want to use authority as a lever, just go fuck yourself so hard, because you're getting everything about life, the universe, goodness, justice, truth wrong. Getting everything wrong. And you deserve to get my foot shoved so far up your ass that you never think that way again. But they'll think that way again anyway, because they're anti-polar and they're a bunch of TE fucking fucks, It's like, I'm TE and I have no idea what matters, so let me just bulldoze the shit out of everything important for my reasons. Because, it's more efficient. It was a lot more efficient this way. Why did you clear cut this forest that everybody was enjoying? Well, it's the most efficient way to get all the trees to be lumber. Why? Why does the ability to accomplish things link so strongly to an inability to understand what you should accomplish? It's a horrible civilization-destroying reality. That's the problem. Why is the world going to end? Because there's a design flaw in human beings. And the design flaw is this. The ability to accomplish your vision goes up as the quality of that vision goes down. That's a big design flaw. It's a huge design flaw. And, in fact, it's aggravated by the fact that people who don't understand things don't even think that the quality of a decision is a matter of objective analysis, but rather just everybody's opinion. It's like, hey, look, you like Call Me Maybe? I don't like it. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I say we should nuke Canada, you say we shouldn't. Let's agree to disagree. No! Those are very different kinds of matters, right? You're saying, hey, NI's NI. About art is fine. I get it. NI is NI. You can't reduce it. You can't win those arguments. You're saying, hey, NI is NI about whether we should nuke Canada. It's a totally different matter. That is not a matter where it's acceptable for us to just go, NI. No, you need to actually justify yourself, you stupid fucking animal. And you have to be capable of understanding which justifications should be convincing and which ones should not. But because everybody in power is a stupid animal, they're never going to figure this out. And this is why the world's going to come to an end, because it's a fundamental design flaw. The capacity to get your vision implemented goes up as the quality of that vision goes down. That's a big design flaw. You originally thought you were INFP, but then you realized, thank God I'm not an INFP. If I were an INFP, I'd be almost as retarded as Eric. I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. I wouldn't be living my life. I'd be imagining ways I might feel if I were to live my life. That's the INFP MO. They spend their time imagineering scenarios of how they might feel if they were to live their life in these various possible ways. And notably, none of those possibilities is salient enough to warrant the decision to act upon it. Because there's a whole lot of other possibilities to consider. They haven't gotten to yet. They see them out there, and they're in line, but they're trying to parse things out with their feelings. So, if TI is McDonald's, then every time there's a delay, it's because the customer's stupid. Okay? If FI is in charge of McDonald's, every time there's a delay, it's because McDonald's wants there to be a delay. So, FI is a very dumb way to decide things. And it's like, you don't want McDonald's, you're just getting everything backwards. If there is a problem at McDonald's, it's because the customer's stupid, not because McDonald's feels like being slower right now. Yeah. I just really think it would be nice if we could set a mood of slowness. You see all these people rushing, and this gentleman who placed this order, I thought, hey, he might need a moment to really think about the way he's talking to people. I didn't really like his tone with me. And so I think what we should do is we should all just pause for a second. Hey, and we'll just get out there and say, hey, everybody in all your cars, just take a deep breath. You guys are doing this wrong. You're in a big hurry here. I see this as an opportunity for me to teach you about the zen of patience. That's the FI in charge of McDonald's. They forget that their job is to get you food as quickly as possible because they care about what they care about, not what matters. It's like, yeah, I get it. Your feelings matter. They just don't matter to me. Right? It's like, yes, it matters that you'd rather be telling everybody to be patient than doing your job. It's true, I'm not the one paying you to do your job, so it's not like I can say, hey, I'm paying you to do this and you're not doing it. But somebody else can. And I can reference that reality. And I can point out, this is not your job. Your job is not to come out here and tell me to be more patient. Your job is to just be as fast as possible in getting me everything. I don't want to wait. I don't want to learn patience. I don't come to McDonald's and say, hey, this would be a wonderful opportunity for me to learn patience. I go to McDonald's and say, well, at least the line moves fast, I guess. If it didn't move fast because you were FI and you were out there explaining to everybody how they need to be more patient, then I wouldn't even go to McDonald's. I would just be like, no, I don't want to be more patient. I want to be less patient. If I'm being patient, you're making me wait. And that's the fucking problem. I don't like to be patient because I don't want to wait. Waiting's for subjects. I am the sovereign. I wait for no man. Waiting for subjects. I'm not a subject. I'm nobody's subject. Nobody's king either. I refuse to be subject or king. You can take your hierarchical distinctions and shove them up your fucking ass. Neither you nor I is the boss of the other one, okay? So if you are insistent on every relationship being like that for some reason, then get the fuck away from me. I don't want anything to do with you. People who like hierarchy, they're animals. You know, they're just fucking filthy animals. Cows like to be told what to do. You know, go outside and eat grass. Come back into the barn. Stay here while I milk you. Cows like that because they need that clarity. Cows get easily confused by things because they're stupid animals. So they like being told what to do. And farmers, they're not particularly the brightest people in the world. Maybe they get some satisfaction from telling their cows what to do. I don't know. Regardless, the point is, this telling what to do and obeying thing should not be anything that ever happens between intelligent people of any sort or reasonable or decent people of any sort. I'm not in charge of you, and you're not in charge of me. Okay, so just, yeah, you're paying me, and you think that makes you my boss? Well, it does, and it also makes you the person who's going to hear me tell you to go fuck yourself more frequently than most people. You can always fire me. Yeah, you're paying me to do a job. You're not paying me to respect you. If you are, I would never have taken the job. Because obviously, you don't deserve any respect. After all, you're an ENTJ who's good at marketing. It's like, I don't respect people like you. You don't care about what matters at all. You just care about what's important to you. Why would I respect you? There's nothing respectable about you. You're completely unrespectable. When you're totally wrong, and I bring up on the screen the proof of it, and say, no, actually I sent you this email here, you freak the fuck out. About like, oh my God, my underling has made me lose face. No. You fucked up yet again an opportunity to learn something. Because you're so fucking stupid. That's why. Because you're a filthy animal. You know? That woman was a bitch. God, that woman was a cunt. She thought she was going to outsmart me, too. That was the worst. It's like, okay, you can be a cunt. You can be stupid. You can be all sorts of things with me. You can do all sorts of crimes against me. And I just go, well, you know, filthy animals are filthy animals. What do you expect? But you are never, ever, 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 ever allowed, you filthy fucking animal, to think you can outsmart me. And your attempt to do so was the hubris. You thought you were smarter than me? No, bitch. You just because you are the only reason the business is successful doesn't mean you have anything to do with why the students are successful at debating. And the thing, you think that you can squeeze out of me curriculum that's going to make my intuition unnecessary. You can't do that, cunt, right? My intuition will always destroy yours. That's why when you fired me under false pretenses and got rid of me and replaced me, my replacement had handed to him a juggernaut of an elementary public forum team squad, right? I had 5 like badass public forum teams that they were like 4th and 5th graders, you know. But like nobody touched kudos in elementary debate. Nobody. We won every single tournament for 8 straight years. I shit you not. That is not an exaggeration. Either Rebay, my Rebay kids, or then later Kudos when I went to there, for 8 straight years, won every single public forum, won every single public forum first place for 8 straight years, and for either 2 or 3 tournaments a year. Then she fired me. And I had 2 months to find a couple of raw 5th graders and train them so quickly and well that they could beat the kids that I personally had turned into fucking monsters. Right? Here's the thing that she never realized. That stupid fucking... Like, ENTJs do not deserve to be called intuitives. They are not intuitive at all. They're stupid people. Because she thought it didn't matter who was in fucking coaching the thing. Even though that's the only thing that mattered, right? So I went and got Lyle and fucking Edmund. I found a couple of kids in Walnut by talking to some other connect. I found just 2 kids. I was like, you don't have to pay me. I need warriors. I need soldiers. I need 2 elementary kids. Because the registration for this next elementary school tournament is done through a Catholic school. So it's not public. So it's like every tournament, you can see everybody who's registered. It's all transparent. Unless a Catholic school does it. Because they've got deeply embedded traditions of secrecy, right? So like, fantastic. I showed up with my 2 kids. She was there strutting around, explaining to the parents how I had moved away all of a sudden. That's where I had gone. She didn't tell them she had fired me, supposedly with cause, even though the cause she presented was completely bullshit. She said that the cause was I had talked shit about the company to other people, like in public or whatever. But the citations she used were just in-house emails from me to her. She said, "You have defamed the company publicly. Here's my evidence." An email from me to her saying, "Stop scurrying like a fucking cockroach. And sit down and answer my fucking questions." That was her. That's not me defaming the business publicly. That's an in-house fucking email. She can't even fake cause well. That's how shitty this woman is. You know, it's just how stupid she is. So anyway, I went in there with Lyle and fucking Edmund. I've been coaching for 2 months. They were going up against this juggernaut team that I had polished into a deadly spear point over the course of several years. And it didn't matter because they had gotten dramatically worse. It's like I had prepped them up for this topic that we were going to do in 2 months, this much, right? I was like, they're pretty good. They're getting there, pretty good. So I expected, well, when I go to the tournament, they'll be at least like here. No, they went backwards. That's how shitty this replacement coach was. They were way worse than when I left them. Way worse. And my 2 kids fucking went through. We got a lucky setup. First round opponents was like my former C team. Second round opponents, my former B team. Third round opponents, my former A team. And Lyle and Edmund destroyed them all. And killed Kudos elementary school debate program forever. Because she didn't expect me to be there. She had no idea I was going to show up with a team. She certainly didn't expect to lose to me. And she'd been telling all the parents I had moved away. Because that's the kind of shady-ass, stupid shit she did, right? She waited until after she'd gotten all the second semester checks to fire me. Because people were paying for me, not for my replacement. But they got my replacement. But she didn't fire me until after she collected and cashed all their checks. Because she's an absolute fucking shady cunt. Because she's stupid. Not because necessarily she's evil. She's just too stupid to realize that you got to care about more than just what's important to you if you want to be a decent human being. The nickname for the ESFP is the actor performer. Well, I mean, the thing is, ESFPs are fantastic in the particular realm, and, you know, a biohazard in the metaphysical realm, potentially. It's like Chris, it shows, is proof just how spectacular ESFPs can be. Because why? Rachel and I are engaging with Chris purely on particularist matters. We want drugs. We want to make a video. He's down. You know? That's great. That's how ESFPs, if you want to think really highly of an ESFP, engage them about a bunch of particular shit. Unfortunately, on the internet, most of what's the currency here is universalist shit. So if I were here just talking about what I did today, like an SI test, right? Like an ISTJ and an SI test. Well, first I woke up, went pee. I went back to bed for a bit, but I was a little tossy-turny, and the cat wanted to go out. So I got up. I thought about putting on my underwear, but I thought, just free ball it. I put on my pants, put on my flip-flops, went outside. Trouble was there. He meowed at me. I said, hey, Trouble. Actually, I think I said, hey, Bubbles, how you doing? And then I walked over here. I was like, there's all this stuff on the porch. So then I walked in here. And then I was like, I should really clean up some of these toys and shit over here. It's a big mess. There's too many objects. So then I took a bunch of stuff off the shelf. If I just did that all the time, you guys would just, it would take a while. If I persisted in that, it would take a while. But over the course of the next few weeks, my live streams would go from like 15 people who watch it, which is not very many, to 0. And they would just, people go like, I don't know what happened to him. I guess he got senile. Now all he does is just tell us a sequence of events from his day that have no point. And we don't care. We don't want to hear about it. You know? You're an ESFP, Jan Jams? Good for you. Congratulations. That means you're a good person to ask, hey, do you know anybody who has cocaine? You're the person to ask. Because if you do, you are going to make an effort to hook it up. You know, you'll be like, no, let me see if I can get my connect to talk to you directly so you can bypass the middleman. Now, some people might say, Eric, do you really need a cocaine connection? I mean, having a cocaine connection doesn't mean you're necessarily getting cocaine. It just means that if you decide to get cocaine someday, you'll have a coke connect, you know. It's always a good thing to have a connect. They do dry up periodically. You should buy drugs from them occasionally to make sure they remember you're a customer, you know. Even if you don't want them. Because when you do want them, it's critically important that your drug dealer provide them. You know, it's like I finished all the mushrooms today. I was talking to Rachel. I was like, look, Rachel. Like, the last, 3 days in a row, right? I'm the one who says, hey, Rachel. I know yesterday I said to you, we need to stop getting nitrous because it's not a good deal. It's like, if I'm going to spend 30 or 40 bucks on drugs, they need to last longer than an hour, okay? They just need to. We'll tear through a box of whippets in an hour. Now, granted, we won't go back and get more of them. We're not like crack addicts or anything. But we really don't need to be sustaining a $30 a day whippet habit, okay? And the thing is, the reason I'm sustaining it is because I've had more typing sessions. It's like, oh, another $60? well, I guess we can afford to get whippets again. Anyway, so I was thinking though, after saying that like 3 days in a row, saying to myself this morning, okay, this is so stupid. Because I totally like mushrooms way better than nitrous. And it's like in 3 days, okay, we got these mushrooms and we spent $100 on mushrooms and $100 on weed, like I don't know, a while back now. And we still have them. We spent $40 on whippets today, and they were gone before the Rangers game started. You know, I was like, okay, this is not how drugs are supposed to work. Okay? That's like cocaine style drug. That's like, oh no. If you're a cocaine style drug, you don't deserve to be done. Because your high is not long enough, it's not satisfying enough, and you're too expensive. So you just fail on too many levels. You don't deserve to be done anymore. You fail. Whippets fail on that same criteria. You don't deserve to be done anymore because for the amount of money you cost, you should either get me way higher, keep me high longer, or at least last a few days. But with Rachel around, there's no quantity of whippets we could buy that would last a few days. We could buy 1,000 whippets today, and I'd be surprised if they lasted 3 hours. Rachel will just do them continually until they're gone. We always split them in half, right? And she's done with her half, and I've got like 10 left. So she's like, "Can I share with you?" I'm like, "Hey, I don't even want to. Just have them." It's like I don't even like nitrous that much. Although I like it a lot better today now that I figured out I've been doing it wrong this whole time. It was so much nicer today. I was like, oh, this is actually relaxing. Oh. I don't do all this ridiculous holding my breath shit that I'm doing. It's kind of nice. Oh boy. Why was I doing that? Well, the answer was I hadn't figured out yet a good way to conclude, a good reason to conclude that I didn't need to hold it in. I get the fact that, like, for example, if I'm breathing a breath of air, my lungs take out the oxygen right away. I don't need to hold it in for them to get all the oxygen out. There's no delay there. It's like holding my breath doesn't help my lungs get all the oxygen out of it. It just means I feel like I need to catch my breath because I'm not getting enough oxygen. So clearly, my lungs don't need a lot of time to take the oxygen out of the air. I'm equally pretty sure there's no real benefit for holding in bong rips, but I have always done that, so I just do it anyway. Sometimes more than others. It depends on how coffee the rip is. You know, it's like if it feels like a really good rip and it's not coffee, I might hold it in because, like, okay, this feels like really crystally, like it's taking a second to coat it in my lungs with all the THC. But really, there's not any good reason to hold in bong rip either. But the reason I was holding in nitrous was purely predicated on the fact that I hold in a bong rip, which was purely predicated on the fact that I don't have certainty that I don't need to hold in a bong rip, and I'd hate to get less high than I could from something. That would just be wasteful. And it turns out, after I thought about it, oh, I was missing this middle thing. I was just missing the middle thing. That was the whole problem the whole time. The middle thing is, okay, Eric, but what if you're short of breath? Not because you're agitated, but just because you're holding your breath. I assume the same mechanism applied, right? That if you're short of breath because you've been running really fast. It takes a while to catch your breath, right? So it's like you go, what I realized with nitrous today is there's a little catch up of breath afterwards, but almost immediately your breath returns to this. You barely breathe in a fraction of the capacity you could breathe because that's all the oxygen you need. And I thought, well, I should breathe more because I don't know that's all the oxygen I need. At that point, I said to myself, Eric, you really need to trust your body here, okay? If you needed more air, you'd be breathing deeper naturally. The fact that you don't feel short of breath, just breathing like a little bit, is not something that you should question whether your body's doing it wrong. That's what I thought, well, maybe my body's doing it wrong. Your body's not doing it wrong. You're stupid, Eric. That's the thing. My body was never doing it wrong. I was just always stupid. I was like, why do these nitrous hits give me a headache? Maybe because you keep hyperventilating and holding your breath for no reason? What do you mean no reason? Well, why are you doing it, Eric? Because I've been unable to conclude definitively that I've got good reason to think that not doing that if there's not adequate justification to consider doing that. Because look, if I have to do this extra thing and it gets me extra high, well then presumably it's worth it. If I don't do this thing and then I don't get high, then that's proof I should definitely do this thing. But in any given instance, when I'm going to do nitrous, I never think, I want these two nitruses to be the test nitruses. I'm willing to sacrifice the fact that these nitruses might get me less high if I don't do that nonsense. To find out. Because, after all, the consequences then of finding out the cost of it is, I wasted those two nitruses. I knew I had to do that shit. And so I don't want to incur that cost, so I just keep doing that shit indefinitely until I figure out a good logical reason why I should have a position on it one way or the other. Which I finally did figure it out. It's because being short of breath from exercising is different than being short of breath from not breathing. They're different. They're different things. And that's why you don't need to hold in your nitrous hits. Critical parent, yeah. Well, countervalued critical parent. The thing is, critical parent is actually probably a better name for it because it works both directions. It's like I am very critical of bad TE, or very aware of it anyway, and likely to have fun, like yelling at it to somebody who's not it, right? Like yelling about it to Rachel might be fun, but I'm not actually going to yell at McDonald's for having their bad TE. But yeah, it's like 6-lot TE is like, my TE is incredibly shitty. But if your TE is a little bit shitty, I cannot believe they designed this thing like that. What were they thinking? What incredibly shitty TE. Eric, if you had designed it, we'd all be dead. So just don't, you have no business acting all like indignant when someone else has got bad TE. Have you seen the way that you got things arranged here? Okay, so This is the door. Here's where I might be coming from. And here's what's between me and the door. Oh, I'm gonna go out the door. First I'm gonna walk around this thing. Oh no, there's the keyboard. If I accidentally kick that, the wrong button, I could close something or whatever. Oh, I backed into this now. Oh no, let me just back out the door. That's fine, I don't need to. I really got it. The fact is, the door is doing its job just fine. Right? The door is not any problem. The door is doing its job. It's being open. I can go in and out. And also, the microphone is doing its job. It's recording me. I can talk into it. So, also, the keyboard's doing its job. It's sitting here, not bothering me, but easily accessible. Also, this ottoman is doing its job. It's being there so I can lean the keyboard against it. You know, everything's doing its proper job. The thing is, this other thing isn't a thing, though, right? It's like, yeah, but Eric, you're going to walk from inside through the door to outside. And the problem here is, if you think about it just as a binary matter, well, the question begins and ends at the doorway. Inside is just inside. Outside is outside. But the reality of it is, you have to traverse inside to get to the door. So it's like, oh, you want me to solve case level problems? I really prefer to stay in framework. Like, the point is, everything's doing its job, right? Well, yeah. Except you, Eric, you're not doing your job of designing things in a sensible way so you don't constantly bump into shit every time you move anywhere. You're not doing your job, Eric. That's the problem. Everything else is doing its job, except Eric. That's often been the problem I've discovered. The only people who do real work are Mexicans, so the rest of us are basically in this ongoing ontological clusterfuck of purpose hunt. You know, like, do I have a purpose? Is this work? If you're asking yourself this question a lot, is this work? You're not a Mexican. I tell you, if you're curious, am I a Mexican? Ask yourself this: do I frequently say to myself, is what I'm doing right now work? If so, you are not a Mexican. Yeah, well, Mexicans do all the real work. That's what I've determined. Anytime you go anywhere in Los Angeles, anyway, the only people who are doing real work are Mexicans, and everybody else is standing around. And usually, it's like they don't even have the excuse of being too smart to be useful. They're stupid, filthy animals who are just entitled. Entitled and rich. It's like, oh, you people don't deserve freedom and liberty with your riches. You people deserve shaming because you don't get that you're not better than the people who actually work. You're way worse. It's like, you know, somebody's truly retarded when they're trying to talk down to a Mexican, right? You got no business talking to any Mexican with anything but reverent tones, because they cooked your food, they brought it to you, they cleaned up after you, and your waitress is still named Heather as a white girl. So, you know, you should never try to talk shit to a Mexican. They got important. They matter. You don't. Okay, that's what it boils down to. I don't matter because I'm the one who's reliant on people doing real work so that I can fuck around, right? If you're not honest about that, then you're just a scumbag. And a filthy animal. This is my point. My message tonight is that the vast majority of the human population are not human beings. They're just filthy fucking animals. And the reason is because they are both useless and don't realize it. Useless slash harmful and think they're both useful and beneficial. Like that nurse practitioner that looked at Rachel. Useless and harmful and absolutely convinced that she's incredibly useful and beneficial. That's what I mean by a filthy fucking animal. It's like, you do not deserve to be called a human being. You're a filthy fucking animal. I'm going to go even one worse than that. That lady isn't just any old filthy animal. She's a possum. Okay? You know, it's like filthy animals have their daring degrees of nobility as well. Skunks are a very noble kind of filthy animal. They're stupid, they're entitled, but they're right by the metric of results, you know? And they're cute. And they're stupid is fun. Marsupial stupid is not fun. It's gross. And it's not entitled, it's just like retarded, you know? That's the problem. If you want stupid to be fun, it's got to be both entitled and yet so entitled that it doesn't even care at all about how entitled it is. You know, if you want stupid to be fun, you need to go all in on their stupidity, like Tiffany does. You want stupid to express as, I'm applying finders keepers to everything. What are you doing with my hat? I found it. It's mine now. Finders keepers. You found it on my head, though. Oh, you shouldn't have left it there. After all, finders keepers. Okay, well, how about I find your purple cape and take it from you, Tiffany? You better watch yourself, mister. You're getting too big for your britches. Do you understand how finders keepers works? Now, I do understand how it works. That's why I'm trying to show you you don't want to taste your own medicine. You better watch it, mister. I'm a skunk. I'll make you smell bad. See, it's fantastic. It's like I have no defenses against Tiffany. But she doesn't give a fuck. I want to keep arguing. I'll kick you on the balls. How about that? I'll kick you on the balls and have Mendy kill you. Then will you keep arguing with me? I'll find your body on the finders keepers. I'll sell it to your relatives. Kill you? I'll sell your body parts to your relatives. Because that's what you deserve. For questioning me about finders keepers. The thing is, okay, look. Yes, true, we are going to kill you. But I want you to know this. It's not going to be just spite, okay? It's going to be greed too. We plan, we're doing it primarily really because we know that your family's going to want to have a corpse in the casket. So what we're going to do is chop it into pieces and we'll sell it to the family members back at. We'll start cheap, you know. You have a foot for like $100, and then they're trying to build the whole body up. But then when it gets to the head, the most important part, like that's like $20,000. That's how you get it. You kind of, and eventually, your family will pay us a lot of money for all your body parts, and so then you can know, oh, good, I didn't die in vain. This was part of an extortion plan. It's a lot better. I asked the pastor. Then he said, I don't love you, okay? I said, okay. I do love you, though, asked the pastor. I love you in the most lustful fashion imaginable. I just want to ass to mouth you over and over and over again. I want to love you brutally. Would you like to be brutalized by my love? Whenever I love, a lot of people say, you should love tenderly. I say, hey, that's weak ass shit. I love so hard, I brutalize my partner with my love. And that's love. If you don't feel like you've just been through like a war zone after you're on Valentine's Day, then your partner's not loving you correctly. It's like, we went out to dinner on Valentine's Day, and I said to Rachel, I stood up, I said, darling, I love you so much. I love you so much. But I was slapping the fuck out of her the whole time. That's how she knew I was serious about what I was saying. Listen, Rachel, I wouldn't slap you if I didn't mean I wanted you to listen to me. Because I know that people listen a lot better when they're being slapped. There's something about the sound of my hand hitting their cheek that causes their ears to hear my words better. I didn't really do that. I don't really believe in that I could love somebody in a brutalizing fashion. I think brutalizing somebody and loving them are mutually exclusive. Now, you might both be into some really like extreme kinky shit, but then, okay, let's remove the word love from that, right? Yes, you love each other in your relationship. When you're having sex, that's not love what you're doing there, okay? When you guys are playing your games with your... like Rachel was telling me about... I said about some... I was referencing an event that... a real life thing that we both know about, Rachel and I. And I was saying, like, this woman was cucking her husband. But I meant, when I say it, I mean, was turning him into a cuckold by cheating on him. But apparently, there's this thing that people do now called cucking, where it's like I'm the man and you're my wife. And we're both in agreement that I'm going to watch another man have sex with you. How is this a good idea? Like, that can't be a fetish. Okay, you can't want that. That's, how can that doesn't even make any. That's not what I meant when I said she was cucking the fuck out of him. I meant she was cheating on him with many people without him knowing. That's what I meant. Making him into a cuckold in the traditional sense of the word, which just simply refers to a man who's been cheated upon. But apparently now it's like a thing people do on purpose. This is why I wrote that song. It's because when you think about this, okay, well, why are people doing this on purpose when it's exactly the thing that you try to avoid doing at all? It might happen accidentally, like you weren't keeping tabs on your wife and she's a whore or something, but you're not supposed to make it happen on purpose. That's totally not make. That's just no. So this is what I mean when I say, is the world coming to an end? Well, maybe, probably, because that's the best explanation for this. Look, the thing to note about state change dynamics is when you go from one equilibrium to another, things get wildly volatile in the interim period, in the state change, the dynamic portion of that event arc, right? We're in that volatile point of state change right now between a previous equilibrium of the equilibrium that preceded information fluidity and a future equilibrium, which may very well be the smoking ruins of all civilization. I don't know. And the way that everything's getting so super expensive all of a sudden is another one of those volatility of state change dynamics. We're moving from an equilibrium to a new equilibrium. And we don't know whether that new equilibrium is extinction or utopia or something else. But, that's why I wrote that song. It's like, when I wrote it, I hadn't heard about the cucking thing until today, but it's that sort of thing, It's like it says right here. Don't name your daughter Misty, and don't call her brother Jen. The only way virtue gets this shifty is if the world's about to end. Flipper wasn't flippy. The doctor wasn't in. Gentle Ben did eat Skippy, but would have ate your skin, except for a gift from Pippi, a sturdy cardigan. But even sturdy's getting dirty as the world's about to end. Shit's just going all wacko, It's like, I said to Chloe the other day. She was reading this book on number theory. I said, "Oh, you're studying number theory. So, did this teacher tell you what number theory was? What is it?" You had no fucking idea. Well, what's an irrational number? Pretty central question in number theory. She has no fucking idea what any kind of operational definition of an irrational number would look like. Because none of the parties involved did any of the work they needed to do before squirting water in the house. Like, check to see if it's on fire. It only happens, surely it happens when the world's about to end. When firemen start putting out houses that aren't on fire and seem unable to hear when you say to them, the reason you shouldn't shoot water on that is because it's not on fire, the world's about to end. It's like things no longer make any sense. And that's the reality we're in. We've so habituated these things that made sense in some way when we started them. As long as you never pay attention to the framework, they just grow like cancers indefinitely. Like a public school fucking fiasco. Like every single public employee contract ever. When you're negotiating with the government about how much you should get paid to do something that nobody wants done, and none of the actual stakeholders want done, for large reasons that are poorly delineated, like just shitty NI, like it's good to have an educated populace. that's great and concise and sounds true and everything, but that's why it's just shitty NI non-explanation rather than something meaningful. It's not good to have a more educated population necessarily. It's very good to have a highly educated intelligentsia. And it's very good to get those people in charge, even though they aren't going to be pushing to be in charge very much, right? So, and the Founding Fathers knew this. They tried to strike a balance between egalitarianism and elitism. And yet, they each knew in their heart, the smartest of them knew, there aren't very many of us. The rest of these creatures are filthy animals. They certainly can't govern themselves because they'll oppress each other relentlessly. The only people who can possibly govern are people who understand their job is to prevent things from happening, not do things. At best, it's not even prevent things from happening. Just react to things that happen, maybe. So you can't... You can't govern by telling people what to do. It's not a way to govern. You can't govern by appealing to people's team spirit. That's not governance. That's not statesmanship. You can't have a sound, civil, self-governing society and also encourage everybody to vote and think that everybody should be educated. There are inherent roles in life that people need to fill or not, but the point is, if they fill the wrong role, they run the risk of literally causing the world to end. I mean, that's what it is, right? It's literally causing the world to end. Why is the world going to end? Because for some reason, I'm the only person saying, here, China, no, yes, we agree with you. We love your one China policy. Now, to be one China, let's have, instead of the idiots with the super fucked up version of China governing China, the one China, let's have the smart people with the civilized version of China that they put together in Taiwan. Let's have them be the government of one China. If you're really that committed to one China, PRC, then surely you'd agree that the vastly more successful and civilized Taiwanese government is more qualified to govern than your shitty intellectual destroying fucking indoctrination heavy fucking NEFI clusterfuck of violence. That's all. It's like you might want to blame communism on INTJs or something. No. Communism is put straight at the feet of ENFPs. Only ENFPs are both smart enough and stupid enough to do communism. You know? It struck me today that the fundamental problem is people don't get that they have to evaluate utility with frame flexibility. You're useful to somebody. It's like a crime, right? When you start talking always in metaphor, then you forget. You can't commit a crime without committing a crime against person, property, or state. Or against naked HD. Now that's a crime. I'd say it was a real crime. It is is me. Oh, thank you. That's a real crime by Winston Churchill. It's censorship, I say. Censorship. Just another girl's not a girl. Just another girl's a dude named Clubby in an ESFP or whatever his name is. That guy is such a fakey faker. Yeah. He reminds me of these two brothers that I want to talk about. Marty and Rick Legina. First of all, your last name, Marty and Rick, is pronounced Legina, okay? Stop pretending like it's Lagina or whatever. It's spelled Lagina. Your last name is Legina. So, and the ENF, okay, it's like an ENFP and an INTJ brother, maybe ISTJ, I'm not sure. But, who's the ENFP brother? He's got, well, the question is, does he dye the fuck out of his hair? He dyes it really well, okay? He's got a gray beard. He dyes his hair like brown. But, here's what he does to make it look more natural. He selects specific gray hairs and sets them aside to not dye them. I know how he did that. It occurred to me today when I was watching the show. It's like, oh, that's how you probably do that. You just pull out some gray hairs and say, don't dye these ones. And it looks like, oh, look, he's just barely going gray. No. He was fully fucking gray, and then you just select out a couple of gray hairs to not dye, you know? That's the trick. That's the trick they use. Anyway. What a stupid fucking thing to do. What an incredibly stupid thing to do. It's like, you're an old man, right? You're not fooling anybody. Who is fooled by this? Nobody's fooled by it. Nobody thinks, oh, wow, that guy must be 30 years old. Nobody thinks you're a day under 50, fucker. No matter how much you dye your hair. Of course, ENFPs, they tend to have full heads of hair. Because, you know, when you are rational, it causes your skin on your head to be less clingy to hairs. When you're irrational, that doesn't happen. It's like, hey, this scalp's pretty comfortable. There's like zero logic coming from under here. It's just, ooh, just warm mush. It's soft, it's wet, it's warm. I could grow like fuck here. It's a wonderful living environment for me. Whereas my hairs are like, hey, we're kelp, and your scalp's a fucking desert. We're really struggling here. Even our most adaptable kelp has had to retreat to these few little puddles of moisture that somewhere exist in this desert, you know. That's why ENFPs keep their hair and ENTPs do not. Because ENFPs are stupid. And stupidity correlates with keeping your hair. Because I actually don't care if I lost my hair. I never did care about that. I never cared about that at all, right? So, the thing is, because I was busy caring about what matters, my hair never got any encouragement for me to stay onto my head. Meanwhile, that ENFP guy, every day he's thinking, oh God, my hair. Do I have enough of it? Is it dark enough? What a fucking stupid thing to think about. That's not what smart people care about. Smart people don't care about stupid shit like that, right? And if you do care about stupid shit like that, I just go, oh, you filthy fucking animal. This is why we can't have nice things. Because you, instead of caring about what matters, are worried about your fucking hair. Who cares about your hair? You're over 50 years old, you're probably married or something. Who are you trying to impress? And who's impressed by that? If you do impress somebody with your hair, I guarantee you, they're even stupider than you are. I don't run no billion-dollar business. That is true. But I don't think that makes me jealous of people who do run a billion-dollar business. I mean, I did run a successful business, more or less, for quite a long time. It's not fun. There's nothing fun about it. I mean, the thing about it is, it's necessarily just done for one purpose, right? Ultimately, to fund your whatever. So, to be enthusiastically engaged in that, I mean, you gotta be a filthy animal, you know? If you're like, well, of course I love pulling this thing around, because that's how the wheat gets grinded. Well, then you're just a filthy oxen. But look at me, I'm spending so many hours grinding wheat. Yes, that's true. And you sure have ground a lot of wheat. And I'm glad that you're excited about that. And I am indeed surprised that other people, fellow idiots like you, your fellow idiots, think that that's smart what you're doing. But just because it surprises me doesn't mean that I should listen to it. Those people are morons. There's nothing smart about that at all. I don't care how much wheat you grind. That doesn't make it a good idea to spend all your time grinding wheat. I used to work many, many hours running that business. Running a business is fucking torture. The more responsibility you're given, and the more authority and importance you're given, the more you're responsible for. So it's like, by the end of that time, I was covering classes for every time anybody was absent. I was doing fucking everything. Because the bottom line is, unlike Elon Musk, you can't find somebody who can do what needs to be done as well as me. Elon Musk can find a million people who can do what he can do just as well as he can do it, or better, and hire them. Because he's not trying to do anything smart. He's not trying to do anything intelligent. He's not trying to do anything that requires deftness of frame management or anything. So, of course, like my ENTJ boss, he thinks everybody's replaceable. You can always just have a heuristic to replace actual intuition. The fuck you can. Elon Musk, if you ever want to have a fun, exciting, interesting day, you should come try to convince me that you're more successful than I am. I guarantee you by the end of that conversation, you won't think that anymore. Or you'll just hate me because that's the only way you can avoid not realizing what I'm saying is true. Those are the only two things that would happen. Elon Musk, people think Elon Musk is more successful than I am. He is vastly less successful than I am. Way less successful. Look what I'm doing. I'm on a bunch of drugs, sitting in my dad's house, talking on the internet, having a good time. What's he doing right now? Something stupid or boring or shitty or gay or whatever, I don't know. Naming his kid E-I-E-I-O or some other fucking garbage. That guy's a moron. Morons don't get to be more successful. They just get to make more money. Right? because of course they're going to make more money. After all, they're very willing to spend all their time doing stupid shit because they're filthy animals. I'm not really willing to do that unless I'm actually forced to, you know? If I can avoid it, like any intelligent person, I'm not going to tie myself to the wheat grinding thing and go, yeah, this week I did it for 80 hours. I'm not profoundly retarded, so I don't think that's a success criterion. Who does, right? Only complete morons think that's a good way to measure success. After all, the only complaint I really have is, well, if I did have a lot more money, I'd already have a lot of the drugs that I haven't bought yet. They'd already be in my possession. I'd have shit tons of mushrooms here. I'd just be like, you know, I don't care if I just took them, it's not going to work. If I eat enough of these, I will trip again right now. I'd just be like, okay, I'll just eat half ounce right now. Then. And that should be good enough to get me to trip pretty hard, even though I just ate them like 5 minutes ago or whatever. That's the only thing that, if Elon Musk were to prove to me that he was more successful than me, then he'd have to prove to me that he spends more of his time doing fun or interesting things than me. But he spends way less of his time doing fun or interesting things. And almost all the time doing shitty, boring stuff. That's not smart. That's stupid. He's the kind of guy who's going to definitely be behind the plan to nuke an island so that we can generate data about what happens when you nuke an island. That's an Elon Musk idea. And his various assemblages of fellow filthy animals will go, oh my God, you brilliant sage. Except Elon Musk has no reason to be so confident in himself when he's obviously doing everything wrong. And those idiots are not affirming what he's saying because it's good, but just because he said it, and they don't have any intelligence to parse things on their merits. They have to use their stupid fucking heuristics to solve their problems. They're gonna like, Elon Musk goes, I'm gonna name my kid E-I-E-I-O. And everyone goes, oh my God, what a creative genius. Well, yeah. Filthy animals find that creative genius. Intelligent people go, what a fucking moron. Elon Musk has tweeted multiple contradictory statements about cyber currencies, depending on his mood in this moment or that moment. What his NI says at this moment, you know. He doesn't care. Because he's SI-polar. The fact that previously he said something that is the opposite, well, it's not really the opposite, because he never really said anything in the first place, because he was just NIing shit. But the thing he doesn't seem to get is other people don't, well, he doesn't understand this, so how would he possibly understand that other people don't understand this? I don't know either, but he doesn't understand that what he thinks his wisdom is the opposite, and he doesn't get that other people are going to be fooled by it. A lot of people. And they're going to be fooled by it because they're not judging what he's saying on its merits. They're using a heuristic. They're saying, this guy who makes a lot of money is saying it. And therefore it must be genius. Because after all, he must be genius or he wouldn't have made all that money. Actually, he must be an idiot or he wouldn't have made all that money. You know? Like, And when I finally gave in to YouTube's continual prodding me to start memberships, it was because I thought, okay, now I've got a reason to do this. Well, then when I started to do it, they're like, now it's really important that you give multiple levels of membership. Like, don't just do one level of membership, all access, $5.99. You got to artificially create these other levels with some little extra perk that they get for paying $20 a month for basically the same shit. I'm not gonna do that, you fucking scumbags. And YouTube does it with such a big smile, everybody thinks like, this is great. That's not great, that's fucking scummy. You know? It's like, I know what I'm giving you. I could say, and you could get, you know, if you want to be a platinum member, you pay $20 a month. You get exactly the same shit, except you also get this little emoji thing. I am not going to do that. That's just, it's like, you have to both. To do that, you have to both be dumb enough to believe that it's a good thing to do, and dumb enough to not realize you're exploiting people's stupidity, and that that's not cool. So it's the reason that thing happens is because nobody at YouTube gets, there's a framing issue here that needs to come first, right? Yes, we get it, YouTube. You're trying to maximize non-ad revenue for creators because you don't want to share ad revenue with creators as much as creators want. Creators want to make more money. Like, people go, hey, my video got 1 million views. Why did I only get $5 from it or something? But you're listening to those people. You should be listening to me. Those people, they're just a bunch of filthy animals. They don't know anything. Of course, I don't know why anybody would listen to me after the way I was trying to import tracks from LMS this morning. Anybody watching me do what I was doing this morning would say, okay, whatever anybody ever anywhere does or thinks or whatever, never listen to this guy. Because anybody who's doing the thing he's doing right now, as stupidly as he's doing it, must be completely retarded. In a lot of ways I am. There was no reason for me to do that this morning. Except the only thing that motivated me was a vague feeling like, but I don't like that exported as tracks and imported as tracks. Without any further clarity as to why I didn't like it or anything. And so I just started doing it the stupid way that wasn't going to even avoid the problem that I didn't like about the way I ended up doing it. You know, when I made the song Rapping Eric, it's like, it's a multi-track song basically, but I made the whole thing in a stereo wave editor. So I would, every single time I did anything to it, it was destructive editing, right? I had to mix it directly into a stereo file. I made that whole song that way. It's like, that is not how you make anything. Why would you make anything that way? It's, oh. Eric, stop trying to figure out how to do things yourself all the time. You're terrible at it. you're not going to get it right. Just Google it. Or just do what you know is going to work, even though it's not perfect. You need to remember, a lot of things are like that in life. Yeah, I don't like having all the percussion, each having its own track. Like, I don't want the bongos to have a separate track and the hi-hat and a separate track and the kick. But if you want to mix it properly, you kind of got to do that. And you can't really mix it properly until you have the other pieces, like the guitar or the voice or whatever. Then you can hear more like, okay, well, this snare invades the EQ space of the vocals a bit. I'm going to cue it down a bit. I'm going to turn it down a bit. Yeah, it's like we're all pan it a bit. Yeah, you gotta hear it. In other words, there's no perfect way to do it, right? It's more efficient if you just try to mix it in LMS and then punch out a mixed down stereo drum track. But then you have a lot less control. Then you're stuck with that, right? Now you could then record all your shit to that and then bring in the extra tracks after that and then try to mix it. But the problem with that is, why didn't you just start with that in the first place? It's like there's no good way to do it. There just isn't. You can't shortcut certain things in art. This is why I fucking hate art. I hate everything about it. It consumes my life and I fucking hate it. It's the worst master. You can never get any positive points. It's like being in a BPE relationship. The best you can do is not fail and get 0. Everything else is just negative points. And art doesn't care about any of your excuses. It doesn't care about any of your justifications. It doesn't listen to me at all. It's not reasonable. It won't stop sucking. Even though I did these things right, so you shouldn't suck, it doesn't give a fuck. It insists on sucking anyway. And there's no predictable way you can make it not suck. Anytime you try to apply any kind of formula or heuristic to the thing, you're just guaranteeing it's going to suck. It's an absolute fucking nightmare. Everything about it is an absolute fucking nightmare. And yet, it's the entirety of my life. Maybe I'm the one who's not spending his time on. Well, this is the thing. I'm avoiding doing art right now. I'm just doing this. If I weren't doing this, I'd have to make something real. Like, I don't know, a short with Tiffany, since I want to go to one of these invited things. You know, it's like they keep inviting me to these LA events in YouTube, but they're not really an invitation. They're an invitation to apply to go to these things. And then they go, we don't want you. You only got 380 subs. And then they don't get back to me. And they don't say, here are your tickets, right? Would you like to go to this thing? Yes, I would. I live in LA. I'm available. I would like to go to this thing. Okay, well then fill out this form. Okay, I filled out the form. The date of the thing is coming on. What happened? I never got any tickets or anything. Well, that's because we didn't choose you, Eric. Well, why not? Because you fucking suck. We don't want you. We want, like, happy young people who are enthusiastic about their identitarian bullshit. And it's Stop Asian Hate Month. I don't want to stop Asian hate. I think it's racist. Asians are just as entitled to hate people as anybody else. I'm not going to tell Asians to stop hating. They can hate whoever they want. It's their business, not mine. You know? Now, I'm all in favor of Stop Naked HD Fun month. Hashtag Stop Naked HD Fun. I'd be all down on that one. No more naked fun for anybody. Now on, all fun must be clothed. Do larger animals take longer to pee? Interesting question. Very interesting question. You know, I was saying to Rachel earlier, if you weren't making a TV show, then, and you were trying to get people to participate just as like an experiment, you wouldn't get anybody to participate in your Naked and Afraid. Okay? Nobody's going to go along with that. But if you film them going along with it, you'll have people begging to participate. If I went up to people, if I went down to like the beach and said, "Hey there, young lady, young man, you look like sporting types. I've got a proposal for you. I'd like to drop you in the wilderness, take off all of your clothes, and leave you there for a month. And what I will do, we won't be filming this or anything, but because it's an experiment and I'm a researcher, I'll periodically be hiding in the bushes, making notes on your behavior. Nobody would agree to participate in this. Definitely nobody. I say, well, are you like a scientist or something? Yeah, something like that. You might call me an intellectually engaged citizen. You know, everybody's just gonna think you're a pervert, right? You can be like, this perverted old guy just wants to drive us out to the middle of the desert and steal our clothes. It doesn't matter what you call it. I call my show Naked and Resentful because after I've dropped you off and stolen your clothes, you realize this guy was just trying to steal our clothes the whole time. I really resent that. Now we're stuck out here naked in the wilderness. I should have asked him, why is it called Naked and Resentful? Because while you likely will be afraid, I suspect resentment will be the predominant emotion as you watch me drive away with your clothes. But look, I've done you the favor of picking two young, attractive people here. So, if you really are filthy animals, like I suspect, you'll put off thinking about your situation until after you've fucked. No, Jan Jams, you're not an ESFP. You're an ISTJ. You're definitely an ISTJ. There's no way I mistyped you. It's much more plausible that I mistype an ESFP, okay? The reason is because in that particular instance with Amy, I was under the mistaken impression that I could tell first or second slot NI with a test that does not tell you that, okay? So I that mistake caused me to understand how to test for NI a lot better, actually. It taught me a lot. The Amy thing taught me a lot about NI. But I do sometimes mistype people and get it right the second time. Usually, when it happens, it's an E versus an I thing. So, I mistyped Kimberly as ESFJ first, then I realized she was ISFJ. I mistyped Rachel as ENFJ first, then I realized she was INFJ once I got to know her. But that's because FE Tool is going to come off so much more extroverted in initial meetings. And if you're still learning, if you're still really coming to understand it as I was at the time, you're going to still be susceptible to mistaking affect for functions. And that's where I've grown the most of the typologists. I'm not fooled by affect anymore. I get the fact that the circumstances are unique. Probably the only time any client of mine, that's probably the only time they're ever going to be interviewed so well. It's the only time in their life that anybody is going to direct that much concerted, genuine, and powerful attention to understanding them. They may get typed by other people, and if they do, they will conclude inevitably what they all do, which is none of these other people do this remotely as well as you do, Eric. And that's because it's true, you know. And I've begun, as I've gotten better at it, I've also taken it more seriously. It took me a while to realize how important it was to people. Because it was never important to me. Like, I don't identify as an ENTP, not in any meaningful sense of the word. I'm not an ENTP. I am an ENTP, but it's like, well, I'm also a live birth. That's a pretty low bar to attain to, you know, being an example of something. I mean, I'm Eric, okay? That's what I am. I'm that Eric. Yeah, that Eric. Well, none of us quite know what to think. I have mixed feelings too. I'm not sure if I respect that guy, disrespect that guy, like that guy, hate that guy, think that guy's right, or dismiss him as an absolutely crazy hobo. Could be any of those things, or all of them concurrently. And this confuses me. Well, the answer is all the good things and none of the bad things. Are you sure about that, Eric? Some of the bad things. Mostly the good things. Some of the bad things. I'm not a crazy hobo. I do look like a hobo, maybe. I do have a commonality among crazy people. The crazy people might share with me, which is an apparent disregard for how their environments are perceived by others. But like crazy people, I'm metacognitive about it, and that's really the dividing line. What between delusion and genius is metacognition. It's not, you know, when they say there's a thin line between madness and genius. No, there's not. There's a clear, bright line between madness and genius, and it's called metacognition. There is absolutely no thin, vague line between madness and genius. Madness is not a form of genius. It is not the case that genius people would be driven mad by an insane world. No, not at all. We might be driven angry or frustrated, but not insane. Okay? So, in fact, genius and insanity do not link at all. Now, it may be the case that some geniuses also have mental health problems, but they're not geniuses because they have mental health problems, and they don't have mental health problems because they're geniuses. They're unrelated things. I mean, yeah, ISTJs can metacognate. Everybody can. The actual look. I mean, the thing is this: the official definition of mentally retarded is unable to metacognate, which means they don't think about how they're thinking or why they're thinking that way. ISTJs are certainly capable of metacognition and do some of it. It's just, it's not a useful thing for them to do underneath their frames of reference. So when you have an absolute value of solvency and you have an absolute value of what you want, metacognition is not very useful because there is no way to metacognate your feelings. They are metacognition resistant because all they are is your subjective feelings. They don't have any claim to correctness, right? And the only metacognition you can do about it is simply acknowledge that, well, that's my feelings, and therefore it doesn't have a claim to correctness. Except for you, that's not important because correctness is not an absolute value for you. It's countervalued. Correctness is the thing that gets in the way of you getting what you want. So when you do metacognate about all that, it's pretty clear cut, and there's no further metacognition needed. You don't need to do much metacognition when you know what you want and are focused on how to get it. You need to do a lot of metacognition when you have no idea what you want and can't even and also have no idea what you're going to do. Okay, if you neither know what you want nor what you're going to do, then you need metacognition. You need a lot of metacognition because you've got some serious problems on your hands. Okay, you got a serious problem that you got to figure out. After all, the things that you need to do to live life begin with knowing what you want and how to get it. But unfortunately, I was not equipped with those basic life skills like knowing what I want or how to get it. So instead, I get to be this smart guy who explains to everybody else how, because they know how to live, they don't know how to think. That's my job. People don't want to hear my truths. I'm kind of like the bad news fairy. Well, I've got some bad news for you. You're not special. And that's fine. That wouldn't necessarily be bad news. You'd probably be like, oh, that's fine. Nobody's special. But I got some even worse news for you. You're not special, and I actually am special. And I know that's not fair, and you don't want to hear that. And you're going to think, wow, that guy's so full of himself. But I don't want to lie to you. And it is my job, since I don't have any actual uses, I've got to at least just tell you the truth. You know, you're not gonna validate me on anything else. You're not gonna say, well, I don't. You know, Eric doesn't have much to say, but he sure is helpful in a pinch. He lends me his truck. He helps me move. You're never gonna say that about me. You're not gonna say, the thing I love about Eric is he's so reliable about keeping in touch with me. You're never going to say that. I mean, there's really not much to like about me, frankly. I mean, you might like to watch my media. I might be entertaining. But it wouldn't be a good idea to like me personally, really. I'm not a good friend. I always forget about you. And then when I see you, I go, I love you so much. You're so great. I'm going to not forget about you this time. I'm going to remember. I'm going to make this happen again sooner. And I just totally forget about you. I forget about my own daughter. I love the shit out of that woman. Every time I see her, I think, man, this is what FI is. I really love this person. And the thing about it is, I know it's FI because I'm just happy just sitting there with her and listening to her just talk about whatever. I was like, oh, this feels good, just being with her. You know, how could that feel good? Just being with her. That shouldn't evoke any feeling. There's not any change from the status quo, right? It's like, well, I guess a little bit of change. Now she's physically proximate. Prior she wasn't. That's not enough of a reason to feel any differently about things because the overall reality hasn't changed. She's still my daughter, I still love her or whatever. Those statuses are uninformed by this pleasant feeling I have in her company. So and that's the thing about you, FI. It's just useless. It doesn't. You can't use it for anything. You can't conclude anything with it. It's like, no, I already have those statuses set up. I know I love you forever, unconditionally, all this stuff. Those were all set a long time ago. Those are decisions I made about subjective things. It's like my emotions are trying to convince me of it. I already signed down on that a long time ago. I'm already fully convinced of this. You don't need to try to keep selling me a house you already sold me. You know? I love her. Yes, I get that. I love her a lot. That's not changing. So, how are these feelings informative at all? They're not. It's just a pleasant experience, I guess, and that's worth something. It's kind of like drugs without drugs, I guess. Not as good as drugs, though. It's more ethereal. It's like more ephemeral. It's like if you try to really focus on it, it goes away. I mean, what a useless thing that is. It's like does everything wrong, right? FI does everything wrong. It's never about paying any attention to the frame. It doesn't care at all about whether what it's doing generalizes. I really want you to let my son go. Okay, but he's a murderer. Yeah, but he's a good guy. He didn't mean to murder that person. But he did mean to. That's why he pulled out the gun and shot them. Yeah, but he's my son, and I love him a lot. And I don't want him to be in jail. Okay, but don't you think that would send the wrong message to other people? That if we said, well, we would imprison Joe here, but his mom really loves him a lot. I mean, a lot of people could make that argument. And you might think that it's appropriate for your son, but do you think it's appropriate to make this argument for other murderers as well? That doesn't matter. We're not talking about other murderers. We're just talking about my son. No, you see, that does matter. That's the only thing that matters. What happens to your son doesn't matter, except insofar as it's consistent or inconsistent with our approach to the rule of law, you know. Well, that's just FI's way. It says, I'm tired. That's why. Because fine as covers. I'm a skunk. So I do whatever the fuck I want. I don't care. If you don't like it, I'll make you stinky. And that's what FI people do. If you push them on it, they make you stinky. They rub their FI stink all over you. You're like, ew! Irrationality smells bad. It's true. Irrationality smells bad. It smells terrible. I've been thinking of a storm today, too. But it's not the same smell. It's not the same bad smell as irrationality. My bad smell, it smells like a combination of amphetamines, ontological distress, and shame. But in contrast, irrationality just smells like rancid death. Are you dead? Have you been dead for about a week? Are you rotting? How are you still talking? Oh, you're not dead. I do not know what that's. Oh, that's right. It's the smell of your FI being irrational again. My bad. Yeah, it smells like death to me because I understand how you're going to destroy the world with it, but you don't, so you probably don't smell it. Your FI always smells like everybody else's dead bodies. That's what FI always smells like. Well, like, I want to go hunting on that land with all these brown people. Does somebody have any guns? Can we just, like, shoot these things or whatever? Because I want that. And they're standing on it. That's FI, right? Well, I mean, we want that land. But we told them, we made a deal with them that said, this is yours, and we won't bother you, and you exchange, you're going to give us this. We made a deal with them. Yeah, but now we found out that there's stuff we want in the area we gave to them. We thought it was just all garbage over there. But now we found something we want there. So they can't have it. That's FI. That is FI in a nutshell. What you say doesn't matter. What the deal you made doesn't matter. There's no principle. It's always, well, but this time, it's what I want, so, you know, it's an exception. They don't get that you can't be both principled and be making exceptions. To be principled is to apply the principle when you don't want to, not when you do want to. Expediency, competing interests, these are euphemisms for because I want. That's all they are. Okay? That's all they are. Like interpreting growing marijuana in your own backyard for your own consumption as a federal matter, because even though you're not selling it, it's not crossing state lines, the fact that you're consuming it and not purchasing from an illegal market somehow impacts interstate commerce, and this justifies making whether or not you grow marijuana for your own consumption in your own backyard a federal matter on the grounds of interstate commerce. That's what the fucking Supreme fucking Court of the United States argued successfully, with the exclusion of Clarence Thomas, who said, "Oh my God, you people are fucking retarded." More or less. I'm paraphrasing. But that's FI, right? that court said, we don't give a fuck. We want the federal government to have jurisdiction over this. And we can't find any good way to afford them jurisdiction. So we're just going to pretend like words don't mean things. The federal government has authority over interstate commerce. You're growing your own weed for your own consumption means you won't buy any weed anymore. And that is going to negatively impact the illegal what do they call it? Smuggling of drugs across state lines. And on those grounds, the Supreme Court says, yes, whether or not you grow marijuana in your backyard is a matter of federal concern because interstate commerce. Wait, so you're regulating me in my interstate commerce business? Well, I'm just growing it for my own head in my backyard. There is no interstate commerce. No. I forget the interstate commerce thing. The point is we have control over you now. Wait, but you have control over my interstate commerce operations, right? I don't have any. No. We just have control over you and what you're doing. We don't need to think about those justifications anymore or apply them at all. Those were just lies we were telling to get what we want because we were using our FI and not TI. Because we're probably more retarded than evil, but maybe a little bit of both. You know? When fucking John Roberts says, yeah, this individual insurance mandate is fine. I mean, sure. It's nowhere among the enumerated powers of the Congress to do this. But you know what is among the enumerated powers? Taxation. And so fining people for not buying health insurance is simply just a tax now. It's a tax. It's a tax. A tax on what? A tax on not buying health insurance. A tax on not doing something? How are you taxing something that's nothing? How can you tax nothing? You have to tax something? And you're taxing inaction? Okay, I get that certain kind of taxes hit certain populations and don't hit others. You know, when you choose to have a sin tax on cigarettes, it takes money out of my pockets, it takes money out of everybody who smokes, right? And it doesn't take money out of the pockets of people who don't smoke. And then, despite this inequity, those fucking non-smokers have the gall to claim justification for this additional tax on the grounds that smokers are burdening society with additional health care costs. Look, you fucking tards. Let's say I smoke for a long time, eventually get emphysema, and incur a lot of healthcare costs. I will experience the same reality as every fucking other human being in America does. Which will be either I've got really good health insurance, probably because I don't work for a real company. I work for the government. Or I have means and or property which I can turn into equity to pay for the thing that I need to have done to me. Or I don't get those treatments. Now, it is true that emergency rooms won't turn a trauma person away for failing to pay, but the kind of expensive shit that happens isn't trauma. If you think about it at all, you'd realize that justifying sin taxes as ways to pay for additional healthcare costs on society is completely fucking bullshit, because either the parties pay for those healthcare costs themselves or the taxpayer pays for it, but that's not the problem of that's not a problem of the smoker. That's a problem of us fucking unionizing people who don't work for a real company and therefore have no economic vector, which is a necessary third check and balance in the whole equation. The idea that you could have management and labor in a company that is not a company, that doesn't do anything except justify itself by doing things. They're all management. There is no management of labor, right? For that to occur, somebody's got to have to be profiting off somebody else. The reason I'm management is because I'm paying you wages and you don't get a cut, right? I'm assuming I've got this thing structured right, that my outgoing wages costs are way lower than my incoming payment costs. Because people pay a lot to go to this school because it's such a good school, because I put it together. And I pay you decent as wages because I need good people, and that's how much I have to pay. And also, I'm not easy to please, so you're gonna earn a little bit more than I might have to pay. But I am not giving you a cut of the operation because you're replaceable and I'm not. And that's how it should be. In contrast, everybody's entirely replaceable in a public school, and nobody's ever replaced. So, of course, it's just a quagmire of looking like you're working. It's a disastrous clusterfuck Vietnam War plus Grenada plus freaking Iran-Contra. That kind of Bay of Pigs, freaking Bay of Saigon false flag thing. It's just like that kind of, oops, what do we do? Like any smart person would go, how did this whole operation get so far along with nobody saying, hold on a second, everybody. Have you asked basic questions A, B, and C? You know, like, why am I doing this? Is what I'm doing good? In what way might I be projecting my own friends onto everybody? Have you asked any of these questions? No, you have not. No, you have not. And you should have. You should have asked those questions. You could have asked me those questions. I would have answered you. So why is it when I ask you those questions, you can't answer me? Well, Eric, it's because you thought of the questions. If I thought of the questions, it wouldn't go like that. Oh, yes, it would still go like that. It doesn't matter who thinks of the questions. It'll go like that every fucking time. I'll explain to you why your questions, how to improve your questions. Or I'll answer them. I'll answer them under the frame you intended. I'll answer them under the preferable frame. I'll answer them under an alternative frame that somebody might intend. And I'll explain why you needed to calculate those frame matters before making this argument. So it's going to happen every time, whether you think of the question or I think of the question. It doesn't matter. It's always been like this. Eventually, your SI goes, okay, I give in. I give up. I mean, your TI says that's not very much your SI. Your TI has been fighting against your SI. It's been blithely ignoring the NI, but it's been fighting against the SI for decades, right? The TI keeps saying, it's not possible that you are special, Eric. It just doesn't make any sense at all. There are 7 billion people in this world, and at first, I know it seemed like you were the wrong kind of special. I used to be afraid that I was when I was a kid. I thought my parents might be paying my friends to pretend like I was normal, but I was really retarded. And how would I know? Because if I were retarded, definitionally, I wouldn't be able to tell. I thought this as a child, yes. This was what I was thinking about. But I was wrong. Turned out, I was not retarded, and my parents were not paying my friends to pretend that I was not retarded, nor to hang out with me. I don't think so. Anyway. They might have been, but if they were, I never uncovered that plot. And then later I thought, okay, well, people are just very adversarial. Like, they keep playing dumb all the time to avoid having to address what I'm saying. That ended up being wrong too. They were not just being adversarial. They were not pretending to not understand me. They genuinely didn't understand what I was saying. And that was the case also, despite the fact that I was clear and that I continually got more and more clear as I've gotten older. So I always accepted, okay, maybe I wasn't that clear. I could be clearer, I could be more concise. Maybe I said too much or whatever. But I've always worked on improving that. And increasingly it became, no, I was definitely very clear. So I don't understand why they don't understand, right? Given that it's impossible that I'm special in some way or dramatically smarter than other people. After all, I didn't get the best grades in school. And isn't that supposed to be how smart you are? I don't have the highest IQ score. I don't think so. I don't qualify as genius on that metric, I don't think. So it definitely can't be the case that these people don't understand. None of these people understand what I'm saying when I'm being very clear. They have to be playing dumb. But they weren't. And then when I first started coaching debate, I didn't really think about winning debate in high school as meaning anything. I wasn't there. I wasn't metacognitively there yet. But I started coaching debate. I was like, oh wow, cool beginner's luck, I guess, And then, oh wow, the honeymoon period here. I guess I just keep getting lucky. It took me years to go, okay, Eric, you're not keep getting lucky. And it's not just because you got good kids. These variables are changing. You're still winning. Every tournament, practically. Against experienced debate coaches. And you just started. The point is, the journey I had to go through to accept that I was special, which I have now done, okay? It was not an easy decision. It directly runs afoul of observational TINE, which is we've got a huge number of people, and you're just you. You know, it's like you're just some random guy like everybody else. Why would you be special? What's like your upbringing wasn't special in any way. You just, you know, you lived in a suburban house, you did a bunch of chores, you freaking went to the swap meet, looked at fucking things you didn't care about. And, you know, you got a lot of praise from mom for being funny and stuff. And that plays a role and all that stuff. But that's not anything to make somebody special, right? And as far as I can tell, by every metric that people present, I'm not the smartest. A lot of people who are smarter than me, higher IQ scores, better grades, better SATs, whatever. So what's going on here? Right? It's something you're bound to ask, right? Like, what the fuck is going on here? It can't be the case that, okay, I just start coaching debate and then I just keep winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. Like, is this normal? But it's definitely not, because everybody else has to lose for me to win. It's zero sum, right? So, Eric shows up on the league scene with a couple of debaters. He doesn't know what he's doing coaching debate. Kids don't know what they're doing debating because they're taking the lead from Eric, who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. At the time, you know, it's like, I sort of remember debate from high school, but I put out my thing. I can coach debate as one of the things, like, a reason to hire me on my resume, you know, like, figuring, it's probably not going to happen, right? Then they take me up on it. Oh, yeah, of course I can coach debate. I have to pretend like I know what I'm doing, right? Because I said I could coach debate. But the debaters and I figured it out concurrently, because I figured it out by watching rounds and seeing how shit actually played out and stuff. And I go, oh, this is how they do it? I barely remember this. But what eventually happened is I got Scott Wheeler as my assistant coach, and I fucking picked his brain. Because that guy was a debate encyclopedia. I picked his brain and then I beat his ass. Once we were opponents to each other. I mean, he was no longer my assistant coach, you know. I had to beat his ass one time to make it clear. Hey, you're still an ESTJ, motherfucker. Don't even think about it. Ain't no way in fucking hell ever your 100 million tons of preparation have a fighting chance in hell against my genius intuition. That's just all there is to it. And I was right. But the point is, I didn't think that at the time. I think that now in retrospect. At the time, I was filled with a lot of self-doubt. I didn't believe that. It took me a long time to realize that winning had anything to do with me at all. Like, I thought, I guess the kids are doing really well. I didn't believe in my own agency. And the reason is because I had been SI taught that I had no agency from the time I entered school until the time I left special ed. For that entire period of time, from kindergarten through the end of my teaching special ed, did work have any purpose other than to be work and be completed, and ideally be completed well? It didn't resonate under any frame that mattered. Nothing I did from the moment I entered school until I stopped teaching special ed at age 30 or whatever, had any element of work that mattered under any frame of reference other than this institution requires me to do it. So of course, I'd been trained over the course of decades to believe none of my actions had any impacts. It was a struggle to come to believe in my own agency. Oh wait, so what I'm doing is why these kids are winning? I thought, I'm lucky. I got the best kids here. This school must have really great kids, I guess, you know. They're winning with your cases, Eric, that you're making. They're winning because you analyzed the debate topic better by a large margin than anybody else. And you've successfully explained it to these kids. That's why they're winning. It took me a long ass time to accept that. It makes me emotional now. It's like, why would, because they're filthy animals. Humans wouldn't spend their time trying to convince other people that their actions should never have impacts outside of this institutionally defined frame. Because you're going to just teach people not to care about anything. Nothing matters. Which is exactly what I came out of college thinking. I don't give a fuck, just put me wherever. Big Five. I don't really like Big Five or something. It's just, whatever I work at, it needs to be low requirement of me because, after all, I'm just doing things to look like I'm doing things, right? I'm not doing things for some other reason. I have to put on a good shuck and jive about doing what you think I should be doing for reasons none of us understand. That's what work is, right? It's where we both pretend at each other. And it was that until I stopped teaching special ed and got with it into a regular education classroom. And I realized, oh my God. So the thing about teaching is when you explain things well, afterwards, people understand them. If they're not retarded. Special education was not a good place for me, right? So that was the first wake up, like, hey, some of my actions can be meaningful. Like, these people can learn things. And they're children. So, they expect me to be condescendingly the know-it-all. They've been conditioned to nothing but that from the moment they enter school. They just expect me to expect them to just sit there and listen to me like I'm the gauge of all-knowing God of all truth and recite back to me what I say and believe it. That's what they expect. And I'm like, okay, well, I am. About this thing that we're talking about for sure. Like, I started up teaching grammar, right? The great thing about teaching grammar was I didn't understand grammar at all. And then I learned it in like 3 days using sentence diagramming. Mr. Samuelson wanted me to teach it the way he wanted me to teach it, of course. It's his school, and I'm running his curriculum, you know. He wants me to do it justice, do a good job with it. Obviously, I have to understand this shit before I can teach it. As my mom used to say, you don't really understand something until you have to teach it. But, but yeah, I picked it up like bam, 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 bam. Because that's just to show you. the way people teach grammar is what happens when you put curriculum in the hands of what am I calling everybody tonight? Filthy animals. Filthy fucking animals. You can't teach grammar without explaining foremost what grammar is. Ask any student who's studied grammar for years, what is grammar? They have no fucking answer for you. How could anybody be so either stupid or wicked as to teach a grammar class without even ever beginning the class by saying what grammar is? How? How do you discuss grammar without addressing the massively fundamental to all epistemology question, what is grammar? And to call yourself like an educator of some sense. The standard we have for teachers is just like, these people don't deserve to be teachers. Or up to me, you'd have to pass my test to be a teacher. My test would be like this. Go into that room with that group of kids there and explain to them what matters. Maybe 1% of people would pass that test. 1%. At best. If I was in charge of hiring teachers, and we had a whole slew of prospective people coming out to try out for these jobs or whatever, at least 80% of them, this would be the first time they ever thought to themselves, what does matter? The notion had never occurred to them prior to me saying, go explain to these kids what matters in the interview. Despite the fact that they had never thought about it before. Never even occurred to them to think about it before. And they nevertheless will proceed into that room and explain what matters to those kids. Proving they've got no fucking idea what matters. Because they're focused on getting the job, not whether or not they can explain what matters, right? To get the job, they have to pretend like they can explain what matters. And because they don't care about what matters, they're willing to explain whatever bullshit to these gullible children about the critically important question of what matters. Just so they can get a job where they can continue to go through these motions of stupidity. Which I get, you need to work to make money, I get that. And being willing to do stupid shit to make money, I get that. That's fine, I get it. But being willing to lie to a bunch of children about what matters, I mean, you're not even lying, right? It's like if I said to her, okay, so what I need you to do in there, I want you to go into that class and I want you to perform brain surgery on those children. She'd have said, I can't do that. I'm not qualified to perform brain surgery on those children. I don't know anything about brain surgery. But if I go ask her, tell her, okay, go explain what matters to those kids. Her answer should be, I'm not qualified to do that. I don't know what matters. I'm a filthy animal. I'd say, you pass. Therefore, you are not a filthy animal. Because that kind of self-understanding is what I'm looking for in my filthy animals. Good job. You're a clean animal. I declare you a clean animal. That's a clean animal, right? That's the difference between a filthy animal and a clean animal. Hi, Rachel, my beloved darling and specialist.
Hi, handsome Eric, my man of the hour.
You're manifesting so many jewels of specialness right now.
Thank you. You are too.
You've got the electric energy sufficient to power all of Las Vegas for one night.
Thank you.
That's how effervescently electric you are.
I've always wanted to be electric.
I'm just curious about how electricity modified with the adjective effervescent is different than electricity not modified by the adjective of effervescent. Can electricity be more or less effervescent? I don't think so. I think effervescence necessarily includes the air bubbles. I don't think you can really squeeze any air bubbles into electricity.
Where'd you find the camera?
Oh, it was on the tripod.
It was on the tripod. Oh my god.
Yeah, where it should be.
Yeah.
It was just screwed onto the top of the tripod.
Well, I'm glad that it's there.
I had gone through all these sort of like speculative SI things. Do I remember putting it somewhere? I never touched the fucking thing. It was just I just left it on the tripod. That's why you can't trust SI. You know, like my memories, they could be, yeah. Did I put it here? Did I put it there? I can almost remember myself putting it there. You know, like picture. Is that a memory or am I? You never even thought about it. You touched it. It's just you left it on the tripod.
I'm glad.
Me too. I'm happy we found it.
I love you.
I love you, and also I wanted to know, you're totally right. It is longer. I can't believe like Rachel knew those other cameras that I thought might be the right camera were not the right camera. She didn't tell me this because she thought instead of telling Eric you're plugging in the wrong camera, I'm going to give Eric the benefit of the doubt that he's plugging in the camera that he wants to plug in for some reason, which he may or may not explain. You were giving me too much credit, Rachel. I was just being an idiot as usual. And, yes, you knew, of course, that the new camera looked different than the old cameras, but I had never really looked at any of them. Why would one look at things like that? That's the difference between SE front stack and SE back stack.
Yeah.
Rachel looks at things. I don't look at things.
It's true.
It's true. I don't like looking at things.
No.
Why add extra work to my eyes?
I was just going to say something similar.
My eyes are busy enough already. What with their closing like this to convey seriousness? With the fluttering of the eyelids like this to express a coquettish interest? They're busy bees, my eyes. They've got important things to do. I don't know. Like, this naked people are really persistent. Listen. You were just excited by my perspective show, Naked and Resentful. Which is not a show because I don't film it. I just take you and your partner into the desert, kick you out of my truck, make you strip at gunpoint, take your clothes, and drive away. Leaving you naked and resentful. Thing is, the whole show thing is really just a fraudulent way of stealing people's clothes, which then I resell on the black market. Now, the thing is, if you want to maximize the resale value of your clothes, people love buying clothes that were stolen from other people and will pay a premium for such clothing. So, you should always pay attention to the brand. So I try to recruit people to participate in my show naked and resentful, who are already wearing fancy, expensive clothes, you know. Like, I'd never go up to a guy like me, even if somebody knows this is stolen, you never get more than about $15 for this shirt, max, right? Even if you say it was stolen from Leonardo DiCaprio, you might get $20 from it. But if it had a certain logo right here, like a pow or something, or other things that make it fancy, then it could be worth a lot more. And if it's made entirely out of ivory, it could be worth a fortune, as long as it's sustainably harvested ivory. I did also have a conversation with Rachel earlier in which I explained my plan for sustainably harvested ivory. So, the sustainably harvested ivory industry, what they do is every time a new elephant is born, they assign a child that's of equivalent age to that elephant to follow that elephant around 24/7. This can go on for decades. Eventually, that elephant dies, and that kid, now an old man, gets to harvest that ivory. The reason he's got to follow around the elephant is because if he's not there when the elephant dies, the elephant's friends will take the ivory and hide it. That's why you don't normally find ivory just lying around, because elephants hoard ivory like everybody else. I mean, who better than an elephant to know the true value of ivory? So anyway, what I'm really looking for as a participant in my fantastic show, Naked and Resentful, is somebody who's already wearing a suit made entirely of ivory. Now, that's going to have a high resale value, especially when you inform people that it was stolen from Leonardo DiCaprio. Whoever it was you steal it from, it doesn't matter. You always say you stole it from Leonardo DiCaprio. That increases the value. Everybody wants things. People don't want things stolen from like I don't know, like Chastity Bono. You know, nobody wants something stolen from Chastity Bono, but stolen from Arnold Schwarzenegger? Okay, maybe. Show me your leadership skills. Stolen from, I don't know, let's see, Selena Gomez. That would probably be a popular one. No, really. I stole this T-shirt from Selena Gomez. How did you get Selena Gomez's T-shirt? Oh, I fraudulently induced her into a fake show called Naked and Resentful, stripped her at gunpoint, and drove off with her clothes. What happened to her? I mean, she was fine when I drove off. She was just there in the desert, naked and resentful. That's where the show ends, you know. That's all there is. The show's over. I did my thing. Now I'm done. What else is there to think about? Did you leave her any water or anything? You know what? I did accidentally leave my bucket of pee there, I think. I meant to empty it and bring my bucket back home with me, but I guess you could have drank that, maybe. I hear my pee is delicious. A lot of people have told me that. The weird thing, though, is none of the people who have told me that have actually drank my pee. So, I don't know how reliable their testimony is, you know. Why do people buy branded products? Well, a lot of different reasons there. Just another girl. For example, I go to McDonald's to get the large Coke. You might say I'm being brand loyal there. Well, really, I'm just doing a rational consumer decision. $1, a large Coke. McDonald's Cokes are good because they put extra ice in and it's a little bit sweeter, but it melts down so it's perfect. And they're very fizzy, and you have a big straw. It's all $1. That's just a wise decision. If McDonald's were to fail to attain those things, I would have made, like they really pissed me off recently. I'm gonna start ordering. I want a regular Coke, and please don't give me diet. I say that. McDonald's is going to become the new CVS. The target of my ire. They keep trying to give me diet fucking Coke. Because the thing about Diet Coke is this. Even though it is absolutely disgusting, it is one of humanity's worst crimes, I think. Diet soda is among humanity's worst crimes against nature. Anyway, despite the fact that it's so awful, and despite the fact that I went through that McDonald's primarily because I wanted that delicious Coke, even though they gave me diet, I will not turn around and go back and get a new Coke. And I might have waited 10 minutes in line or whatever, and I just drove away. No, I will not. Because it's not part of the deal, McDonald's. It was never part of the deal. We were always in agreement. When I drove away from that second window, that was it. That was over. You were not going to have me there any longer. There was no, oh, and hey, come back 5 minutes later. And that was never part of the deal. I don't want to go through that hassle. I just already went through all the hassle I'm willing to go through. I sat through the drive-thru line. If I wanted my drink inconveniently, well, I guess I still would have gone to McDonald's. I really trapped myself there. You double bound yourself, Eric. You painted yourself into a rhetorical corner. You're fucked now. Yes, men like gods. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. If I would learn that lesson. I haven't thought that lesson yet. That didn't even occur to me. But you just said, this is the first time I've seen this idea, or this idea has entered my consciousness, okay? You're absolutely right. I should have thought to myself before, Eric, always test it before driving away from the window. If you're still at the window, you can still go, this is Diet Coke. I hate Diet Coke. So I'm going to do my very best to remember that and follow that advice from this moment forward, okay? And I heartily thank you for that well-considered piece of advice, and it's something everybody should apply. That's a piece of advice. That's the best answer to world mic power, okay? That's the number one NI answer on the board. If you have world mic power, you have the mic for 30 seconds, and you can say one piece of advice to the world or whatever. Nobody ever says anything useful, right? Nobody ever says anything actually useful. That's useful. Always test sip your soda before driving away from the window. They might have given you diet. That's fucking useful. The world needs to hear that, you know? People like me need to hear that. It's like, you know what? It's something else I needed to hear from an ESTP. The chick you want to go out with, you should definitely think she's hot and want to get on her a lot. It does matter. And he was right. Man, I had been wrong about this the whole time. I always thought, nah, I'm going to be clever, you see. I'm going to get a better chick by getting a less good-looking one. Because presumably, I'll be able to pick the best of the less good-looking ones, whereas I have to take the worst of the good-looking ones. This is my... It doesn't work like that, but... Anyway, that's, I guess, the reasoning behind it. But the ESTP was right. No. You can't be in a good relationship unless you actually really very much want to hump the other person. Not just like, well, I'm horny enough again. You know. I'd fuck just about anything now at this point, so you'll do. I just close my eyes. That's not a healthy relationship. You gotta really want to hump the person you're with. Rachel is very sexy. I really enjoy having sexual intercourse with her, and that's not really something I would say about my previous relationships. What is up with this naked people? They're very persistent tonight. Will you stop with your spamming, please? No fun. Yeah. I don't know if I call that pornography. It's like I never know whether to call that pornography or spam. Spam's correct, pornography is incorrect, but it's spam linking to pornography. You know. No, well, look, I am all in favor of the egalitarian perspective behind what I was saying before. My understanding of things before, which was like, look, I want to be in a good relationship with some person that I think is a good person, and I don't think being a good person, which is the predominant or salient thing, a person I want to be with, is going to correlate very strongly to them being attractive necessarily. It's going to correlate probably loosely or not at all, you know. So, so I don't want to be looksist, you know, and I didn't get that. You can't deal with chicks except through FI. You gotta know what you want. You gotta know why you want it. And then you gotta know how to charm your way into getting it. You know? You can't be TE about it. You can't be freaking TI about it. You can't be NI about it, or you just gotta be FI and FE about the whole thing. You know, I know what I want to get into your pants, and I know how to be charming. Hey, 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 hey. It's a good song, Blurred Lines. You're a good girl. You know you want it. You know you want it. Pants. Winston's mom put a pair of pants on the screen. Who's gonna wear that pair of pants? Somebody better don't be too mean. If nobody volunteers to wear those pants, I'll wear them for you. It might look like I've got no pants on, but in fact I do. They're just short pants. Short pants, but they're not really that short, but they bunch up more when I dance. By which I mean sit down. In the way of fashion, which I do. And that's perhaps why you thought I needed jeans so blue. Or maybe the pants had nothing to do with me. Probably they had nothing to do with me at all. After all, pants rarely do have anything to do with me. Most pants-related matters don't include me. Some of them do. Questions like, what pants am I going to wear today? But on a more universalist frame, like, are pants good? Very little linkage to me personally. Well, sure, I might have some thoughts, lots of thoughts. I might have the best thoughts about the question. But the point is, none of those thoughts would be about me. It'd be about pants. That's what I'm getting at. Anyway, I want to repeat something I said earlier. I think is important to say. The new term that exists, which is called feather dotting, a thing. Feather dotting is providing a quick way to check which meaning of a word somebody used as two words. It has two meanings to it. So, if I say, yeah, she's really cool, she's an Indian chick. Well, you want to know, do I mean Native American Indian? Do I mean Indian from India? So you say, feather or dot? Feather being Native Americans. Dots being Indians from India. Well, we have a similar problem with the word mate. English people use it to mean friend you don't have sex with for the rest of your life. American people use it to mean lady that you have sex with for the rest of your life. Or man if you're a lady or whatever. You know. But the thing is, so we need to feather dot. We need to feather dot that, right? And I have. We can feather dot that by saying bloke or poke. Do you mean mate like bloke? Do you mean mate like poke? You mate like your English bloke or the girl that you poke? So bloke or poke is the same as feather or dot, and it creates for us a model to feather dot other. It gives us the term feather dotting. It's an actual thing that needs to be done. So this is like an acorn, except it's way cleaner than that even. For words that have two meanings often distinct from each other, you may need to feather dot them, which is to provide a ready-made, quick check of which of the two meanings like if somebody says, I went to visit my aunt. It's not clear. Does she mean her aunt? Or does she mean her aunt? So in that case, you might say, you simply go, 6 limbs or 4, I guess. 6 or 4, you know? Oh, 6. Oh, your little pet ant insect, okay. That'd be feather dotting ant. It's unnecessary to feather dot ant because No, context will always provide you sufficient information to distinguish between those two things. Nobody's going to legitimately need to question, do you mean your aunt or your aunt? Unless you really have an aunt that you're really obsessed with, it's like in a cage or something. But we can think of other things where you might actually have confusion that we might actually need. Why does this patch of my face look so white? And like, what's going on here? Like, this looks weird. Anyway. Oh, thank you, Bobby's son. I appreciate it. Why is it that dealing with women is so heavily SEFIFE? It's just an issue of dynamic. Well, in this instance, you're going to get from me some kind of talk that I'm normally derisive about and I'm normally dismissive about, but I think is true in this instance, which is there's a substantial portion of the population that qualifies as heteronormative, okay? Which is, for them, normal is heterosexual, whatever. And among that population of people, by far the most common dynamic is something that's biological and doesn't work well with a lot of our paradigms, right? It's that the reality is women are turned on by how much you want them. And so the hornier you are, and the more, like, obviously animalistic you are about the whole thing, the more they get into it. That's the one sort of universal rule you can take from the thing. It creates this subject-object relationship, necessarily. One person is the subject taking action upon the other person as the object. It's obviously all pretend, but the only people who truly understand that it's fully pretend are like ENTPs, INFJs in a long-term relationship. Other parties get confused about this and they try to change. They think that there's some sort of meaning about how women and men should relate to one another to be gleaned from this biological reality. And to a certain extent, some people are more some people are more capable or interested in expressing other aspects of themselves that contradict that biological reality at the expense of that biological reality as an argument. But the fact is, girls want to be ravished in some sense, you know? They like being manhandled. And what it requires of a person is something that no civilized man wants to really be. You know? To me, it seems barbaric to, like, go up to a girl in a bar or whatever and be very forward and just, I mean, because there's no way it would authentically happen for me, right? I'm not SC. But I guess it could authentically happen. I just have to be drunk or something. But where I go, okay, I'm sorry, but You are so smoking fucking hot that I've got to find some way to get into your pants. Like, soon, because I'm about to bust a nut just looking at you. If you would actually come to a girl and say that with enough, if you were dressed reasonably well and you actually, you'd have to have some reality to back it up, I guess. But it would probably work. It would probably work. Because ultimately, that's what girls want to hear. And there's nothing in the world that turns them on more than that. And it's kind of an ugly truth, but it is what it is. No, I mean, what a girl wants is that experience authentically to occur. Okay? So, they want authentically a handsome-ish, roguish kind of guy to genuinely be like, okay, there's something about you. You are fucking driving my loins crazy. I urgently need to have sex with you. I'm a perfectly civilized human being here. I'm not normally like this, but I don't know if it's the way you're dressed, the way you look, just something about you. You've got to be the sexiest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, and I need to get in your pants. If you have some game and the girl's somewhat available, that's probably gonna work. If you're honest about it. If it's genuine. And if you're a man, you have probably some of these experiences in your own reference. I can think of a few occasions where I saw like a particularly shockingly pretty girl someplace. I was just um, like this girl at the UPS store who worked in Laverne. I went in there one day to like fax something, in my normal fashion, like looking down, thinking, mumbling to myself and being Eric-y. I got to the counter, I look up, and there's this absolute fucking gorgeous vision of beauty in front of me. It's like, sometimes it's just something about a given person, and you just go like, oh, Jesus, you're attractive. And the thing is, yeah, I want to fax this, but it's like sometimes that happens in the world. It's not like I would ever gonna hit on that girl or anything. She was 20 years old, in a relationship, but those kind of phenomena occur because we aren't just metaphysical creatures; we're biological creatures as well. We are subject to the particulars, what we see in the real world impacting us in particular subjective ways that don't matter but are important. So, I think of her, a common place to encounter somebody like that, where you kind of go, whoa, a second, like, wow, your attractiveness is shocking me, is McDonald's drive-thru girls. They tend to put the cutest girls at the give you your food part, and they put the guys or the less cute girls at the money part. It could just be, I just could be seeing patterns where it's just noise in the data, but it seems that way to me. The gym, nobody should go to the gym. The gym is a bad place to go. Well, the thing about it is, the guy who does that, makes it happen, if they're an ESTP, they're probably not in a relationship. ESTPs really struggle with the absolute value of SE, which says do this shit, the FI polar, which says I don't owe anything to somebody I don't know, like maybe this girl's boyfriend or something. The FE goes, yeah, I'm badass in all the right ways. And, but the TI says, I don't want you cheating on me because I'm bipolar and I have to be fair and I don't want to be a hypocrite. Because if you're going to accuse me of being a hypocrite, I got nothing. I got no comeback. If you're right, I got no comeback. So, and then I just look like, and then like all the FE means nothing. The F bipolar is just me being a selfish cunt. the SE Dom is just me being a bull in a china shop, etc. The STPs are saved by their TI because it requires them to not be hypocritical, and they don't, and they're saved by their F bipolar because they can't tolerate the idea of their chick being with anybody else. Never hit on women at the gym or in public at all. House parties are okay. Everything else has been broken. You're smart. You're smart. Well, you never. I think. Let me clarify. Let me adjust what you say there, men like gods. Never hit on women in front of other people. Like your first job, if you're gonna try to schmooze a chick, is to separate her from everybody else. It's your number one job. Okay? It's fine to hit on her in public as long as other people aren't looking. Because what's happening there is it's hard enough for her to have to deal with you hitting on her, no matter how gracefully you're doing it, in her own graceful way, regardless of whether she wants to reciprocate or the opposite. To then add this additional layer of having others watching is asking too much of her. So your job number one is to extract her from the prying eyes of others. Like if you wanted to be a player, what you need to do is get in the habit of having intimate nonverbal communications with people in as a like testing for receptibility, right? And when you got some sort of flash of the eyes back that suggested they shared that connective moment in a way that was open, then you'd go, yeah, you know. Then you separate, you say, hey, let's go someplace private and have a little conversation, or you maneuver that somehow, you know. And then you head on her, and then you say, I just want to formally fill you in here. I'll just be full disclosure. I'm now beginning an attempt to woo you. My goal is to have sexual intercourse with you this afternoon. However, I will urge you that I will patiently be a good guy and hang out with you again tomorrow, then expecting even more to have sex tomorrow afternoon. But, you know, unless the hanging out is so fun that we just don't really feel like having sex, then on that third day, you're gonna have to put out. There's no way I'm hanging out with you 3 times. And you don't put out the third time. No. I get it. It's like sometimes circumstances make it such that there's no natural way to take, right? Date 1, fine. Especially with everyone feeling all uncomfortable. Date 2, and maybe there should be a little physicality, like some patting on the back and hand holding or something prior to the finishing of the dinner or whatever. And then sometimes, it's time we're both tired. It's just, you're in no hurry. We're not in any hurry. We wanted to make sure we do due diligence before you have sex with somebody. So it's good that we're not having sex. Third time, alright, bitch. This is the third time I buy you dinner. So, if you don't put out tonight, If you put out the first night, then you're a big slut. If you put out the second night, we both have been like, we kind of restless. But, if you don't put out tonight, then fuck off. Those are the rules. You gotta be a little cutthroat in the dating world because people will waste your time if you're not, I don't want to chit chat with you. Are we going on a date or what? We're going on a date and then we chit chat at the date. I don't want to chit chat with you online. Let's chat a bunch before we agree to do anything. No, let's not chat a bunch before we agree to do anything. I will get to know you as we're doing something, right? Like, let's go to dinner. I'll buy you dinner. Because I'm old-fashioned like that. I think that's my job, right? Like, if the chick says, okay, I'm willing to consider you, maybe I'm going to have sex with you. No guarantees, but I'm open to the possibility enough that I'm willing to let you buy me dinner. Okay, fine. I get that. I'm going to buy you dinner. And that you're a classy lady. You're not going to put out right away after one dinner. You're like, hey, I'm not a one dinner whore, I get that. I don't want you to be a one dinner whore. I wouldn't have invited you to dinner if I thought you were a one dinner whore, And I agree. I'm going to go ahead and say it. While it wouldn't be an unreasonable valuation to say you were a 2-dinner whore, you're not. You're undervalued at that. So you are truly a 3-dinner whore. That's my kind of whore. Congratulations. You've attained a woman's virtue in the modern world. You didn't have sex with me until I bought you dinner 3 times. Because that's exactly what your body's worth. Quite a bit, really. It's like, depending on where we eat. So it's not like I'm taking you to McDonald's either. I'm trying to impress you, So, I'm talking like $80 dinners, probably. Maybe the third one we go to pizza, because I'm like, okay, I'm tired of spending money on you. I haven't even fucked you yet, This is why we're single, of course. I don't have to worry about these things because I have my life partner forever. Rachel and I are never breaking up. I never have to do any of this shit again. I hate that shit so much. Well, F.E., Klaus, that's why. F E. It's like that time I made the foolhardy mistake of going on a date with an ENFP lady. I told the story before, I'm going to tell it again because it's so fucking crazy. It said everything you need to know about ENFPs. So here I am. I'm a guy with a small business debate school he's running called Autonomy Debate, who has money from work, from actually working, right? Not because the government paid me, and we're pretty, it's like I had clients who said, okay, we want what you're selling and choosing to buy it, right? Like any sensible relationship. But anyhow, so we're going to this like gastropubby farm to table fucking place in Glendale, with a $29 lamb chop and shit, Because again, I'm trying to impress the girl, and I don't drink alcohol, but I encourage her. If she wants to drink alcohol, go ahead and order alcohol. I don't think she did, actually. But regardless, so after we sit down, we look at the menus for just a second. Before we even really look at the menus, she starts talking about evil capitalism. I'm like, oh, you deluded, insane woman. Because she's a librarian for UCLA. Government job of the most ridiculous sort. She's not even probably the lady who does the work in the library, like puts the books back. She just sits there in her office and I don't know, gives people directions or something, answers emails. I don't know what she does. But she's not earning her money, okay? She's got a salary job at a University of California school library, just suckling out the taxpayers' tea, Suckling up a tea where the sane and natural linkage between utility and worth is severed completely. But we're going to pay you a lot of money. Is it because what I'm doing is really valuable? No. It's because your union negotiated this contract. How do we have a union? You're the government. Well, yeah, we're management. We don't want to spend too much money. You want us to spend more money. You sort of don't want to spend more money. Well, we try to keep costs down. Do you, though? Look, the important thing is we're educating the children. Are we, though? Anyhow, this girl starts in on evils of capitalism. I'm like, this place we're eating at is one of those corporations you keep talking about. Do you know what what it means to incorporate something? She didn't know, of course. That's not the point. No, that is the point. You're talking about corporations like they're it's like ExxonMobil may be a corporation, but ExxonMobil tells us nothing about corporations. And yet you seem to think that incorporating things is a problem. Because some incorporated bodies you view as bad. Where do I even begin? Well, we begin with the question, do you know what it means to incorporate something? When the answer to that is no, it makes a person wonder, how is it you came to have such strong opinions about this? I really hate those clocks. What are those? I have no idea, but I hate the fuck out of them. Well, that's why I didn't invite you out for a second dinner, lady. Neither of us wanted to see each other ever again in that meal. We suffered through it. We ate fast. I paid for it. We shook hands, and that was it. We were just like, okay, I hate her. And she's like, I hate him. I hated her. Because, of course, how dare she, right? How dare she rail against corporations without even knowing what it means to incorporate something? The gall. If people treated argumentation with the seriousness they should, they would feel shame. They'd say, I can't believe I attempted to perform open heart surgery on that lady when I don't know anything about it. Oh dear, I can't believe I tried to land the plane. I have no information at all about how to land the plane. I don't know the first thing about it. Fortunately, somebody who did know about how to land a plane came and pushed me out of the chair and took over. Boy, that was dumb of me to try to land that plane. That requires specialized knowledge. People should say that about expressing their opinions, too. Like, she's clearly not qualified to have any opinion about corporations, economics, supply and demand, good and evil, justice and truth, or anything of the sort. She can think about fairies and gold dust. She can think about her imaginary whatever. But when she tries to put her FI-based imagination onto public policy matters, she is destructive like beavers. And beavers are very destructive, you know. They chop down a lot of trees and they just clog up all the rivers with their trees. Like, hey, this river used to be fine. Now it's all full of cloggy trees. And this used to be like a nice forest, but you beavers just tore it to shit. Fuck off, you beavers. That's why I don't like beavers. They're always clogging my streams and cutting down my trees. Well, I mean, they haven't banned me. Here's the reality, man, like God's. While I agree that the salient point is they shouldn't have been banned, I should point out they probably were actually thinking wrong. I don't know that for a fact, but because the fact that I haven't been banned or gotten any strikes or anything like that suggests to me that if you're correct, you're correct, and nothing happens to you. But you gotta really be correct, you know. If you're trying to walk a line, you're doing it wrong. I'm always on the right side of truth, justice, and the American way, the universal way. What is righteous as well as what is true. I'm always in favor of actually honest behavior and always opposed to dishonest behavior. I'm opposed to all manners of exploitation, and I'm opposed to all manners of groupism. My rightness is more right than the people who are right. And the people who are right are insufferable, right? Because, yes, it's true, all this inclusiveness is good. It is true that excluding people for arbitrary bullshit is bad. But do you have to be so fucking gay about the whole thing? That's the bottom line, you know? It's like, come on, though. Do it well or something? When it's cringy, it's the worst. Like, don't cast that old black man as a little white girl. It's just confusing. I'm not impressed. I don't think, wow, bold choice. I just think that's dumb. Don't put on the play Romeo and Juliet, except this time, Romeo's gay. I'm really conflicted about whether he wants to get on Juliet. Just don't do that. Why? Because it doesn't improve the story at all. It makes no sense. And your stupid woke shit is gay. I deserved that strike for bullying. That qualified as bullying. It was not civil discourse. It was a bunch of name calling. And I understand that I did, in fact, violate their terms on that thing. And I deserved it. What I didn't get at the time, but that was because I failed to take proactive action to learn this, was that, or just I didn't read the email all the way or something like that, was this change where if you got a strike, it's stuck on you forever. It didn't used to be like that, you know. It used to eventually go away. But, here's the thing, men like gods. I can and will always legitimately shine a light on the fact that I'm being more legitimately woke than they are by every reasonable metric, and that they're the problem. Their kind of groupist thinking, their kind of evil, reductionist, ontological assault is in fact the problem. And that what I'm saying is an attempt to open their eyes to that reality. That you can't fight fire with fire in this instance. You can't both be woke and groupist at the same time. And you definitely are attempting to. What's a GAF rule? Is that... I mean, I would assume that the person being bullied has to be the one reporting the bullying. When I got a strike for bullying C.S. Joseph, I think it's because C.S. Joseph reported it as me bullying him. He was right, and a scumbag for doing that, but I mean, I understand it. He he's he has a very interesting calculus, and his success criteria don't include validation by people who don't buy into his shtick. So, gaff, right? I can't believe I asked you what gaff meant. I made it up. I forgot what it was entirely. I forgot that I made it up even. Yeah, it's gaff. That's what I was trying to not say. So it's like I stopped trying to not say things in live streams because it's just like, okay. It used to be that a lot of my live streams would be left just green, even ones that got pretty curse wordy and like sex jokes and stuff, you know. But now they all get yellow. It doesn't matter what I say. So, I just, whatever. Somebody wants to. This is the thing. I want somebody to engage me in some way about something that I'm doing. I want to appeal it because at least YouTube, when you appeal things, you can provide them your words as to why this is bullshit. If it is bullshit. The only appeal I ever lost was the appeal of that bullying strike, in which I conceded in my appeal that, okay, yes, technically this is bullying. So I'm going to lose that appeal, but that's the only appeal I've ever lost, because the only appeal I didn't believe in. Today's the anniversary of the USS Liberty attack. I don't know what that is even. I mean, the thing is, YouTube's going about this incorrectly, but so are you. So it's like you're looking to core events because you see them as NI linchpins of a single narrative that represents a correct narrative, but you're just doing team shit. In other words, you're probably right. Yeah, a lot of stupid team shit goes on, and you're participating in it. Oh, the T. That makes more sense. USS Liberty. A Liberty. I guess a Liberty would be a place where people go to get liberated? Liber. Is liberty the state of being liber? Is liber a word? What's this liberty thing about? Liberty is a feeling in your heart. The pussification of the world sort of irks me. Well, the thing is, there's not a pussification of the world. There's a pussification of the West. And an emboldening of our enemies because of our pussification. The thing is, I'm not worried about the pussification of individuals and of societal things or whatever. I'm worried about the pussification of the leadership. Like, at least Trump wasn't a pussy. I was not at all a Trump fan. But Biden is an the worst possible time. Like, in most of, Go through most of American history. You can stick Biden in there for 4 years, and not much of anything is going to happen. It's going to be fine. Not right now. It's the worst possible time to have that fucking pussy in office. It's not right to call him a pussy. He's not exactly a pussy. He's just, he's careful. He's careful when he needs to be decisive. And he's decisive when he needs to be careful. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's got Alzheimer's disease, probably. And he doesn't have good advisors because he's got fucking Kamala whatever, this vice president. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's a former prosecutor, for fuck's sake. To go into the business of prosecution, you've got to really already be completely in the wrong frame of reference. Will you stop? Nobody's gonna go to your stupid website. Why don't you just, stop being a thing already? Oh, somebody beat me to it. Well, so here's the thing. There's impactful, not impactful, right? So, Trump was the worst president in terms of being impactful since Andrew Jackson. By which I mean his priority of an impact frame over any kind of validation frame made him the worst president, regardless of what happened with that. It's that was the problem. That is the fundamental disgrace to the office. Execution without validation is not acceptable behavior for an executive. And neither Andrew Jackson nor Trump cared about whether this shit validated at all. So that made them automatically the two worst presidents you can imagine. However, that doesn't mean that they were ill-suited for their moment necessarily. So Trump probably arrived on the scene an election too soon. But he probably wouldn't have, imagine this. Imagine Trump didn't run against Hillary. Hillary beats somebody else. Trump runs against Hillary 4 years later, after she's been in office for 4 years. Everybody hates her even more. He wins in a landslide. And now he's president. Now I want Trump to be president because somebody needs to stand up to those fucking Russians and those fucking Chinese. And at least I can count on him to do something. Yeah, that's just horrible. And like gods, I know. Where's the leadership? Where is their sense of responsibility to do things well and correctly? Not necessarily. I agree. You may end up having to make decisions that cost people their lives, but if you do that, you better have made those decisions in the correct way. If you don't do that, if you don't care about the validation process, then you can just go fuck yourself. You got no business being president. Well, right, because the reason why Trump fucked up COVID so badly is because COVID gave him a taste of his own medicine he was not prepared for. In other words, somebody with a singular NI narrative stick kicked the living fuck out of his anthill. That's his job. He's supposed to be kicking anthills. What are these Chinese people do kicking my anthill? And he didn't. I mean, the thing is, what it required of him, that particular anthill kick, because it was so NI, it required of him powerful NETI. And he had automatic NE that played out as like nicknames for people or something. And he had no TI at all. And so he was just completely ill-equipped to do the job required of him. That required a statesman to discuss, lay out very clearly and concisely the frames that mattered, the frames that were important, and how we have an opportunity as a world to act like adults. Stop caring so much about being held accountable for something that happens because you didn't take this fucked up action. You're not required to take that fucked up action, and if something bad happens afterwards, it's not your fault. Well, I mean, we gotta force all these children to wear masks at school all day. Why? Because if we don't and something bad happens, then we'll be held liable. If you're thinking that way, you're evil and you need to go fuck yourself. You need to care about the autonomy of other people, not impose your will upon them for no good reason. Well, I mean, that kind of shit always will happen when people believe that the ends justify the means. That's what I was saying about if you're a good president, you will end up making decisions that will cost some lives probably during your term. It's probably going to happen. Not necessarily, but probably. And you should be able to sleep just fine at night only if you made those decisions in the right way. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. That's not how you can judge yourself as president. You have to know that you did everything in the right way. That you cared about the right things. That you remembered what mattered. And that you were willing to take the hits on what's important. If you can't do that, you don't deserve to be president. That would make me sad. I have such an idealized vision of the American democracy. I never knew I believed in it so much. It hurts so much to see it go to shit. Well, that's because the word hasn't gotten out yet. Hey, everybody, Eric's taking mushrooms. You should probably go over here and listen to him. Why? He might say something worth hearing. It sounds hard. It's not that hard. It sounds boring. It's kind of boring. I've got a life to live. Well, there's your problem. You keep thinking about how you're living your life. You don't think about it. You just do it. You just live your life. You can stop living your life and start talking about living your life. That's the only way to be right about things. You can't live your life wrong if you aren't living it at all. Isn't that good news? It's not possible. Finally, now you can't. You're not living wrong anymore. Step one: stop living your life at all, and then you definitely won't be living it wrong. Step two: accept that you are a crawling cub. Step three: turn your rapt and reverent eyes to Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazakwell. I, Native American, will turn you from crawling cub to sprinting wolf. You just need to believe in me. The power of my wisdoms. I want to have a symposium offer called Expensive Symposium About Oneness. It's $500 a person. It comes with something fancy, like, you know, there are hors d'oeuvres served. It's just hot dogs on a fucking toothpick I made real quick beforehand, but still something. And I get up on that stage and I just say to everybody what they want to hear. Hey everybody, you paid $500 to be here, so I'm going to tell you exactly what you want to hear. Guys, what I see here before me is a massive amount of power that's just not being released. Every single one of you has within you the ability to do anything you can dream of, anything you want. And what's holding you back are some limiting narratives that unfortunately society internalizes in each of us when we're very young. Now, what we're going to do in this symposium, we've got an acronym here to remember it. It's GOAL, okay? We got your G. Get to know yourself. That's the first thing we're going to do. We can't know our goal unless we first know ourselves. O, oneness. To know ourselves truly is to recognize how all things are interconnected. We are one. When we let go of monkey mind and just breathe, you can feel the connectivity. A, again, what we need to do is remember, it's not good enough to do something one time. It takes building healthy habits. And that's what we're going to work out today. When you leave here today, each of you is going to have a game plan in mind that includes everything you need to realize the powerhouse of effectiveness, love, lovability, deservedness, skills, competency. You are all incredibly brilliant people. The only thing holding you back is that last one, L. Limited narrative. Limiting narratives. So why is it that I'm up here explaining this to you, you know? How did I get to be this millionaire? Why are these blonde chicks standing next to me? Why is there a yacht on the stage? Well, it's to drive home the point that when I stopped being controlled by my thoughts, I started using my thoughts to control my reality. And you can too. So let's go back to our acronym here. GOAL. G. It stood for something. Go out there and get it. What does it stand for again? Give me $500. Let's skip G. O. Oneness. Okay, let's go back to this oneness issue. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little sidetracked here. Let me remind you of the salient point of this symposium. I'm going to make eye contact with each and every one of you and make very clear to you one thing. You, I'm talking to you. You are incredibly special and incredibly powerful. So smart, so intuitive, so creative, so insightful. And yet I see a fog of limiting narratives, preventing that real you from erupting free like a phoenix, fiery in its ambition to die. But I'm here to help you today to realize you are that rad. Yeah, it's just this one little thing holding you back. That's right. It's called the lies you tell yourself every day. You know, for a lot of us, we get up every day in our morning routines to tell ourselves a bunch of lies. I can't do this. That's too hard. That's not fun. It's time we change our mindset. And that's what I want to bring up our next little acronym here. Mindset. M, my. I, instincts. N, need. D, deeper. S, synonyms. E, especially. T, thoughtful ones. When did this happen? Was it a long time ago? Any questions? Can you explain what you mean by... Great question. So what I mean by mindset is, when you bring the right attitude, you've got a gratitude for platitudes. Because in every platitude, there's a nugget of truth. And it's up to you. Do I choose to take this truth that's useful and good and purpose it to change my life and turn me into a different person? Or do I choose to waste this opportunity? It's up to you. And if you think it's a good idea to waste this opportunity, then this is exactly the kind of limiting narrative I'm talking about. You're telling yourself lies. You're saying, hey, I can just shit on something because I can find something wrong with it. Well, anybody can do that. How about you find something right with it and use that to help yourself be more realized? You're shy. I don't like that. Stop being so shy. Well, nobody's pulling no shit on like that on my watch, I'll tell you that. Ain't no way in hell nobody can pull no shit like that on my watch. No, no, sir. $55 years ago. Well, then we can conclude that it wasn't me, because I'm only 51. Couldn't have been me. I'm innocent. Must have been somebody else. even if it were just like 50 years ago, I still would have only been 1 year old. So a very, very low probability of it being my fault. Well, to be honest, I don't really remember my first year. I may have gotten into a lot of shit, you know. Maybe my first year was my murder year, where I went on crawling, propelled killing sprees that I don't remember because I was too young. But probably not. You'd have to have some pretty weak victims if you're a baby serial killer. You're a 3-month-old serial killer. What kind of victims can you find? They gotta be passed out or something. I mean, they really gotta not put up a fight, is the point. I'm surprised your 3-month-old arms can even stab that effectively. But, okay, I'm impressed with, okay, yeah, those are good stabs. Not bad. Well, I mean, so what's the point? It happened that long ago. What's the point? What is the message we're taking away from it? This shitty stuff happens? That somebody was worse than Trump as a president? Okay, fine. The point I was making about LBJ, I mean, about Andrew Jackson and Trump was they were both offensive to me in the same way, basically. Do I think they were the worst presidents? It's kind of a weird question to ask. It's like, obviously a lot more shady shit gets done in wartime. So, it's not like the Americans had clean hands in World War II. They just weren't false flaggy like that, right? Is that kind of dirty hands better? The thing is this. I'm sure there are lots of explanations floated, and there's plenty of evidence to conclude that it was planned, blah, 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 there was collusion with the U.S. government, etc. Plenty of reasons to conclude that, maybe. But there are also lots of other explanations that aren't that have some pull as well. It's one of the things we probably won't really ever feel as though. Well, it's one of those things that in order to feel as though it had been definitively proved one way or the other, we'd have to understand what we were planning to do with that information after it's been established as a status. So it's like, okay, so let's say we were all to agree that, yes, that's happens exactly like you said. So what's your point? Is it about the president? Are you saying LBJ was worse? Okay, you win. Then fine. If it went down like that, he was kind of worse. But I mean, like, is that really worse than what Andrew Jackson did to the Cherokee? I mean, Andrew Jackson was objectively worse than Trump. The scale of the human rights violations was dramatically larger with Andrew Jackson. I mean, and on the other hand, you could say, well, yeah, but he didn't betray Americans, he betrayed Indians. Really? I don't know about that argument. Yes, it seems kind of traitorous, the thing you're talking about. Certainly, totally unacceptable behavior for commander in chief. If the commander in chief, legitimizes this in any way, or it's grounds for immediate impeachment for sure, if not execution for high treason. For sure is all that. But I guess that's what makes it uniquely powerful. For the commander-in-chief to betray the men in his own military is appalling in the most offensive way imaginable. The civilian commander-in-chief has a duty to understand and respect his role as a bridge between military force and civilian authority, and as a bridge between being part of the military force and being part of a civilian democracy. And it's an abject failure in every sense of the word to care about what matters. Deeply offensive. You guys draw clear lines, man. When you're president, it's a team thing, for sure. It's America is your team. And those other countries are not. It's that clear. It can't be any clearer than that. If you're a real statesman, when you become president, you make it abundantly clear to everybody, you are not the Republicans' president, you are not the Democrats' president, you are the president of the Americans. And you don't give a fuck about their stupid party squabbles. That you're going to be doing what the correct thing is, regardless of whose side lands on. And the side that disagrees with it needs to get their fucking heads out their ass, because they're the ones that are wrong, and I'll be telling them it, or yelling at it from the fucking bully pulpit. I'll be shaming the living fuck out of them for their stupidity. I'll be saying, these filthy animals do not deserve to despoil the hallowed grounds of a deliberative body like the Senate with their foul, filthy turds of intellectual smegma. That's what I'll say to them. And they'll go, that was rather dramatic, Eric. That's how I feel about it. Dramatic. What you should infer from that, sir, is that you really are doing an incredibly shitty job. Wow, Eric went out of his way to shame me so creatively. I must be doing a really shitty job. And you'd be right. So I expect your resignation immediately. I want you to resign from the Senate on the grounds that you realize you're not good enough to be a senator. I'm going to send these letters to every congressman and senator who I don't think is qualified to represent their constituency. You are not qualified to represent your constituency. Here are the ways in which you are too stupid to do this. And if you have any respect for this democracy, you will announce your immediate retirement on the grounds that you are too incompetent to do your job. It's called being honest and teaching everybody an important lesson along the way. Until I can get you retards to acknowledge that you're too retarded to be doing this, we're never going to fix anything. That's like... you can't get people with no hands to be sign language interpreters. It's a prerequisite to the job. Before you take on a job as a sign language interpreter, you have to have hands. Handless people are not welcome to apply for that job because the entire language uses their hands. There's no way around it. You can't be a sign language interpreter. Both of your hands are chopped off. Same thing with people in the Congress and the Senate. You tards can't be congressmen and senators. You're too tarded. You're way too tarded. It's like, okay, if you were borderline or something, okay, I guess you pass, but you don't, but fine. Close enough, I guess. Better than, you're failing less than everybody else. So you can say. But most of the people are going to get a letter from me. It's going to be individuated to them. Dear Congresswoman, whatever. You aren't qualified to be a congressperson. You need to quit on the grounds that you've realized finally you don't have the requisite skills for the job. And the reason you realize this is because you read Eric's letter and powerfully conveyed to you these truths so concisely and clearly that even you, despite your powerful bias towards self-interest, could not help but say, I do have a duty to stop being so dumb here. I have to be so dumb someplace else. You know, I'm not opposed to you cheerleading. I'm saying, can you please stop doing it in the middle of my business meeting? I'm not saying anything wrong with cheerleading. But you're in the wrong office. You need to go down the hall to a cheerleading practice studio or something. Here, we're trying to talk about things that matter. And you don't belong here. Go away. Well, it's not that you're a bad person. No. Look, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just too stupid to do this job. And that's not an insult, okay? Not insulting. There's nothing good about being smart. There is something bad about being stupid. And you are stupid. But just remember, being smart's not really any better. Well, it's like, not better for you. Look how well being dumb has served you so far. You're a congressperson. It's worked well so far, but now thanks to this letter, you're going to realize, gosh, Eric's right. I'm way too dumb for this. This job is important, man. No, lady. It's not that it's important. That's the problem. You keep thinking it's important. It's that it matters. So you have to do it right. Important things, you just have to be expedient and impactful. But things that matter, you have to do them right. These are supposed to be deliberative bodies. It's success when things don't get done. Do any people even know any of these things? You're representing a country in a fucking legislature? You probably don't even understand what the fucking bodies are for. Most of you Congress people are what I like to call filthy incompetence monkeys. You're a filthy incompetence monkey. You're so incompetent that you're even worse than a monkey doing your job. At least if a monkey did your job, nobody would think the nonsense that came out of their mouth meant anything. Nobody would say, hey, did you hear what the monkey had to say today? Nobody would say that. Because they know. Monkeys don't say anything worth listening to. On the other hand, with you look like a person You say people words, but you think like a monkey. Which is to say, not at all. And that makes you a problem. Because when you say words, you might communicate things to other people. Sometimes they might even listen to you. And they never should. Unless you're talking about like what kind of soup to buy or something. Then they can listen to you all they want. And that's fine. You keep talking about things that matter in very, very dumb ways. And that's not acceptable. So that's why you're getting this scoldy letter from me. Love, Eric. Let's see. Who's next? Dear Congressman Pearson. Where do I even start? Public servitude is the only kind of servitude that's good. Do you know what that means? Do you know what it means to be a public servant? Do you know what it means to care about your democracy? It means that before you act on behalf of your democracy, you check to see if you have the necessary skills. You didn't check. And that's why everything you say in Congress makes you, Congress, America, civilization, sanity, and intelligence all ashamed of themselves. And that's why you, Congressman Pearson, are getting this shaming letter. I encourage you to read it aloud to your friends and family so that they can confirm its validity for you. Yes, it's true. You are a moron. And, though you probably are unaware of it, your act of moronity is wicked, at least in its outcomes. And now that I've informed you of that, it really will become wicked because you have to consciously continue even though you're now aware of how dumb you are. To purposely do that, you have to be evil. So to avoid being evil, resign now. Love, Eric. All the best. Hugs and kisses. Say hi to Jane and the kids for me. And hey, P.S. This doesn't mean I still don't want you to come to my barbecue on Sunday. I do want you. You're great company. You just don't belong in Congress. Dear Assistant Deputy in the Justice Department, you were a former prosecutor. I evaluated your previous work and I see you put a lot of drug dealers behind bars. Get the fuck out. You are fired. Please stay away from anything you might call public service ever again. You're evil. Fuck off. The end. There's no PS. You were uninvited from my barbecue. Dear Housing and Urban Development person, do you even know what your fucking job is? I'm not sure what it is. Should we have a meeting about this? Is it possible for you to do this job well at all, or is it just inherently a bad idea? Have you considered this question? Let's discuss it. I'm not sure exactly what you do. You're invited for my barbecue on Sunday to discuss this with me. Department of Indian Affairs. Do you still exist? Have you been merged with the Department of the Interior now? And if so, is there an intersectional issue between the Interior Department and the Bureau of Land Management? Is there some sort of triumvirate of bureaucrats covering Indian affairs, land management, and interior matters that are neither of those other two things? I need clarification from each of you guys as to what the fuck you're doing. I'm not really sure what you're doing, or what your job is, or why we have you. Department of Education. Lady, where the fuck do you get off being a cabinet position? The federal government has no opinion on education. It's not a federal matter. Have you ever asked yourself, why am I here when this clearly isn't a federal matter? If not, then you're not well educated enough to be any kind of education czar. Even if we wanted to, should have one, which we shouldn't and don't. Okay, EPA, boy, you're where the real work is done, because you're where we have to parse shit. You're where we have to play fucking competing interests. Ay, ay, ay. Everybody hates the competing interests because there's no clear principle to apply here. But we're going to do this erring on the side of property rights, okay? If there's gray, we err on the side of property rights. If it's a big deal and we gotta eminent domain some shit, okay, we're gonna eminent domain it. We're not gonna try to tell people what to do on their own property. We're gonna fucking seize it and pay them for it. But it better be a fucking good reason for this shit. And I don't want any more like spotted moth of whatever shit. Fuck them. Look, we should preserve swaths of wild and stuff as best as possible. And preserve as much habitat as possible. And not let people build more shit everywhere. Because it's a bad idea to do that. We want to sustain these natural areas. For sure, we're definitely down with that. We definitely don't want air pollution. Because nobody can justify polluting everybody else's air. So we want to minimize that as much as possible. But at the same time, we got to recognize that human endeavor is inherently polluting. In other words, to be more productive means to expend more energy, which means to have more emissions. There is no way we can be good examples of human beings without generating emissions. It's the way by which we manifest things. So it will always be a fool's errand to try to say, let's cut emissions or use less energy or something. It's not going to happen. What we need to do instead is figure out how to use energy in ways that are non-polluting, and or how to sequester pollution after it's gotten into the atmosphere, and or wait for some kind of black swan solution that solves the global warming thing. Now, the thing is about global warming. Have we all had this conversation yet for sure about what kind of curve it is? Last I heard it's like nobody ever talks about that anymore. Used to be talked about as runaway greenhouse effect. Until probably somebody asked the natural question, are you sure it's that kind of curve? Why? Because Venus is very hot? That's not a very good justification for concluding that Venus suffered from a runaway greenhouse effect. Venus is shit tons closer to the sun. And it's naturally going to be a lot hotter. It didn't need carbon emissions to get too hot. It just needed to be too close to the sun. Obs. You know. Well, we dished this last plague. You know, I was like, that was a perfect plague. It takes out all the old and weak and preconditions, thins the herd a bit. without any real serious. It's not like a bad plague, right? Instead, we treated it like it was fucking the Black Plague, and didn't get any of the advantages of it. You know, if we'd all just went all in on the fact that, okay, well, here, this is a bad cold going around with especially concerning factors, but still, we're all best served by simply letting it run its course. Everybody's going to die of something eventually. This weird fetish we have with keeping everybody alive forever is... It's just... FI is an absolute value for no reason. It's like FI betrays itself, even. You know? FI will love something to death. FI is that little girl squeezing those animals too hard. You know? I love you. They don't love her back. She doesn't care about them. She just finds them precious. Wants them to be what she wants them to be. I'm really in a shit on FI mood tonight, I guess, huh? I'm a crying, anxious pool of jelly. Every time I hear some bad news on the telly, oh yeah. It turns me into puddles. I'm a crying, anxious pool of jelly. Every time I hear bad news on the telly, oh yeah. That's when you call me Puddles. And we'll cuddle all night, feeling better, hoping for rectification. For the world we once imagined was free from such awful edification. On matters so bleak, so brutal, so sad, so wicked and bad, and rampantly radically changing from what was previously a norm. Why, it creates an epistemological storm in the hearts and minds of men, by which I include women too, in the older fashion as I do, because I didn't want to have a two-syllable word there. And women is two syllables. No getting away from that fact. Women can complain about it all they want, but they need to accept the reality that they have one more syllable than men do. And, you know, that makes a big difference sometimes. Well, you can't do that. You got two syllables. That's not a two-syllable. This is more for one syllable people. You know, regular people, normal people. People who are described by just one syllable. Not the two-syllable deviants. Two-syllable deviants is a good term for women. Two-syllable deviants. Because, to the extent that anybody has a problem with women, and some people do, but if they're going to, it should be for one reason and one reason only. Women have the fucking gall. Have two syllables in the word that describes them. That's just... You're really, like, pompously saying, wow, look at us. We have two syllables. Not on my watch, Missy. Little Missy. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it, okay? of tune. Out of tune in the least delightful way. Impertinent bee. I always thought of you that way. You're an impertinent bee. Uppity, you might say. Petulant and grasping, even. I always kind of felt sorry for High E. Like, I'm sorry you're so thin. Do you get bullied by the other strings? Maybe you do. What was I gonna sing a song about? Oh, I know what I was trying to figure out too. I'm a little discombobulated right now. I'm a little discombobulated right now. Bob's elated about how I'm discombobulated right now. I feel so full of failure. It's almost like a feeling. Failures, almost like a feeling. Failures, almost like a feeling. It feels something like, well, maybe next time. I wish I hadn't failed. It's a feeling of regret, 'cause you know you're gonna get points taken off by heaven on your permanent record. And recently, heaven has recently. My fingers aren't working. It's just. Because I'm not really playing chords that I know how to play. I just play regular chords, probably. Or something else entirely. Oh, Eric, you're a mess. What do I mean by too Eric-y? There's a lot of Eric-iness. I don't like it. Makes me think like that. Makes me think like I just wanna be like if I just express myself with music. sweetheart. The demanding part, even the part that's not demanding, it's still standing in ways apart. Not okay. Being something smart and gay. Trying, I guess, maybe just to impress her. Makes me thinking, cognitive and functioning. That others do for reasons authentic to their feelings. Is what I feel right now authentically. I feel like I started with a G minor, followed by an F, and I said, oh shit, this is almost icy, where I was trying to figure out earlier. But I didn't want to play that then. I wanted to play this instead. So I realized I put that to bed and I figured out what I was trying to figure out. Until after this song. But of course, when you hear me play that other thing later and you say, aren't those the same two first chords you used in the last song? I go, yeah, but I included an explanation of that within this song, so you're still wrong. I didn't say anything. That doesn't matter. Still wrong. And that's so possible. How could I still be wrong when I didn't say anything? I don't know. Maybe still wrong. Oh, Eric. Why is such a horrible thing? You're a horrible thing. I'm like, ew. That guy is awful. Why is he like that? I picture myself saying that about if I saw me. What's up with that fucking douchebag? Why is he like that? I would have no answer. And yet I am that douchebag. I am like that. How did that ever come to be? Life's a funny thing when you think about it. Life could be a very shitty thing sometimes too. Plenty of things in the world that are unspeakably evil. Plenty of things that you gotta keep your eye out for, cause they're unspeakably evil. The first of them is the moon. It's got a bad attitude, and uncooperative too, and it's looking at all of us with the stink eye from the buried up sky, where stink eye is most powerful to do its thing, which in case you don't know, it's a ring around your eye. It smells like food, that's why they call it stink eye. What do you think they do? Name it for some other reason than that one, like they were being tricky son of a gun. Well, no, that's not it at all. you've ever eaten a hamburger before. You've tasted a cow. You've tasted what its dead body tastes like. In some ways we think putting dead things in our mouth is gross. And yet in other ways we think it's the toast of the town, like when it's meat cracklings all around, all cooked up and baked and greased. Why anybody would eat that treat? So hey everybody, would you like some dead stuff inside your mouth? I got it from the corpse of an animal I killed near my house. Why murder flesh is good? I find it delicious. Should it feel some kind of weird moral objection? Nah, animals they're for eating, are they? Yeah, just like you're for Peteing. Man, well, your name's Pete, isn't it? It is. If it's not, then that's not my biz. Anyway, like I said before, if you don't eat animals, you gotta eat the door. And if you like doors to eat, well, leave me to my meat. Animals, they're delicious, a lot more so than food that is made out of dirt and twigs and other pieces of wood. No, it's got to have mood or oil, possibly boxed. Any of those three, and it can end up in my drive-through box. God help you though if you plug around the waterways, be the oceanic ground or fresh water these days. It doesn't really matter 'cause I don't want to. Even though I could eat you, I find you not very satisfying. Because you're a fish. Fish, 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 whatever the freaking resolve thing is. I hate you. I hate everything about you. Who are you talking to, Eric? I'm not sure, but I hate that person. Yeah, any idea who it is? It's somebody in this room. How many people are in the room? Well, there's at least two. There's you and me. Okay. What you gonna ask the ceiling question? What question do you want me to ask you? You should ask me if I hate myself. Because if I don't, then you'll know it must be you. I can think of a lot of other ways that could play out. It's not going to be determinate. Okay. Don't make me eat you, motherfucker. I eat chickens. They're delicious. Guess each of us hates ourselves just a little bit some of the time. I'm not sure if I hate myself, but I hate myself sometimes. Possibly I can't really tell you, see what it exactly is I'm hating. One would imagine that it's me, but then one would also imagine that I'm lactating. And I'm not lactating at all. It's hard to understand things. Things are not clear. When things are not very clear, I can spend more time on them, dear. I can find additional clarity. Is that really a rarity? More importantly, is it really time well spent? What kind of answers would satisfy you and make you feel as though the questions had been answered at all? Would they be tall? The answers Paul provides for you. Good question, what kind of criterion would I need to apply? Exactly the reason why I have not taken action. At least prospectively, you might say it's the reason if in fact I would have taken action and reality's been otherwise. I wish they weren't, of course. If they weren't, then how could they be what they were? They'd have to be something different. Everything needs to be what it is. Everything needs to stop being things other than what it is. Please stop being not that thing you are, whatever you are. Umbrella or car, just do your thing you're supposed to do when I need you to do it. Don't break down and cause me problems. Stupid space objects, you're inherently dumb. Except you, guitar, you're fine, even though you're a space object with a lot of the attributes that I really don't like. You're kind of weird shape and you're difficult to store, and there's not really a good place to put you anymore or anywhere. And those are things that bug me sometimes. But with you, guitar, it's okay, because I love you. But your brethren space objects are evil, awful things. They seem to exist only to make me sing about how bad they are. Those space objects, the car, the chair, and every other thing. It doesn't matter what it's for. Somehow it'll try to be a stupid whore. And I'll be like, why isn't this space object cooperating with me? Can't you just be what you are? You're an ottoman. I put my feet on you and then what happens? I bang my shit into you. That's not what you're for. And the thing over there, you are a torch. I use you to light on riffs. What were you doing on the porch? I couldn't use you there. I needed you right here, giving me emotional support. Instead you have to go out there, be on the porch, but God knows where, God knows what, how you got there. Must have walked there, I suppose. I don't remember leaving you there. Yet there you were staring at me, brazenly in your scofflaw ways. Hey, 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 look at me, I'm uselessly sitting out here on the porch. There you are, Torch. Have you been here the whole time? You fucking hidey thing. What you do on my dime, too. You're on the clock since the moment I bought you at Home Depot. Yeah, here I see you taking a double dipper depot here. Guys, watch what the kids call a very long break. A double dipper depot. That's the kind of thing that gives you the chance to cook up a steak while concurrently working. Provided work doesn't require too much of you to use your arms or your legs. If your work is just standing somewhere, you might as well barbecue. You're just supposed to stand there. You can multitask. Do two, not one thing. And make sure one of them is barbecuing. You should barbecue if you're just standing there. What are you doing, security guy? I'm just standing here. That's my point. Everybody who works as a security guard, I would like you to participate in National Hibachi Day with me. I want everybody whose job it is somewhere just to stand somewhere to bring a hibachi with them to work. Together we'll be spiritually. I'll hibachi something here at home at exactly 3 o'clock, and you, on the job or not, hibachi at your workplace and say, wasn't I just standing here? I might as well barbecue something. No employee could dispute that. The logic is ironclad. There's no reason to oppose your behavior. If anything, it will attract more customers to the business with its beautiful smells. And you're a bad cook. And like I did earlier with the meat, cooking so long, it's indistinguishable from shitty pieces of weirdly shaped charcoal. I really fucked the fuck out of that dinner. Tell you, that was not a successful barbecue attempt. Did I get something else to eat? Oh yeah, cheese. I'm gonna play a real song now. By a real professional songwriter. Well, here I come, here I do a lot and I can't games, but I won't do an answer to call me names. My daddy wasn't well able to, I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to dig my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want anybody anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you won't get ahead, you got a home thing, get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to dig my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work. Don't take no plumber. I ain't got much to lose, but a lost to gain. white boy looking for a place to dig my thing. Small time boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that's fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody, just a white boy looking for a place to dig my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. Proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to dig my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to dig my thing. Well, I said a few things, and I will admit it. I am a white boy, and I am looking for a place, a special, honorable place of joy, a place embracing me and saying, sir, yes, to be free. Here I am, a place to do your thing. The alternate ending to that song. That's not the official ending to that song. Why do I feel so incompetent right now? Or just like, nah, whatever, I guess. It's because there's a certain song I want to play. This song, I'm gonna look at the chords and lyrics to it. I really, really like this song. New York's alright. New York's whatever, but you're really bringing me down. It's a great song by LCD Sound System. It's really not like any of their other songs, really, but New York. LCD. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. Well, the chords and lyrics. Chords. And lyrics, hopefully. It's a super coverable song, you know. C sharp augmented. Why do these chords even exist? C sharp augmented. And get your C sharp augmented. Just a freaking C with a yeah. You people, you put these extra things in there. This? It's that? Oh, I see. It's because this is a B here. You shouldn't bar that. It's stupid. Is that right? Oh, it's one more over. And it's got two of those. Fucking goddamn it. Like this? Okay, I get it. That sounding thing. Okay. That's a hard chord to play. I do it. You really need that one there, huh? just play these 3 notes. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. C sharp augmented. All right. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. Why don't you just drop the fucking D? God damn it. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. Like a rat in a cage, pulling minimum wage. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. New York, you're safer, and you're wasting my time. Our records all show you are filthy but fine. But they shuttered your stores when you opened the doors to the cops who were bored once they run out of crime. I said, New York, you're perfect. Please don't change a thing. Your mild billionaire mayor's now convinced he's a king. So the boring collect. I mean all disrespect. In the neighborhood bars I'd once dreamt I would drink. New York, I love you, but you're freaking me out. There's a time of the twist, but we're pressed out of shout. Like a death in the hall that you hear through your wall. New York, I love you, but you're freaking me out. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. Like a death of the heart. Jesus, where do I start? But you're still the one pool where I'd happily drown. Mailing list. For the kid to think it exists. It's a really good song, and it's so simple, you know. It gave me goosebumps listening to it in the car today. I was just like, oh my God, it's such a good song. Like, I do believe in magic in a young girl's heart. Such a good song. Hurts my heart just to play it, you know. Like all good songs. Good songs are good and just and true. Fine and special. And good. But because they're good, that's why. Let's see if I can figure this one out here. Just want to play this water or something. They should be in D minor, right? Or is it A minor? Think I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. Oh baby, baby, might seem like a crush. It doesn't mean that I'm serious. 'Cause to lose all my senses, that is just so typically me. Oh baby, baby, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Oh baby, baby. Oops, you think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent. I'm not rats in a tent. You see my problem is this, I'm dreaming of why. Wishing that's really exist. I got watching the days. Cause to lose all my senses, well, it's just so typically me. Oh baby, baby, oops, I did it again. Played with your heart, got lost in the game, and you fell in love, and I'm just like, I never was gonna fuck you in the first place. I was just being a little flirty. And then you think I'm gonna bang you? I'm not gonna bang you. I'm Britney fucking Spears. Who are you? You're just some guy who wants to bang me. Look how I'm dressed. Everybody wants to bang me. You make a good point, Brittany. I don't know what I want to play. I don't really want to play anything. I play Boo Failure Boo. Is there anybody going to listen to my story about a guy who just sucks so much ass that everybody sent him a snail mail letter expressing to him, God, you suck. Just imagine I wanted to write an expression of my feelings in a song. I guess it's not inaccurate to say that is true of this moment right here. What is this feeling I'm trying to express? Is it a feeling like being stressed? Not really that feeling, more like disappointment mixed with shame, maybe. I don't really know if that's really an emotion. And I don't think that's really what I'm feeling. It's more like kinda tore up in a way that makes me go, Every one of us has at some point said, ew, I don't like to see the reflection of me in the mirror, proverbially, or whatever. Sometimes we're all subject to bleakness. Not you, Eric, you're not subject to bleakness. Okay, technically this isn't bleakness, but it has many similarities to bleakness. The bleakest thing of all is how long has it been since I smoked a cigarette? I haven't even played anything on the guitar. Just endless failure. Everywhere I look. I'm not happy with a lot of things. But I'm also happy with a lot of things. It's a mixed bag. A lot of things I'm very happy with. A lot of things I'm not very happy with. I hate art. Freaking hate. It's my new mantra. I hate making shit. Where did that come from, though? It's like, when did this last couple of days it became like my new mantra? I hate art. I hate making art. I hate this shit. I'm so done with making this shit. Making what? Well, whatever it is I'm making. I don't even know why I'm doing this thing here. Like, are you really making this song or this thing here? Why, Eric? Did you ever step back and say, which of my choices should I choose? Or you just fall into thing after thing after thing. Any direction or like, life just feels like I'm a rock tumbling down a not that steep hill. Many occasions it seems like I'm about to come to a stop. There's a flat area right here. I like hit a rock and I go down a little further, tumbling down. And one of these days I'm gonna regain control of myself. Then I'll have the ability to choose my direction. For the moment I continue to just tumble down the hill here. Like, okay, hold on a second, Hill. Hold on a second, gravity. No, we're not listening to you. Why not? I'm the salient party here. I'm the central party here. I'm the subject. I'm the observer and the subject. Well, what are we then? Just chopped liver? Well, gravity and Hill, you're both part of the field, I would say. Gravity, you're the mechanism. Hill, you're the fields, okay? But the important thing is, I'm the rock. You only get to be defined as field and hill because I defined you as such. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have any identities. You're only able to talk because of my virtuous empowerment of you with the ability to do so. Maximal benevolence. Beneficence to the max. Sports chalet will take you to the limit. Does everybody remember the Carnation Instant Breakfast song? Carnation Instant Breakfast. You're gonna love it in an instant. The real question isn't how quickly I'm going to love it, but how persistent my love is. I might love it in an instant, but if I only love it for an instant, well, overall, that's a bad choice for me. Because presumably I immediately go from loving it to hating it. Those being the only two options. Your breakfast is an instant, anyway. If it were really instant, I'd already be eating it. Takes a little bit of time to make it. Stop promising instancy that you can't deliver on. Your label's writing instancy claims that your product's capacity can't cash. Top Gun Maverick, yeah! With as much action as 6 Chuck Norris movies, plus way more Tom Cruise than any Chuck Norris movie, Top Gun Maverick, yeah! Is the #1 hit film of the world. Everybody loves to see people being tough in military stuff. I'm flying in something badass. I'm more badass. Pow, pow. Fly, fly. Oh, America. Oh, Tom Cruise. Why are you such a Tom Cruise? Such a Tom Cruise. He's got to have the same problem I have, and fucking 100 times over. But I bet you he doesn't, right? He should have the same problem I have, which is like, oh, God, Eric, he's so grossly Eric-y all the time. He didn't even see it out about himself. Alright, I'm ending this live monologue that I've had here. I've just not even been looking at anything, just devolving into brooding. I think that means it's probably time for me to go to bed. I am thirsty as fuck, too, though. I have a little bit of honeycomb Well, I did accomplish my goal. Now I've opened my eyes again. And I'm going to say I accomplished my goal. I did a lot of different drugs together tonight. A combination of clonny, more Adderall, and mushrooms. More mushrooms. And more clonny. There's a power pack punch that played well for some stretch of time, but eventually led to a mushiness that correlated strongly with incompetence. I don't know what my mushiness is like. At least soothingly, pleasantly mushy. I'm just mushing into pointless failure while live streaming. I don't like that. It's bad FE. I don't like it as a viewer, and that's the sort of thing I go like. See, this is what I'm talking about, Eric. You need somebody around here needs to get this Eric-y stuff in check. But what exactly is Eric-y stuff? It's like impossible to define. It's just me being too Eric-y. You guys could probably... It's like pornography. You know when you see it, but you can't exactly define it. I might not be the best judge of whether I'm being too Eric-y. And nobody else probably has this criterion as something they're evaluating me under. So I can't really get any of people's input on the matter. And even if I could, I'm not going to be able to give anybody a meaningful definition of Ericiness. So the answer wouldn't be useful. Alright, well, I'm going to Eric-y my way to bed. Good night, my friends. Those of you who were saintly patient sticking around through my aimless meanderings tonight, you are the real heroes. And that's why I'm giving each of you one of these tonight as a goodbye. Mwah! Mwah! That's for both of you. Both have one for you, one for Winston's mom. All two people who are here. If Lauren Cuthbert is still here? No, she doesn't still here. It was a long time ago. Anybody else who's lurking? Mwah! You get that too. Now I'm going to end this stream. Where's the end of the world as we know it? And I feel fine.